are totally unbeaten. So if you look at it from that perspective, you would you're justified in saying that you've got two pretty well balanced teams. But I think it remains to be seen. I suppose many people were disappointed with the quality, not the entertainment value necessarily, but the quality of cricket played in the semi-final, particularly in the match with Pickwick. And I suppose that's some concern. But the thing about cricket is this game of glorious uncertainties. It hasn't earned that name loosely or lightly. And we could very well have a situation here tonight where all that has happened before becomes insignificant. And it comes down really to what happens tonight.
Yeah, so both teams have entered this final unbeaten, which is good. But it all happens tonight. This is the final of the T20 competition being sponsored by Sagicor. You're not missing any cricket. The two teams they're lined up in front of the Sagicor Silvers Pavilion. Obviously, they're meeting officials from the Barbados Cricket Association and also from Sagicor. But when you look at the ESC Field Pickwick side and the UWI side, the Sagicor UWI, when you put them man to man, you will feel that the UWI is a better balanced team in relation to man. The ESC Field Pickwick, they're very, very reliant on Kyle Hope, in particular in their batting. I think they have a decent seam attack. The slow bowlers are quite good. But when you look at it, they're reliant on that one man in Kyle Hope. If Kyle Hope doesn't fire tonight, who's going to put their hand up and say, I am here? When you look at the UWI side, you can go down the list, and they have performers throughout the series and the season. So obviously they're consistent in their play. Yes, they're consistent, but Kyle Hope has been the consistent one throughout.
The thing about it is, I have the privilege of covering the elite division game involving UWI that started last Saturday at Wildy, and I've been covering that game. The first time I've actually got a chance to see the UWI side, as far as I can recall, this season. Mm-hmm. And I actually shared my comments with Stephen Leslie because I really liked what I saw. Previously, the UWI have been criticized, and I think with much justification, for not really being truly a developmental side, because it was a question of having, for the most part, players who were already known, players who in many cases had established their mark, and in many cases, players who had been enticed away from other clubs, thereby weakening those clubs. This time around, from what I've seen so far, the UWI side of 2015 is a truly developmental side, and I'm very pleased about that because that's really what you need. Now, the manner in which they've gone about selecting the side may not necessarily coincide with the program that I outlined in the past to Stephen Leslie and probably even to Roland Butcher and others connected with the UWI, but that's not significant. There are many ways to achieve a good objective. But what I like is the team they've come up with. No longer are you seeing, let's say, stars who have made their names elsewhere, but you're seeing now youngsters who obviously have some ability, but who are there and who have the opportunity to develop and benefit from the program.
Yes, so earlier this week, obviously on Midwicket Show, Keith Holder, I say hello to Keith. He's in England at the moment. Obviously, he's going to attend his daughter's graduation.
I thought you were going to say he's gone to attend the test match.
No, his daughter's graduation. She's now a doctor of medicine. I want to congratulate
Well, congratulations to him and to her.
Yes, and
to him first, because without him, there would have been no her.
No, without God.
But of course.
God had something to do with that.
Of course. Everything to do with it. You wouldn't have to convince me of that.
I don't want to. You're big enough to know.
Carry on, fellow.
Yes, so Stephen Leslie vented the whole, he mentioned the whole process of how UWI started in 2006, and they had 15.
You said he vented, or?
Yes, he talked about it.
Okay.
And on the radio, the Midwicket program, and in 2006, they had 15 Barbadians. 2015, they only 3. He said that there are Barbadians at the UWI who play cricket, but obviously there's a standard in which the UWI is set. And if your performances are not up to that standard, well, you just don't make the squad or the team. So obviously you have a lot of non-nationals, as we will call them, but they're studying at UWI, so they're students. Obviously they're allowed to play cricket and study. And plus, he said during obviously over the years they've been offered scholarships as well. They offer scholarships to various sportsmen, cricketers particularly, and those guys, they obviously play cricket and study as well. But obviously the question is, what do they study? So the UWA have their criteria.
What do they study?
Yeah, but that's the question. What do some of these players? Because some people want to know what is John Carter studying at UWI. And there are others. I just don't want to call them.
Oh, okay.
There are others. Yes, but they are at UWI. Obviously we know Ryan Hines is player coach. Ryan also was there some years now. He's now into coaching as well and still playing. We know Chadwick Walton is there doing his masters.
Yeah.
These are guys who've been there for.
So there's some doubt about the whole thing in
Yeah,
the authenticity of it, if you want to say that.
Yeah, but I think that the UWI they're looking to develop cricketers.
Yeah.
I think they have something at KFL that is working. I think the clubs in Barbados should take a leaf out of the UWI's book.
Well, that's going to
and
be
try
difficult,
and try
but
to
I'll
use
let
it.
you finish before we get into that.
I'm not speaking about finances.
Well, it takes finances to do most of what
the
UWI
clubs,
is doing.
the clubs need to get up and make and try to earn their own finances as well.
Well, the
There's
major
certain
businesses
things
in
that-
Barbados, some of them are struggling. So
Yes, but there's certain things you can do,
Yeah.
and a lot of them are community based.
Uh-huh.
They just need to sit down and have proper structured meetings and ask for contributions. You know, there are club members who can come up with very good ideas and then execute the ideas. I think the clubs have gone dormant, some of them.
But you would agree, though, that that's not necessarily the system of financing that UWI would have employed.
No, but they have their own system of finance. I don't want to know what it is. I have no interest in it.
Okay.
All I am interested in is that I can see cricketers being developed.
Yeah.
Obviously for Barbados, but now if you look at the UWI, they've extended now to the region, and that is what the region needs. Because when you look at some of the players who are from the Windward Islands, what do they do when they leave Barbados after studying and go home? I doubt they play cricket. So they have opportunity to come to Barbados, study, and play cricket quite often during the summer, and get good competitive cricket. Because a lot of our top cricketers play at home. If you look at Craig Braffett, he stays at home and plays for Counterpoint Wanderers. It's unfortunate that Kemar Roach obviously is involved with the CPL, but most of our top cricketers, once they're available, they play for their club side. So the level of cricket is quite competitive, and it's good to see the guys from the islands coming into Barbados and playing. And I would like to see more of them come as well and help strengthen Barbados cricket and also help them to develop their cricket.
Well, my problem or my issue with the UWA program has not been primarily the issue of the number of Barbadians in a team. Simply the manner in which players were selected. I didn't see the point in, let's say, for example, to be specific, of luring Carlos Braffett and Jonathan Carter away from Banks. They were both players who were known already, who were on course, you know, playing for Barbados and so on. And really and truly, they were already in a coaching setup, if you will, in the national setup and even the regional setup. And I really didn't see much point in that. All it did really was weaken the Bank side, which really I don't think really would have done a whole lot for the competition. So it was not so much a question of whether the players were Barbadian or otherwise. I didn't like the fact that you were taking players who were already established, weakening clubs, and just looking to win a competition. And I know they would deny that, but the evidence is there. I like what I'm seeing now. It seems to me, and I hope I'm not misreading the situation, time will tell, but it seems to me that now they're going for players with less experience, and it's certainly not to the same extent, if at all, compromising the strength of the other clubs in Barbados. And if these players are from other regions, from other areas in the Caribbean, and they're studying at KFL, then it doesn't compromise their clubs back home either, because if they're studying at KFL, obviously they can't be playing in respective countries.
Fair.
So I like that balance, and I like that approach, and I wish them all the best.
Yes, I think they'll continue to get better. I think they're going to continue to spit out cricketers for Barbados and the rest of the region because of the program and the policies. And obviously there is a criteria, and once you meet the criteria, you have all opportunities to play for UWI. It's sad that they're not involved in our four-day cricket, that is the West Indies four-day regional competition. I think it's sad when we lost them to four-day cricket, because I thought they had the impetus and they were doing what was expected of a team as such. It was then called the CCC. And I'm sad to see that they've left the four-day cricket, and there's a big hole, because those players now who represent CCC in the Nagico Super 50, they're only playing a couple of one-day games over in a year. It's only those guys who are playing for the UWI setup in Barbados that will play cricket for a longer duration. But the talent is there. Obviously, there is a lot of talent within the UE setup, but no, that talent is not going to come to the fore, because the UWI and extension the CCC, the amount of cricket that they play will be reduced. But the UWI must continue to keep stoking the fire and doing well, because with UWI doing well, they're going to keep sending the message to the Barbados Cricket Association and also the West Indies Cricket Board. Hey, look, we are continuing to do well, and we need to go a bit further in relation to competitions. So it's good that they continue to do well. The club sides will obviously have their work cut out. When they come up against the UWI side, they just have to play really, really, really good cricket.
Well, just let me update our listeners. We haven't had a start as yet, and that's because of the rain that set things back. And by the time they pulled the covers away and done the toss, it was just minutes before 7. So we're going to have a bit of a late start. But as I said earlier, we're fortunate to have something close to an on-time start, because at one point today I was wondering if the game would be would be possible at all. And in fact, as recently as maybe an hour and a half ago, I wasn't too far away in Robert Street, and it was raining there quite steadily. So I suppose it's good news that although we haven't started on time, that we are just about ready to start. In fact, we've had the toss. I can tell you that Pickwick won the toss. They have elected to field. And let me give you the Pickwick side that will be playing tonight. We've got Kyle Hope, Jamal Phillips, Craig St. Hill, Rohan Ryan, Gerard Jilks, Shane Jones, Rommel Small, Zahir Mataro, Raymond Bino, Adiko Kalama, and Ray Matthews. Those are the players who will be representing the Pickwick side tonight in this final. The 12th man is Drew Glasgow. And the Sagicor UWI, of course, that was ESA Field Pickwick that I just gave you. And now Sagicor UWI. Listen to these names, Philo Wallace, and you'll probably get a feel for what I was talking about earlier. Cameron Pennyfeather. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I saw him here last week.
Well, before let me say, have you ever heard of him? Let's go back. Let's take you back a month.
No.
Prior to a month ago. Paul Palmer.
Yes.
You know him.
Yeah.
But you're a guy who gets it wrong, though, so maybe I'm asking the wrong
He's
person.
cricketer's traveler.
Yeah, Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is certainly different from a Carlos Braffett and the opening batsman Currency. These are guys who were playing for their countries in some cases before they even played for UWI. Were doing well. So I think my point still stands. Yes, they travel and you get it wrong as well. So you will know some of them. Have you heard of Rodman Podman? Rodman Powell? Before a month ago, and even if you have, how many Barbadians have heard of a Rodman Powell?
Yeah, but I've heard of him. He's also involved in.
Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him play.
That says something.
I've heard of him.
Yeah,
but obviously, he's given the opportunity.
Yeah, given opportunity, and that's what this team should have been about years ago.
But it was like that years ago. It was given opportunities.
Yeah, Ryan Hines, of course, he's the player coaches. Well, one of the coaches. Floyd Reefer, of course, we know him. Justin Bramble. Akeem Dewar, Christopher Ramsaran, Shaquille Williams, Nino Henry, Kevin Hodge, and the emergency fielders, if you will, Jermaine Levy, Shaquille Martina, and Larry Edward. Now, I think, Philo, the average Barbadian, these names are not going to be household names.
No, but they'll be household names in 4 or 5 years.
They should be.
You
Yes.
never know. Obviously, the UWI they have a bigger pool to choose from. So they've obviously.
I like to give credit where it is due, because I would have gone on record at some point for those who bothered to listen to me. I don't know how many people that would have been, but and I would have expressed concerns about that developmental aspect, both publicly and to others around the UE system. And I think it's only reasonable that now I'm seeing something that I can appreciate, that I should say so.
Yeah, I agree with you, Philip. Obviously, over the last couple of years, or a number of years, you weren't happy how UWI were going about in relation to the squads, but now you're quite happy because you're seeing a balance, as you call it. You're not missing any cricket. The game was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. We have a rescheduled start. It's at 7:30. I have in my hand here, written by one of our commentators, so it's going to be a late night. Philip, maybe it's a night for some coffee. But
Mr. Technical Guru, we going back or we can talk for the next 15 minutes?
No.
Huh? So we hand back then and come back in?
Actually, I think I should.
Huh?
Why not?
I don't know. You
Why
get me
is everyone? 7:30? Why am I how about?
15 minutes.
How about now?
the toss. We know that Pickwick there won the toss. They're going to be fielding. You've had the teams, and in about 10 minutes, you should have some commentaries. Back to the. Kensington. Hi, good evening. We're ready for you at Kensington. The players on the field. We're good to go. That's Valerie Mahana. Who? Leslie for Jr. Well, thank you very much. Good news. The players are out. First of all, the umpires. Then they were followed by the Pickwick fielders. And now we see the Sagicor UWA batsmen coming out to the middle as well. And we should have some action for you in just a matter of seconds. And that's certainly good news, fellow Wallace.
Yes, very good news indeed. Obviously, these players will be chomping at the bit, Philip, to get those nerves out, try to get the first delivery in, get the first ball to touch the bat, and try to relax as quickly as possible. A big evening for Sagicor UWI and also for ESA Field Pickwick.
What do you think about the decision of the Pickwick side, though, winning the toss and opting to field?
Yes, obviously they looked at the weather. I took that into consideration. The covers were on the square. Obviously the pitch would have been covered a little longer than the ground staff would have wanted. So the Pickwick captain would have decided, look, if you win the toss, there has to be something that the bowlers can work with. And once the bowlers can utilize that moisture in the correct way, obviously that is to get the ball in the right area and take early wickets, they will put Sagicor UWI under pressure. And obviously tonight we're seeing Leslie for Jr., one of the young outstanding umpires in Barbados and in the region, and he's also joined by a female.
Valerie Mahan.
Valerie Mahan.
You can't keep the ladies out of the cricket. Why would you want to, though, fellow?
I think it's a good induction.
We've got a lady to our left as well, Suzanne Bell. She's going to keep us informed throughout the evening as to what's happening out in the middle. So they're all around.
Yeah, they're involved in cricket all over the world. You go to England, a lot of ladies score. South Africa, a lot of ladies are scoring as well, and also in Australia.
We have a female commentator in the CPL as well.
Yes, we also had a female commentator before her, Donna Simmons.
Oh, yes, we did. In fact, CBC, I suppose, certainly in the region, would have been the first to have that first-class commentator or commentate at the first-class level, a female commentator.
Well, this is the first for many things.
So, trendsetters, I suppose, we can call
small
ourselves.
island with a big reputation.
Well, Zahir Matara has the ball. He's going to start from the Joel Garner end, the northern end of the ground. And he's going to be bowling to Pennyfeather as becomes. And the first delivery is defended by Pennyfeather, coming on the front foot and pushing the ball up into the offside. It stops where a point would have been. There was none. But Matara, in his follow-through, picked it up and there was no run. So we're off and running just about 7:30 here at Kensington. A late start. But at the same time, I think we've got to be thankful given the amount of water we've seen today dumped from the sky. So Matara, the first delivery defended by Pennyfeather, in fact, who is opening with Paul Parma. You see, they're so strange to me, fellow, that I'm not even getting the names correct. Here is Matara. He's in to bowl to Pennyfeather, who is playing this delivery outsettling the off stump into the ground and down to oars for a slip. And Mrs. Bell, Suzanne Bell, is quite amused. I suppose maybe is she amused, you think, by the name Pennyfeather, by my error, or by the manner in which Pennyfeather played the ball?
I think she's amused the manner in which Pennyfeather played that full-length delivery from Matara.
Well, he waits now for Matara, who moves in from the northern end, and this delivery is driven away off the other portion of the bat, down towards the third man boundary, and that sounds like a strange thing to drive down to third man, but I thought he was looking to get it more in front of the bat, but he did open the face. It came firmly off the outer portion and sped down towards third man for 4, so the Sagicor UWA off and running is 4 without loss.
Yes, a very strange field here actually set by Kyle Hope. There's no third man. Matara is bowling with a slip. A short third man, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Pennyfeather executing the drive, getting the tick outside edge, splitting backward point and short third man and down to the boundary for 4.
He waits for Matara, who runs in from the northern end. Up he comes, and this is the wide delivery. It's going to be called wide, it is, and deservedly so. Even from here, you could see that was going to be called. And umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. turned into just about everyone on the ground and signaling that was a wide. I say everyone on the ground, not that there are that many people. As we look across to the World Weeks and Walcott stand, of course it's night, and I would assume, fellow, that the lack of people that I can detect is simply a matter of the darkness, the light, as this delivery is defended by Pennyfeather, played back along the pitch to Matara. In other words, they may be there, but I can't see them.
Yes, there are few people in that 3W stand. This is directly opposite us. But I think that Matara, he's bowling to a very tight field. He's bowling to a fine leg, a man at deep backward square, a short mid wicket and a mid-on. So he has to be on it, very, very disciplined in relation to where he's on the ball. A lot of deliveries just on about the off stuff, and again getting inward movement.
Here he is into Pennyfeather, who comes across and defends up into the onside, and there's no run. Well, they're allowed two fielders out of the circle at this point, and the two they've opted for are the fine leg and the backward square just inside the boundary. Of course, that could easily change with a boundary elsewhere, because in modern day cricket, the field is pretty much changed every time there's a boundary, isn't there?
Yeah, well, the captains now are more proactive. They don't allow batsmen to settle. As soon as you hit a ball, let's say to the third man boundary or point boundary, to put the sweeper in the point or put it the third man. So batsmen, I believe, have to work a bit harder for their runs nowadays.
Here's Pennyfeather as he waits for Matara. Matara is just about landing the off stump, and Pennyfeather walks into it and pushes up towards extra cover. No run for him. The end of the first over. At the end of it, 5 for no loss. Sagicor UWI put into bat by the ASA Field Pickwick. 1 over gone. Pennyfeather has 4. It's 5 for no loss.
Yes, a good start there from Matara, operating from the Joel Garner end. He started proceedings for ESA Field Pickwick. A decent first over, some 5 runs. One ball obviously peel off the outside edge of Pennyfeather and down to third man. For 4, came back and bowled a ball to the side last time was called wide. But we saw the good discipline that is expected from Matara. He is the senior bowler in this ESA Field Pickwick lineup, and came back and bowled good lines, good length, and again good pace. And obviously he has started well, and he's expected that his opening partner will try to start in that same vein and keep trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Don't want the Sagicor UWI batsman to get off to a rollicking start.
So it's going to be Raymond Bino to start the attack from the southern end. This is certainly not unusual. He has been using this role time and time again by ASA Field Pickwick. Has done a pretty good job for them as well. And he will start the attack at the southern end. The off spin, he's going to bowl into the left-handed Paul Palmer with a slip. The short third man, square cover. I'll get back to the fielders. Bino is around the wicket. This delivery is just short of a line and cracked away down towards the point fielder, and there's no run. So let's have a look at that field again. There's a slip. There's a short third man, a point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. On the onside, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a man backward of square inside the circle. So the two fielders out for Bino, the deep mid-wicket and the long on. Here is Bino as he comes around the wicket into bowl to Palmer. Palmer is bowled! A ball that cramped him, and he even allowed it to cramp him some more by very little movement of the feet. So he goes. Bino has struck. A good start for Pickwick. It's a loss of 1.
Yes, and a very good start there from Bino. Again, the off spinner being asked to bowl the new ball. That ball coming back in somewhat into the left-handed Palmer. We're looking to ease it into the offside, only getting an inside edge, and it crashed into his stumps. But the perfect start for ESA Field Pickwick, picking up that wicket of Palmer so early in the Sagicor UWI innings.
So Palmer gone, and gone for a duck. Philo Wallace, just the type of boost that the Pickwick side would have wanted coming into this game. It's difficult to talk about underdogs when both teams are unbeaten, but as I said, if you look at the type of cricket that has been played by these teams over the last couple of matches and the actual quality or standard of it, then you would tend to maybe just think that the Sagicor UWI have got the edge.
Yes, obviously Sagicor UWI, they have the edge. Obviously, when you look at the record, the Sagicor UWI records over the years, they'll be the ones that will come into this final ahead of ESA Field Pickwick. But the ESA Field Pickwick, obviously, they've gone through their drills, they've gone through their game plan, and we're now seeing the execution of those game plans. A very good delivery from the opening bowler, Raymond Bino, to get rid of Paul Palmer, and they've brought now the dangerous Rovman Powell. Obviously, the semi-final, he had a fantastic semi-final game.
He did, yes.
He scored some 60 runs and knocked the ball to all parts of Kensington Oval. So he's coming now into a different passage of play. The ball is still new. It's only the second over. And he's going to see how Rovman Powell can adjust to start his innings.
So he waits for Bino and settles into his stance now. Bino is into bowl to the new batsman Powell. Up he comes, the off spinner. This delivery sends him back. He gets off the mark immediately, just tucking this one down towards long on, and it goes through for an easy single. So Powell off the mark immediately. He goes to 1. Pennyfeather has got 4. And Sagicor UWI put into bat by ASA Field Pickwick in over number 2. They're 6 for 1.
Yes, obviously Rovman Powell taking his first ball. They're facing his first ball from Bino, short of a length, coming in to the right hand. He just stand on his back foot and stroke it quite nicely down to long on for an easy single. So obviously he's off the mark of his first bowling, and that is a good sign to see that he's continue obviously to show his dominance from early.
Well, with Penny Feather on strike, the long on and the deep mid wicket are out, and here is Bino ball that is wrapped him on the pad. In fact, he's out like before, given by umpire Mahan, and you knew he was in trouble. It was a ball that was maybe just short of a length, but not quite as short maybe as he had anticipated. He tried to swing it into the onside for Low Wallace, and the finger of umpire Mahan confirmed that he's got to go. It's 6 for the loss of 2.
That's Cameron Penny Feather playing a poor shot. Straight delivery again from the off spinner Raymond Bino. The ball is new, so you wouldn't expect it to turn. That ball just skidded on, and Penny Feather looking to hit it somewhere in the mid-wicket area, missing that ball and being adjudged LBW by Valerie Mahon, the umpire who is standing at the commentary box end, or the Malcolm Marshall end, or the southern end of the Kensington Overground. But a very poor shot, and after losing his opening partner so early in that over, to come and play such a poor shot. I believe that Florief will really give him a rollicking when he gets off. But a very poor shot caused the downfall of Penny Feather. But ESFU Pickwick, obviously they're quite happy of what has happened so far.
Deceived somewhat maybe by the length of delivery that maybe he thought it was a bit shorter.
I just think he misjudged the length, but also the ball just skidded on. He should be looking to come forward rather than stay back. It's an off spinner, but I know he's not of any tall stature. The ball is new, and if you're a batsman of any common sense, you know that once the off spinner is going to bowl, that new ball is going to skid onto you. So you're looking to go forward to get bat on ball. He opted to stay back to pull, and once he missed, that ball would have crashed straight into the middle stump.
So a bit of naivety maybe on his part.
Yeah, I think it's poor batsmanship.
Kaveem Hodge comes to the crease to join Powell. And we're just into over number 2, and the 2 wickets have gone already, both to Raymond Bino, who sets off now looking for his third. He's into ball to Hodge. This delivery is a good one. It goes past him, and they'll get a bye, I believe. Let's watch umpire Mahan, as in fact, yes, the signal come in a bye. But Hodge, I can tell you, Philo, didn't know much about it. Neither did the keeper, actually.
That's a very good first delivery to get. Kevin Hodge just coming forward, not committing himself forward, but a good length delivery. And the ball again holding its own and just going straight through. And unfortunately, with keeper Gregson Hill, not a regular keeper, ball hitting his glove and just going into the leg side, and the batsman coming through for a bite. But a good delivery again from the off spinner Bino.
7 for the loss of 2 in over number 2. Action-packed evening so far as Bino is in, and this delivery is defended by Powell. And that's almost an anticlimax now. Almost boring, really, if you will, by comparison to what we've seen so far in the course of this second over. It's completed now, however, and after 2 overs, Sagicor UWI put into bat by ASA Field Pickwick, in trouble already. It's 7 for 2.
Yes, the perfect follow-up over by Raymond Bino. Motaro opening the bowling and only going for 5 runs. And then he was followed by Bino, and he has 1 over, 1 run, and 2 wickets. And those 2 wickets obviously would have put Sagicor UWI on the back foot, like the last delivery saw Bino bowling to Powell. He just went onto the back foot, just easing the offside, and Small coming in from point stopped the batsman from scoring. But a good second over. Mortara now has to continue now to apply pressure and keep the Sagicor UWI batsmen thinking. Don't give them any freebies. Continue to apply the pressure.
So 7 for 2 as Matara is about to start his second over the third of the innings. He's got to slip a short third man, backward point, cover mid-off. So very similar feel to the first over as he comes in now up to the wicket. And that's going to go for 4 maybe. It's going to come down for wides for sure. And the fielder is able to cut it off. He does well. A bit of hesitation in the running. And in the end, they came back for how many, Suzanne Bell? 2, and of course then there's the 1 for the wide. That ball was sprayed down the leg side by Matara. Maybe a bit too over enthusiastic there after the success of Pickwick, but it's gone to 10 for 2, Philo.
Yes, I was seeing Matara looking for that big in swing in Yorker, lined it up badly. That ball started on leg stamp and kept going further away from the keeper St. Hill. But I thought it was very bad running between Powell and Hodge.
Well, it was surprising to look up and see that they were watching each other rather than running, as this delivery is defended. And here's Hodge pushing up into the offside, no run for him. He's yet to score. Powell has got 1. And the Sagicor UWA in over number 3, 10 for the loss of 2. But that ball was really sprayed down the leg side. No fault to St. Hill on this occasion. He dived to it his left, never really had a chance. And brilliant work by the fielder down at the fine leg position to stop it going for actually 4. So he did save a couple of runs, in fact, as Matara turns. And most pass umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. right about now, right arm over the wicket. This is a good delivery that tucks the batsman up. looking to maybe just play it into the onside. It eventually dropped in front of him coming off the thigh pad, and there was no run. So 10 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and 2 short balls there from Motara. Obviously, he was guilty. The first ball going too full and down the leg side and giving away 2 wides, which was counted as 3. But he's come back on both 2 short of a length deliveries, coming back into the right-handed Hodge, scrambling for room and not being able to score.
Here is Motara once again, right arm over the wicket, and well played by Hodge, just coming forward and defending, playing with some assurance on that occasion. And you would think that that would settle the nerves somewhat in the Sagicor UWA camp to some extent. It's not going to make them move away completely, but they must be a bit unnerved now after this start. They could not have really anticipated this.
No, obviously the Sagicor UWA camp would never have thought that they would be 10 for 2 after some 2.3 overs. But you have to give credit to the ESFU Pickwick new ball bowlers.
Here's Motara as he moves into Hodge. Hodge is pulling just to the left of mid-wicket. It's going to run out towards the boundary for 4, but it wasn't that far away from mid-wicket, and there was a fielder going across his left trying to maybe even make a catch of it, but it bounced in front of him and went away for 4-14 for the loss of 2.
Yes, a poor short ball there from Motara. Ball just sat up in the pitch, and Hodge going back into his crease and just swiveling quite nicely and hitting it in front of square into that mid-wicket area, which give you a good gauge of how slow Motara is, and down to the boundary for 4. Motara needs to concentrate and come in a bit closer to Hodge, and not giving him any room, giving him the ability to use his arms.
You get the impression that certainly I do that Motara is somewhat moved by what has happened in the previous over and looking maybe for wickets as opposed to simply sticking to the plan. Pulled away, didn't get hold of it properly this time, but they'll get a single as the backward square comes off the boundary to restrict the scoring to 1. And a single that takes the score up to 15 for the loss of 2 in over number 3.
Yes, another short ball there from Motara, this time tighter onto the hip of Hodge, and he just managed to just swivel and hit it down to forward, to deep backward square actually, and small coming off the boundary, the batsman coming for single. But I tend to agree with you, Philip, because in the first over he looked really good, bowling good lines, good lengths, getting the ball to hold its own and nipping back in. In this over he's trying to put his foot a bit more on the accelerator, and he's not bowling that consistent line and length that one would expect, or even his captain Kyle Holt would expect of Motara.
15 for 2. And Powell now comes on strike. He's got 1. Hodge at the non-strikers end. He is on 5. Penny Feather gone for 4, and Palmer without scoring. We're back with Motara, and a good delivery which was not taken by the keeper. No edge, so all's well. But he looked rather awkward. I was tempted to say clumsy, but I tend not to want to be too hard on cricketers, Philo Wallace. But it certainly didn't look good, the manner in which he attempted to take it. The over comes to an end. I'm sure you'll want to talk about that being a keeper yourself. I was going to say a bit of a keeper, but I fear you're off. And at the end of over number 3, 15 for the loss of 2.
That's a good delivery there from Motara. That ball obviously surprised St. Hill. The good line, good length. I think that Motara is a good bowler, but he'll use the kiss principle. Just allow the ball to kiss. That ball obviously hit the seam and jog back and beat the batsman on the back foot in between his body and bat. And so he'll go into his left. Not a natural keeper. Didn't carry a lot. He did not give it the ball. He went with hard hands, and the ball just plunk in and ran back to first slip. No run resulting. But a good end to that over. Obviously, St. Hill now have to reassess his glove work as he's just filling in for this final.
15 for 2. Here is buying up the start of over number 4. His second, and the first delivery is pushed up into the offside on the bunks. He comes across and fields his own bowling, and there's no run. He's got a slip. There is a backward point. I think he's too square to really be a short third man. Then there's the point, the cover, extra cover mid-off. So a packed offside field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders on the off as Bino is in to bowl to Hodge. And Hodge is working this one away up towards a long on position. Pulls long off the boundary for a single. And a single that will move the Sagicor UWA up to 16 for the loss of 2.
Yes, and obviously Raymond Bino is bowling to 6 guys in the offside and 3 in the leg side, which will give you some indication where the ball is heading. And most of his deliveries obviously still a new ball looking to go to offside. So it's very important that the Sagicor UWA batsmen just play where the ball is going instead of looking to go around the ball and taking a chance. And at this passage of play, it's important that these 2 guys try to build a partnership.
Bino moves in again. He's got 2 wickets under his belt already. Is this delivery given a bit of air? Good one, 2. Played up into the covers. That was a delivery that it was given a bit of air, Philo, but still, when it hit the pitch, it came off rather quickly.
Yes, Raymond Bino he has a very unusual run-up, actually. It's not.
Well, I imagine he's tired by the time he gets into the delivery stride.
He's just stepping, but his arm action is so quick, and the control in which he's showing here with this new ball is quite good.
Moves in and up to the wicket now. A ball that is just short of the length and played up towards extra cover by Powell. So Powell has got 1. Let's see the amount of deliveries he's faced so far. Some 6 deliveries for his one.
Yeah, 5 balls.
5 balls. In fact, only 5. It seems as though he's been there forever. But he's just faced the 5 deliveries. And you tend to get that feeling in T20. You expect something to happen so quickly that after just 2 or 3 deliveries, it feels like half an hour. Here's Powell pushing up into the offside, up towards extra cover once again. There's no run.
Well, this is very good control, slow bowling from Raymond Bino. He has Rothman Powell, a very good aggressive batsman, hits the ball with a lot of power, a lot of authority, and he's kept him in check for the last couple of deliveries.
Having said that, the commentators curse, they call it, as Bino is into Powell. Powell goes back. He still keeps him in check with a good delivery, which he steers down towards backward point. This is good bowling here by Raymond Bino. And at the end of over number 4, Sagicor UWI put into bat by ESA Field Pickwick 16 for 2, which is the latest score against Kensington.
Yes,
where Adiko Cullimore is taking over from Zahir Matara at the northern end. He starts now, left arm over the wicket, into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge leaves this one alone outside down the off stump. The ball that is angling across the right-hander into the gloves of St. Hill. So Adiko Cullimore, the left arm pacer, replacing Zahir Matara, fellow.
yes, obviously an expected change. Matara only given 2 overs and he went for some 13 runs. Obviously, Captain Kyle Hope decided it's time to introduce his left arm seamer, Adiko Cullimore. I was quite impressed with him in that semi-final game. Bowled with good pace, good control, and he's also bowling to a very tight field. He has the fine leg up, a short mid wicket, and a mid-on. That's his leg side field, so he's bowling to 6 guys in the offside.
He moves in again to bowl to Hodge, and Hodge is getting the ball just about down the middle stump. There is a non-striker coming a couple of steps down looking for a run that wasn't on. Had to get back, and helped too by the fact the ball wasn't picked up cleanly, as the batsman maybe not getting the communication channels as they would want. But in the end, all's well that ends well.
That's a good life delivery from Cullimore coming back into the right-handed Hodge. The ball just going into the leg side where Romel Small is feeling that short mid wicket. There's no way that could have been the run. Powell just took off like a hare rabbit. But luckily for him, Small didn't feel it cleanly, so no damage done in the end.
Adiko Cullimore continues as he makes his way into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is driving up towards extra cover, no run for him. And Hodge just coming forward and driving up towards Matara. In fact, the offside field that you talked about, Philo, there's no slip, but there's a gully, if you want to call him that.
Yeah, he is.
Then there's a backward point, there's a cover, extra cover, there's a long off, so that's one of the 2 fielders out. And on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, short, fine leg. That other fielder out is the 3rd man, just below us and to our right. You seem to have a bit of an issue with the field, but we'll get back to that after this delivery, which is pulled away along the ground by Hodge out towards the boundary. The outfield is not that quick, and it may very well not reach the boundary. In fact, it doesn't. And they will come back now for the 3rd run as a fairly strong return comes into the keeper. The score going up to 19 for the loss of 2. What's your concern?
Yes, I think it's a strange field, actually. With 6 guys in the offside, and that guy who's feeling that gully, obviously he's a catcher. I would have preferred to see him maybe at first slip, because you already have a 3rd man in. So having a gully catching, to me, it's putting the player out of play. I think they could have, what Hope should do is bring him into first slip and allow Cullimore, the left hand seamer, to just concentrate on or about the off stump. But that ball before was a short ball, and again Hodge played a good shot, pulling it into the mid-wicket area and picking up 3 good runs. Again, positive running this time between the 2 batsmen.
Cullimore makes his way in, and here is Powell looking for a big hit here, looking to swing that one somewhere into the onside contact, and maybe looking to capitalize in terms of Powell's bowling, in terms of Cullimore's bowling, what he couldn't do with Bino.
Yes, well, obviously a length delivery and off stump. Powell looking to hit it somewhere into the cigar fish, so it's pavilion. and missing. The ball went through to the keeper, St. Hill. But obviously, Powell is looking to try to get UWI off to a start. Obviously, 6 overs is the power play. They're looking to get momentum. And Powell thought he had an opportunity to score, but unfortunately, he missed the ball.
Our commentary team tonight also includes Pedro Agard and Roland Butcher. Roland Butcher will be coming in shortly as this delivery is played up into, well, it was accepted to be onside, but it virtually went straight back along the pitch. And that ends over number 5. So we've had 5 overs completed here at Kensington in this Sagicor General T20 Cup final. And Pickwick winning the toss, putting the Sagicor UWI into bat. And after 5 overs, Hodges got 9, Powell 1, Pennyfeather gone for 4, and Palmer for a duck. After 5 overs, it's 19 for 2, more from Philo Wallace, and then for the first time tonight, it's going to be Roland Butcher.
Thank you very much, Philip. Hackett and Cullimore replacing Mortara from the Joe Garner end and continue to apply pressure. His first over cost is some 3 runs, and those 3 runs came from a short ball that was pulled through mid-wicket by Hodge, and they've collected 3 well-run runs, but they have to continue, these two, Hodge and Powell, to try to drag the Sagicor UWI out of this little hole. As I say good evening to Roland Butcher.
Good evening, Philip. And this delivery from Bino has Hodge coming onto the front foot and almost belatedly, and the ball just going out on the offside. And the Pickwick fielders now looking very alert. They scored 19 for 2. They've picked up 2 early wickets, and now Hodge and Powell seeking to repair the damage. Bino comes in now, bowls to Hodge, Hodge off the back foot and forces this one up towards mid-off, and the bowler in his follow-through fields. Fairly attacking field here by Kyle Hope. He's got a slip, he's got a short third man backward point as Bino off spin over the wicket now, bowls, and Hodge off the back foot and strikes this one firmly up to mid-off. Can't score. Good pressure here being put on the batsman by Bino. He picked up those 2 wickets in his first over, and he's kept it very, very tight. 19 for 2. Hodge on 9 as he prepares now to face Bino. Bino again, right arm over the wicket and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge works this one into the onside up towards square leg. He's running quickly, he's gone for 1. I think that's all he'll get as a good firm return comes into the wicketkeeper's end. He moves on by 1. The score goes now to 20 for 2. Powell, he is on 1. He's been there for a little while, not been able to get the ball in the way, but he will get the opportunity now as Hodge picked up that single. 20 for 2, the man out. Pennyfeather, he went for 4, and Palmer as Bino comes in now to bowl to Powell. Bowls to Powell, and Powell goes down and hits this one through the offside. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary, and it goes into the extra cover boundary for 4. So the first boundary for Powell. He aimed on 2 or 3 occasions to lift the ball in the previous over the top. On this occasion, he got it over the infield and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a better cricket shot there from Ralph Powell. That ball was a little wide-ish outside the off stump, giving some air, giving Powell the opportunity from the off spinner Bino to free his arms. He hit it quite nicely and hard over extra cover and down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, Bino in once more to Powell. Balls and Powell off the back foot. And this one goes up towards square leg. Again, they're running hard, but there's just going to be 1 as the return comes into the wicketkeeper's end. That's the end of the over. At the end of that over, it is now 25. That's over number 6. It's now 25 for 2. Hodge, he is on 10, and Powell on 6.
Yes, Sagicor UWI there now 25 for 2. Off some 6 overs, only going at 4.17 runs and over. And I believe what has hurt the Sagicor UWI is those 2 wickets that Raymond Bino, the off spinner, picked up in his first over. He's gone for some 8 runs from 3 overs and continues to bowl well. He opened the bowl in Mortara, obviously has 1 more over, but it shows good control from the off spinner.
Yes, he's certainly done that. He's done a very good job, and then in the meantime, he's also picked up a couple of wickets. Cullimore will continue from the Joe Garner end, fast medium left arm over the wicket, and he will bowl to Rodman Powell. Powell is on 6 as Cullimore starts his run in now. Bowl to Powell, and Powell pushes this one towards backward point. He was looking for a single there, but a tumbling stop made by the fielder at backward point, and there is no run. He stays on 6, 25 for 2, and Cullimore bowling with a fairly strongish offside field. He's got a third man, he's got a backward point, he's got a cover point, he's got an extra cover. Is he bringing another fielder over, or are they just having a chat? Looks as if another fielder is coming into that area, so maybe a slip or galley is going to come in place. Yes, he's moving one to a galley position, so a very, very strong offside field, but just the one fielder in front of the wicket in the deep on the offside. He is at long off, and there's the third man. Those are the two fielders on that side. Cullimore comes in now and ball to Powell, and Powell works this one into the onside. He's going to get a single as it goes out towards the square leg umpire. There's a fielder just behind the square leg umpire who moves to his left and field. Single there to Powell. He now goes to 7. It's 26 for the loss of 2 in over number 7, and a very good start here by Pickwick. Picked up those 2 overs. First thing, winning the toss, asking Sagicor UWI to bat, picking up 2 wickets in Bino's first over. Hodge is on strike now. Field stays the same as Cullimore comes in now. Ball to Hodge, and Hodge cuts, and it's a good shot. It's gone out towards the boundary. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it's got the legs. A valiant effort there by the third man, running around to his right in front of the scoreboard. Dived away, couldn't stop it. The ball goes into the boundary. Another boundary for Hodge. He's looked pretty good so far. He now goes to 14, and it's 30 for 2.
That's a very nice shot there from Hodge. A wide ball from Cullimore. If Hodge decided to leave that, it would have been called a wide, but he managed to get a lot of bat on it and splitting the man at backward point and the gully, and third man chasing around to his right, diving, but unfortunately couldn't pull the ball back, and 4 good runs from Hodge. And he's starting to get some rhythm and put some impetus into this Sagicor UWI innings.
Yes, and Hodge has been a very consistent player for UWI over the last couple of years. As Cullimore comes in now and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge goes onto the back foot nicely into position to a shortish delivery and just strokes it up to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, Hodge has been very, very consistent in the last 2 years. He's very surprising that he's not really in the Windward Island setup, because he looks one of the better younger batsmen in the region right now, and he's hungry for runs, and he's shown that he can score big runs. He's certainly done that in the last couple of years.
He looks organised here, very, very, very tight in defence, especially on the back foot.
Yes, as Cullimore in once more now, balls to Hodge, and Hodge comes forward and strokes this one out towards point. There's no point there because he's been withdrawn from that position out to the point boundary, but he's coming off the boundary. Hodge picks up an easy single, he now goes on to 15. It's now 31 for 2. Powell on 7. He comes on strike with over number 7. Pickwick won the toss and asked UWI to bat. Picked up 2 very early wickets. And UWI now trying to repair that damage, not being able to take advantage of the power play overs, and that certainly went to Pickwick. Powell will face now as Cullimore in now and ball to Powell, and he's attempting to pull that ball. The ball hurries on to him, not really in a very good position. It goes out to extra cover. That completes the over. At the end of the over, the end of the 7th over, it's 31 for 2.
Yes, UWI obviously looking to fight back here, build a partnership. Both Powell and Hodge, they're the 2 men who've been given that responsibility. Hodge, as you said, Roland continues to be consistent for Sagicor UWI. Played a lovely square cut, and then the ball after that just opened the back face nicely and used the pace of the delivery and ran it down to deep point for a single. Then we saw Powell coming in to strike, giving a short ball, looking to pull it, but the ball obviously skidded on to him a lot quicker, only managing to hit it to short extra cover, no run resulting. But again, good batting and good bowling as well. Cullimore not really giving Powell the room to use his arms, because once he's given room, he knows he has the ability to hit the ball to all parts of the field. But very good controlled bowling by the ESFE Pickwick bowlers so far, and good captaincy as well from Kyle Hope.
Yes, and the change in field, the slip comes out for Bino, who will be in his final over, and he'll be bowling to Hodge. That fielder goes to extra cover, short extra cover. Comes in now, Hodge comes down and drives, gets an outside edge, and he's going to get 4 runs as the ball is running down the hill, and the fielder dives gallantly to attempt a stop, and it looks as if he stopped it, but we'll have to wait and see what the umpire will do after that. The batsmen have completed 3 runs in the process, and looks as if no discussion is taking place. That was a thick outside edge. The fielder was taken away from slip. Hodge went for the drive, got an edge, and the ball ran away down towards the third man boundary. There's a short third man. He turned and chased and pulled it up just inside the boundary. He picked up 3. Score goes now to 34, and Hodge goes to 18. Powell comes on strike as Bino in now to bowl to Powell. Bowls, and Powell hits this one off the back foot firmly back along the pitch. Again, well bowled by Bino, and there is no run. Powell stays on 7, 34 for 2 in over number 8. as Bino starts his running once more to bowl to Rodman Powell. He's in now, ball to Powell, and Powell off the back foot, can't get past the fielder at mid-on. That one was stroked off the back foot, shortest delivery, and the fielder coming across there from a straightish mid-wicket towards the mid-on position to field. The field is a man on the 45-degree angle on the leg side. As this delivery, Powell sweeps fine, going down towards the fine leg boundary. He's only going to get 2 as the fielder looks Collymore gets quickly onto it and returns to the wicket keeper, but a bit of improvisation there by Powell. He moved outside the off stump and just paddled that ball fine, because the leg side field, there is a short fine leg, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a straightish mid wicket, and a long on. That's the field on the leg side. And obviously Powell deciding he's not going to hit through the offside, but he's going to favour that side. It's now 38 for 2 as Bino in now to bowl to Powell, and Powell hits this one out towards deep mid wicket, and he's going to be out. Yes, he is. He didn't get hold of that one. He went for the big one, shortest delivery, and it went straight to the fielder in front of the scoreboard at deep mid wicket. He has got to go. Another wicket down for Sagicor UWI. It's now 36 for the loss of 3. Powell, he goes for 9, and we're still trying to identify the catcher. It looks like Shane Jones who took the catch. So Bino now has picked up another wicket, and he's got the very impressive figures so far of 3. We'll have 3 for 13. Very impressive.
Yes, Raymond Bino picking up that very important wicket too of Rodman Powell, the hero of the semi-final game for Sagicor UWI. I think that's the worst delivery that Raymond Bino has bowled so far in this spell. That ball was short, outside the off stump, asking to be hit, and Powell hit into the shorter side of the oval, because that leg side to the scoreboard is shorter than the side down to the Grenades and Hayes stand. And he picked up Shane Jones, who caught it mid-riff. A very big wicket for Sagicor UWI to loss after Powell and Hodge obviously was starting to build that to do that repair job.
Yes, and looks like Floyd Reefer's come to the crease now, and still got Ryan Hines in the pavilion, but Reefer will have to go to the non-strikers end. Is it Reefer or Ryan Hines?
That is Floyd Reefer.
It looks like Floyd Reefer.
Yeah, that's Floyd Reefer.
As a slip goes in place as Hodge will face Bino. It's now 36 for 3 as Bino comes in now and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge off the back foot and strokes this ball out towards square leg, the man coming in off the deep mid wicket boundary, and the return comes into the keeper, and there is one more run to Hodge. He now goes to 19, and Reefer, he will have to wait, because that was the final ball of over number 8. It's 37 for 3. Hodge, he is on 19. Reefer no score. The man out, Pennyfeather, he got 4. Palmer no score, and Rodman Powell, he went for 9.
Yes, and those 3 batsmen who have been dismissed were all dismissed by the hospital. Raymond Bino, who's completed his 4 overs, gone for some 14 runs and picked up 3 wickets. What a dream final for him, and also his captain Kyle Holt will be quite happy with those returns from his off spinner, who really bowled well, exploited the conditions just quite nicely, bowled good control, good line and length, and obviously got the rewards that he was looking for. Sagicor UWI obviously has pushed onto the back foot. You see now that the player coach Floyd Reefer has decided to promote himself above Ryan Hines, so he's the one who's going to take the responsibility here along with Hodge, and try to repair this damage that has been done so far by the ASF Pickwick bowlers, and try to bring some respectability to the Sagicor UWI scoring.
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely right, and Reefer now has come to the crease. He is the most experienced of the players, a long career still going on, so he's decided that he will come and take charge of the situation. There's going to be a change in the bowling from the Joel Garner end, and the replacement bowler will just...
Is it Ray Matthews?
Not quite sure who it is at the moment, but we'll get that for you as a second, because he's in the distance. It looks like Ray Matthews.
I know him well,
and he will take over from Adiko Collymore, the left armer. Collymore had 2 overs and he had none for 9. So Hodge will take strike. Hodge is on 19. There is a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, deep extra cover, third man on the offside as Matthews is in down the leg side, and Hodge scores for the pull shot, and not called a wide. He's given 1 for the over instead. That was an attempted bouncer, and Hodge, you would feel that he perhaps missed the boat there, because the leg side field, there's just a man on the fine leg boundary. There's a square leg on the boundary, mid wicket, and a long on. And it was short of a length, went for the pull, missed it, down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. As Matthews starts his run in again to bowl to Hodge, and this time Hodge works it off the hip down to that man on the fine leg boundary. There'll just be the single as the return comes in. Not a great return as the keeper has to take it on the half volley. And the score now goes to 38 for 3. Hodge with that, he goes to 20.
Yes, Ray Matthews obviously replacing LaFrancine McCullumore from the Joel Garner. First two delivered short. First one he got away with. Umpire Leslie for Junior signal one for the over. The second delivery just coming back in short of a length to Hodge on his body. Just worked it quite nicely down to fine leg for a single, and he's brought player coach Floyd Reefer into strike.
Yes, and Reefer will take his first ball as the slip now will go into place for the left-handed Reefer. So there's a slip, there's a cover point, there's an extra cover, deep extra cover, there's a mid-off, third man, long on, everybody on the boundary on the leg side, long on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Not taking any chances whatsoever. Really will just allow Reefer the opportunity to just work the ball into the onside and get a single as Matthews in now on board to Reefer, and Reefer pulls this one out to deep mid-wicket and he's going to get a single. The man is stationed in that position and the return comes into the wicket-keeper's end. Reefer gets off the mark. The score now goes on to 39 for the loss of 3. Hodge, he is on 20 and the man out. Penny feather for Palmer, no score, and Powell, he made 9. Hodge comes back on strike, adjustment to the field for the right-handed batsman, and still deep extra cover and a third man on the boundary as Matthews is in now, bowls to Hodge, and that's a good short ball, and Hodge trying to work it into the offside, didn't quite get into a good position there. The ball made good height and the bowler also followed through nicely there to prevent the single. Hodge stays on 20, 39 for the loss of 3 wickets, and Pickwick at the moment seem very, very cock-a-hoop with what's going on so far, and so they should. I mean, they've done everything right so far.
Yes, they.
First of all, they won the toss, and then they picked up those early wickets.
Yes, they're in charge. Obviously, Kyle Hope and his Pickwick cricketers and the bowlers especially have bowled really well. They assess the conditions, and they've bowled quite well in these conditions here tonight. As
Matthews in now and bowls to Hodge, and Hodge cuts this one off the back foot out to that man, well set on the deep extra cover boundary. He'll only get up a single. A nice shot there by Hodge, got on top of it, and it went out to the man at extra cover. Score now goes to 40 for 3. Hodge is on 21, and yes, Pickwick have done everything right so far. As we said, they decided, having won the toss, we're not going to bat first, we're going to ask UWA to put something on the board, then we feel confident enough to chase it down. And they've made a perfect start, really picking up those early wickets by virtue of Bino, who now finishes his 4 overs. He picked up 3 for 14. A slip still in place for the left-handed Reefer, and those 3 fielders on the leg side all on the boundary. As Matthews in now, ball to Reefer, and Reefer goes for a drive outside the off stump to a footish length ball. It goes through to the wicket-keeper. That's the end of the 9th over, and at the end of that over, UWA being put into bat here at Kensington Oval, 40 for 3.
Yes, so Ray Matthews given the opportunity to operate from the Joe Garden, and he's the brother of Haley Matthews, the outstanding Barbados and West Indies all-rounder. And in that first over from Ray Matthews, which is quite unusual, it was 5 short balls. And the last ball was a well-pitched-up delivery to the left-handed batsman, Floyd Reefer. Reefer missed it, and the ball just went through to be collected by wicketkeeper Craig St. Hill. But a good start there from Ray Matthews' first over, costing some 3 runs. And the Pickwick bowlers continue to apply the pressure to the Sagicor UWI batsmen. And
a change in bowler as Bino comes off, and the new bowler. I will wait for the new bowler to come into the attack, but it's
Ramel Small,
another spinner. He's going to bowl to Hodge. He's in now and bowls to Hodge, and that's a good delivery as the ball just dipped as Hodge comes forward and defends the ball back on the offside, and there is no runs. Just to remind you, view all of the coverage live on bcaircricket.org. Small in now, bowls to Hodge, and Hodge pulls this one away, but there's a man set down on the deep square leg boundary, so he'll only get a single. That's Colin Moore down there, who returns to the wicket keeper. Hodge goes to 22. It's 41 for 3. We are now in over number 10, and really, Sagicor UWI, somebody will have to press the accelerator, Philo.
Yeah, somebody has to press the accelerator and soon. And obviously, Floyd Reefer, the player coach who's been giving yeoman services to Sagicor UWI, a good player of spin as well. They will be looking to him to be that person to try and partner Hodge and get UWI maybe in excess of 130, 140. But a lot is going to depend on how quickly Floyd Reefer can get in strike against a disciplined ESA field bowling.
That's right, as they're making sure the field is well set. Small in now and bowls to Reefer, wide outside the off stump, and it's called a wide as Reefer went across and allowed that one to go through. There's still 4 men saving the single on the offside, and that leg side field well spread for Reefer as ball is in for Reefer, and Reefer hits this one firmly off the back foot. He's only going to get a single. It goes out to deep extra cover as the fielder comes in from in front of the scoreboard and returns to the bowler's end. So Reefer, he gets another single, goes to 2. It's now 43 for 3 as Hodge comes back on strike, and obviously Pickwick have thought about the way they're going to bowl at Floyd Reefer, because they've made sure that the leg side is well protected as Small comes in now, and this one's hit off the back foot. It's a good shot, but again the field is well set, and he gets a single there, Hodge, as he stroked that ball out to the extra cover. Return comes to the keeper's end. Hodge gets another single. It's now 44 for 3. But yes, Pickwick have thought about the field for Reefer. They've decided leg side, every fielder is going to be on the boundary. We are not worrying about saving singles. We will try and stifle the singles on the offside, but the leg side will be well protected. As Small, the off spinner, comes in to bowl to Reefer, and Reefer goes onto the back foot. That one kept a bit lower, slightly quicker delivery, and choked him, and he forced it on the offside to extra cover, and there's no run. There's 2, 3, 4 men saving singles there on the offside, and Small in again now, bowl to Reefer, and Reefer flicks this one out towards deep mid-wicket. He's gone for 1. Is he going to come for the second? Yes, he will, as the fielder has to change direction as he ran around, picked up going to his left, and had to turn and change the throw back to his right. In the meantime, the batsman picks up 2 runs, and it now goes at the end of that over. It's now 46 for the loss of 3 wickets. There's going to be a double change, as I am going to continue talking for a second as Philip Hackett gets his way back into the position here, and also Pedro Eargard. But so far, everything going right for Pickwick. They've done everything well. They've looked very bright in the field. They've got the wickets when they've wanted them, and they would only be too happy if they can get the wicket of Floyd Reefer, because if Floyd Reefer gets going, he can be a very destructive player. And at the same time, we know Hodge also is a very good player. So, Pedro, what do you think of your situation right now?
I don't think at this stage, good evening to Ron, good evening listeners, I think at this stage Pickwick will think they're definitely in the ascendancy after 10 overs, no 10 overs and 1 ball.
And the first delivery, that 1 ball being played up into the cover region, and there's no run. So 46 for the loss of 3. We've had 10 overs. Hodge has got 23. Reefer is on 4. And good evening to you, Pedro.
Yeah, good evening to you. Thought it would be remiss of me if I didn't say happy birthday to one Coach Dex. Today's Dexter Toffin's birthday, we've been told. So happy birthday to Coach Dex wherever you are. I hope you're enjoying it.
Well, for a moment, they thought you were going to wish me a belated happy birthday. Here's a delivery that is outside on the off stump, and the batsman Hodge is dabbling at it as it went through low to the keeper St. Hill. You would only be about 3 weeks late.
Oh, you're a July boy. You're a June boy, isn't
June,
it?
yes,
Yeah,
June 16th. This is July 10th. So
you've been born. The problem is that you have no stats on Crit Info, so I wasn't able to pull up your birthday.
well, I think we'll have to speak to Crick Info about that. They're certainly short where that is concerned.
Yeah, I think you should send them a heavily worded email.
From my attorney too.
They won't even know who it's from.
46 for the loss of 3. Okay, take it easy, don't rub it in. As the left-handed bowler Kalmo comes in and is driven up towards extra cover, through extra cover, runs for him here. Long off comes around and picks it up, and it doesn't do so quite cleanly. But with the support coming around from deep extra cover, still the scoring restricted to 2 as the total moves up to 48 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, nice cricket shot there from Hodge. I think these two, Hodge and Reefer, have had enough experience at this level, and in this competition they will know what is required. Let's not forget that the Pickwick batting has really been struggling last couple of games, and everyone will talk about the Kyle Hook factor. So I don't think UW will see themselves out of this game at this stage. Another 9 hours after this. He'll probably want to go out about 8 and over from here on in.
Here's Cullimore, and Hodge is driving crisply down towards long off. Easy single for him. Just came forward and stroked it down towards long off. You heard that nice crisp sound coming from the bat. And a single that takes the score up to 49 for the loss of 3. Hodge goes to 26 and Reefer's got 4.
Yeah, and they have to be very wary of this Hodge guy, because although he goes about his business quite unassumingly, he scored runs in every competition here in domestic level. And let's not forget Floyd Lamont, because he has already had 100 this year. It seems like they're going to play on his fitness a little bit, but he's proven so far he's a very fit 43-year-old. And we all know about his power. He can hit the ball a long, long way. He's one of those guys, when he gets tired, he hits the ball a little bit further. So they'll want to keep in check. They've been doing fantastically well so far. Yes, if you pick it, they want to keep it going.
Well, he's already got a century this season, as he is getting the ball outside his legs. It's a wide. And taken down the leg side by Sinton, who's looked a lot more composed over the last, maybe 7 overs or so.
Well, I think this guy Reefer knows what he's about. I think this Pickwick team know that they think they know their limitations. They've lost a bowler in Gerard Jets was on board a lot. He has an injury, so they within their limitations. I think they're doing a really, really good job so far. The final test will come when the real charge begins.
Reefer waits for Cullimore and is looking to work that one into the onside, going into the pad. Loud shout for leg before. I thought he heard some bat. My excitement wasn't the same as theirs. And for whatever reason, the umpire says not out. But he looked to work into the onside. It went into the pad. I thought there was some bat. I'm not so sure what you thought.
Well, I think it sounded like bat here, but the Reefer's on straight and the Reefer's on parent, so you just about to keep your eye on that statistic. Statisticians like these things.
What are you implying?
I said the statisticians like these things.
Cullimore makes his way into the Floyd Reefer, and well taken low down by St. Hill, diving away at his red. As I said, he's looked much better over the last few overs or so. A couple of errors early on in the innings, but that's behind him now, and he's certainly doing a fine job for his side. So that's the end of over number 11. The 50 coming up for the UWI, Sagicor UWI, and after 11 overs, it's 50 for 3.
Yeah, well, Kingston Nova is not one of the easier places. You keep wicket if you haven't been here before. The ball here tends to travel off the surface a lot quicker. The bounce is usually a lot higher than what you're accustomed to, and this is why Bino has been so successful here tonight. 4 overs, no minutes, 3 for 14, because he got some zip off the wicket. No turn at all, really. Just good quality. I almost said seam up bowling because there was no spin at all.
Here's Small at the start of the new over. Flighted delivery, driven away, well fielded by Matara, whipping the return up towards the keeper as well. Driven up towards point, all along the ground. There was Matara moving quickly to his right and fielded in almost in one action, throwing the ball up to the keeper St. Hill. And the ball now back to Small, who runs away from us. The off spin, he's into bowl to Hodge, and Hodge goes back and is looking to cut, doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of the keeper. Hodge has got 26 from 34 deliveries. It's 50 for 3. We're in over number 12. And it's being bowled by the off spinner Rommel Small. He's in his second over. He's got figures of none for 6 as he moves away again into bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting the ball wide of off stump, drives it between the square cover and the extra cover, pulling the man off the deep cover boundary. And just the one run as the strike is rotated, and the total moves up to 51 for the loss of 3.
And the way the cricket is going these days, you'll probably have to change the description of these slow boys. You might have to say the right arm off spin action bowlers, because there's no spin at all from any of these bowlers so far. But they've been doing a good job and keeping their links have been very, very good.
Small again, and the left-handed Reefer is on strike. That's going to be called, or maybe not.
Seemed to be just
it was wide of off stump. Wide in the sense that it was wide of off stump, but umpire Mahan ruled that it was a legal delivery. And here is Small again to Reefer. Reefer is driving hard up into the onside. Mistimed it completely, but it will get a single nevertheless down towards long on as Kyle Hope came off the long on boundary to complete the fielding. And the total moves up to 52 for the loss of 3 in over number 12.
Yeah, I like what Pickwick ASFE Pickwick captain Kyle Hope is doing. He's putting himself in one of those pressure positions. He's the best fielder on this team. I think it's a good idea for him to patrol that boundary.
Here is Small, and going back is Hodge up towards cover no run. That's the end of the over. It's 52 for 3. And just before you come in, I reminded me of a comment from the former Trinidad and Tobago player Theo Cuppy, who was here for one of the earlier matches in the CPL, that is, and he commented about Pollard, in fact, fielding at long on at both ends of the field, And that was also an interesting ploy. Has been an interesting ploy by Paul because he's done that for a number of the games so far.
Yeah, I think when you're strong field in a particular area, whether you're a captain or not, you should find yourself in that position more often than not. I mean, he Pollard, we know, he's an exceptional outfielder, and when times, especially in the innings where he suggests that the ball's going to go long on long, he puts himself in the pressure position because don't let no one fool you. Playing in front of 7,000-8,000 screaming fans stand on the boundary is pressure alone, even though you still have to deal with the lights and trajectory of the ball and all those other things. And I think it's a good idea for Kai Hope as well to put himself in those pressure positions. He's an excellent fielder, this Kai Hope. I think he has a lot to offer about this cricket.
And while I'm talking about Theo Coffey, I'll say good evening to him. As this delivery is driven past mid-off down to the boundary for 4. For a moment you thought maybe the mid-off had a chance. But as he came across and dived, the ball sped past him and a boundary to Floyd Reefer to lift the score to 56 for 3.
Yeah, they just have to be careful now with this field set. I don't think it's a bad ploy to have that mid-off up in the circle because Matthews prior to this was bowling back for length. But I think that mid-off just needs to sit back.
Is that Jones out there?
Shane Jones, yeah. I think if they're aware of the situation again, they'll know that Reefer will have to get to move on at some point. It's easier to give up a 1 early in the over rather than a boundary. I thought it was just a bad position in terms of distance.
Well, he's gone back to long off now as Matthews is into bowl to Reefer. Reefer pulls, and that's gone for 4 as well. This time there was no doubt about it. The fielder at backward square didn't have a chance. It would have taken maybe about 6 or 7 strikes to get to that delivery of so many. He made about 2 before he recognized that the ball had gone across the rope for 4.
Yeah, but again, he's not on the boundary. Ray Matthews is not quick enough that he's going to have for pulling those deliveries behind square. I think that fielder just needs to be in front of square and right on the boundary as well. Again, in this situation, it will come down to angles, and Kyle Hope and the Pickwick team, they just have to get the angles right. This over's already hurting them. Some 8 runs in 2 balls.
Well, the field is gone forward of square now as Reefer is looking to cut outside land the off. Didn't really have the room maybe, and it went through to the keeper. And this is basically the type of thing I was talking about with Phil Wallace, where nowadays, and I say nowadays, that may cover 20, 30 years. I find that fielders, that captains tend to make an adjustment every time virtually a boundary is hit, and sometimes every time a run is scored. And I really wonder about that because I would think that you would not have set the field originally to be struck for 4. So it means that you must have done something wrong in terms of the bowler most times. And it means then you expect the bowler to make the same mistake again. A ball pulled away. This time he's pulling it a bit more backward of square, but the fielder, he's getting all sorts of problems out there. Looks like Cullimore. And the return comes in. The batsman got a couple of runs, but he dived to the left and stopped it, but only partially. Then had to dive back to his right to stop it from going across the rope. And in the end, he was able to save 2 runs.
Yeah, but again, this is not good cricket really from Matthews or Skipper Hope. There needs to be some sort of consultation. This length that which he's bowling at, it highly unlikely those deliveries will go down to long off. Can actually use another fielder deep on that leg side boundary.
Matthews into bowl to Reefer. Reefer gets a ball which is outside land of the off stump, a slower delivery too. And he waited on it and just hit it down towards deep cover for a single. So good production on the part of Reefer during the course of this over. 63 for the loss of 3. He goes to 16 and Hodge 27. But I'll get back to what I was saying. I do think that I think Philo said that they're more proactive. I think that it's just a matter. They give you the impression sometimes that they don't really know what they're doing, because if you are going to change a fielder every time there's a boundary, to me something is missing there. As Matthews is at the top of his mark, and this has nothing to do with the current captain Kyle Hope. This is something that I see virtually throughout almost all levels of cricket now. It's obviously the modern day game, but it baffles me. Maybe I'm old-fashioned as Matthews is into Hodge, and Hodge chucks this one up towards mid-wicket, and a single to him that will take his personal contribution up to 28. And at the end of over number 13, Sagicor UWI put into bat by ASA Field Pickwick, 64 for 3.
Yeah, some 12 runs scored off of over number 13, a productive one there for the Sagicor UWI. But again, I think the angles which you talk about and the adjustment of fielders after ball, I think it comes down basically to a lack of understanding between captain and bowler. Because at this juncture with the field set where Matthews has had, the length he's been bowling, there's no reason for a short mid-wicket and a long off. If you're going to bowl back for length or short to the fly reefer, he's going to take on the short ball. there's always a case for having another fielder down and have that long off up to mid-off. But then he's already bowled a full ball in the over mid-struck before, and then there was a full one outside the off stump that Rifle missed as well.
Here is Small at the start of the new over, tugged down towards long on, and there's an easy single. What about a situation where you've got the fine leg up, the third man down? The bowler strays, I would have to say strays, because if you've got three fielders on the leg side, I would assume that you don't want to be concentrating on that. So the fielder is on the batsman's legs, and he whips it down to fine leg for 4. So you send the fine leg back, you bring the third man up.
No, I don't.
That's what he's seeing every week.
That's craziness.
Yeah.
The only thing can put that down to is if there's a problem with the ball itself, and you were looking to bowl and assuming the ball swung, and you decide you're going to stick with that delivery.
Here is a delivery outside the line of the off stump, which is white. Oh.
No, that one's definitely not wide. That one was inside.
Well, it was whitish, and this time it's called. My surprise was because it didn't even look as white as the previous one that he got away with. That was the element of my surprise. To my mind, both could have been called wide or both could have been called not wide. But I was a bit surprised. Lifted down towards long on, and on the bounce, Hope coming around to his right sends a return in, restricting the scoring to 1. So a single that will take the score now up to 67 for the loss of 3. We're in to over number 14.
Yeah, even here at this juncture, I think the field which they're using to flurry foot is a good one with the leg side fields heavily set deep and restricting within the circle. Small
makes his way into Hodge, and Hodge is lifting this one in the air down towards mid-wicket. The fielder comes in, takes the catch, and Hodge is out. So wicket number 4 goes. Small strikes. Hodge has to go, lifting that ball down towards deep mid-wicket. He has to go for 29, and UWI 67 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and the intent to really look to push on here, the undoing here of Hodge. But I think, again, good bowling from the ASF field Pickwick spinners, in that they aren't bowling full-length deliveries in which batsmen can easily get under and hit down the ground. Hodge was always looking for that slog sweep, but delivery never came to him. It was backward length, way shorter than he would have expected or wanted for the attempted shot. In the end, he got it high on the back. Nice comfortable catch taken there again by Ryan on deep mid-wicket bunch. So he's taken 2 catches in that position as well. But again, good bowling from the ASF Pickwick team. I think they're doing what they need to do in terms of that. They know that their batting has really struggled in the semi-finals, and a last ball victory, last ball boundary from the skipper saw the home. And I think they want to limit this UWA team, which has been doing well. They have a very decent bowling attack as well. Limit them to at least a score of 110, which is something they can probably fight with. And at this stage, they're doing an excellent job of that. And I think they must be given credit for what they've done. The wicket's been very, very good, but I think they have bowled exceptionally well.
67 for 4 halfway through over number 14. A position of satisfaction, I would say, rather than a position of strength for the Pickwick side, because in this competition so far we've seen lots of inconsistency in the batting, so you really don't know what's a good score, as a delivery from Small is driven down towards long off by Reefer. The batsman did cross while the ball was in the air, so that Justin Bramble has only now, in fact, Dewar in fact has come to the crease and will now actually face the bowling of Small. So Dewar has come in, it's not Bramble. Reefer, he was there before, he is unbeaten on 18 and going to 18 with that single down towards long off. Now he stands at the non-striker's end, Floyd Reefer, the veteran, and it's Dewar who's on strike as Small moves into bowl to him. He is somewhat deceived by this delivery, looking to play Nishton, maybe trying to give the impact and just pulling the bat away. But that ball really beat him for pace as much as anything else.
Pace and lack of turn as well. He held his line inside the off stump, expecting some turn, but there was none.
Waits for Small, who continues from the southern end, comes forward and plays the ball back along the pitch to the bowler, who completes the fielding. That's the end of over number 14. At the end of it, a 68 for the loss of 4. Dewar is yet to score. Raymond Reefer, in fact, Floyd Reefer is unbeaten on 18.
Yeah, good over that one there from Small. They needed a comeback over the over before, had gone for some 12 runs, and they needed a nice, strong, positive performance from Small. He not only restricted the flow of runs, but picked up a very important wicket. As we said, Hodge has been good in this competition, all forms, but he's been undone here tonight. He's gone back for some 29 runs, trying to really clear the boundary under pressure, really. So over which just cost 4 runs. Good work there by Small, and they'll need more of that. You'll expect at this stage Florifa will be on the charge, So I think their angles will have to be very, very important here. Reefer fancies a slog sweep. He's also very strong down the ground, long off, long and overcover as well. But where he's weak and where he's always struggles, off spinners who are willing to pitch the balls on middle stump, spinning away. He's been out stumped a few times, looking to chip down the wicket, hit balls to low on. He's been legged before, looking to sweep. So what they don't want to do here is give him rounds, give him arms. They want to bowl him straight, as there's going to be a new ball into the attack.
That new bowler is Shane Jones coming around the wicket into Reefer. Reefer is trying to hoist him up towards long on with the first delivery, but only gets it as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run for him. His intention very, very clear on this occasion, and the Pickwick side taking the opportunity to switch fielders with the off-spinner Bino and Matthews switching positions at backward point and short fine leg. Shane Jones, meanwhile, waits to come around the wicket. Right arm around the wicket into bowl to the left-handed Reefer, and Reefer goes back and looks a cut and doesn't make contact, and that's the second time we've seen him play that stroke recently. The first was against the medium pacer, if I remember correctly, coming from the far end. Matthews, in fact, it was. And here against the spinner trend, the same thing. On both occasions, the ball seemed a bit too close for the stroke. Uses his feet and hits straight out towards the straight boundary for 4. Well, there was obvious intent. We saw it from early in the over. And this time he executed to perfection as he advanced and hit it straight. The long on and long off never had a chance. A boundary to Reefer.
Yeah, but again, angles. A good cricket shot there from Reefer was always a boundary. But again, angles. I think what they should be looking to do here is to pull that long on fielder a lot straighter. Have Reefer looking to beat that long on fielder to his left, which means he'd have to play against the spin. Straight down the ground is always going to be an easy shot. Here is
Jones again around the wicket. Let's watch how he will respond as this delivery sends Reefer back. This time he gets a cut down towards backward point, gets a single too. And the return coming in very quickly to Sinthill. A single to Reefer, which takes him up to 22. Dewar, who's yet to score, will come back on strike as the Pickwick side look to make more inroads here. Consolidation time maybe for UWI, but there again, this is T20, so it's more a matter of kick-on time. Petro.
Yeah, it's amazing. You lose wickets and you don't consolidate. You go even harder, and you look for that batsman in your dugout that can go hard as early as possible.
Jones over the wicket this time to the right-handed Dewar, who is lifting this one down towards backward square. The catch is dropped out at backward square, and Matthews, it looks like, out there. Ray Matthews dropping the catch out at backward square, and that's going to be a big disappointment for Pickwick.
Well, first of all, he dropped the catch because he was in a position to take it. He was in no man's land, really. He was not on the boundary. He was about 3/4 down, and then he still had to come forward and make a dive. Catch should have been taken. Well, it wasn't easy, and it's never easy on the lights, but that catch should have been taken.
Well, Jones will come around the wicket to bowl to Reefer. It was Dewar who was dropped. He was a knot. He's got one now. And he looks on from the non-striker's end, thanking his lucky stars as Jones comes around the wicket into bowl to Reefer. And Reefer advances and hits this one up towards the whitish long on area. They go for one. They will push for the second. Return comes in, but they've got it covered. Well measured, well run, well judged. And a couple of runs to push the score up to 76 for the loss of 4. We've had 15 overs of this contest so far. Sagicor UWI put into bat by ASA Field Pickwick after 15 overs, 76 for 4. Penny Feather 4, Palmer 0, Powell 9, Kaveem Hodge 29, the batsman gone. And Floyd Reefer, he's got 25, Akeem Dewar 1. We've also got Pedro Aguiar with us. We're going to hear from him, and then it's going to be Roland Butcher.
On 24 runs off the last 3 overs, I think the UWA team will be happy with that. They'll want a little bit more. But ESA Field Pickwick bowling hasn't really been giving them too many opportunities to get under the ball to clear the boundaries. They've picked up a couple of 4s. Very important catch drop in that previous over from Matthews, because Akeem Dewar, as we've seen already, he can also hit the ball long. He's played for Jamaica at the first class level already.
And that's the maximum with that first delivery. Dewar foot down and hitting this one over long on. That first delivery from Small. And he got 6 for that. The score now goes to 82. Dewar moves to 7. And Reefer is on 25. That was a touch-that delivery outside the off stump. And Dewar took it from off the leg. And the man on the long on boundary could only watch as the ball sailed over his head for 6. So it's 82 for 4. We're now in over number 16. And really UW have got to kick on now, because 82. They need a lot more runs than that to make this a contest. As the field change, the mid-off now goes to long-off. And Small comes in again now to bowl to Dewar. And Dewar paddles this one down the leg side. There's runs here. There could even be 4. The ball is running down the hill. And it goes into the boundary for a paddle sweep there by Dewar. The fielder down on the square leg boundary was far too square. Had no opportunity to get around. He hit it quite nicely. He now goes to 11 and scored 86 for 4.
Yeah, that's a keen door. As I said, he can be dangerous. He can clear the boundary, but he can also play these deft paddle sweeps, late cuts, those kind of improvisations. But I think this field, which we've seen set here, with all the fielders in the offside, the circle being asked to go further behind, suggests skipper wants Small to bowl back or length outside the off stump. Problem with that is that there's no one behind them if he actually beats the field.
And also he's got to get the length right, because if it's up there, he's going to go from off the leg. As Small now comes in once more to bowl to Dewar. Bowl to Dewar, and Dewar goes onto the back foot and will get a single here as he plays this ball firmly up to long on. The fielder comes in off the long on boundary, and there is 1. Score 87 for 4. Dewar goes to 12. Reefer, he comes on strike. He is on 25, and the fielders now scatter for Floyd Reefer. And again, the leg side field. 3 men in the deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. And now there is a mid wicket saving one. 3 men saving singles on the offside. Short third man backward point and a cover point. And then there's extra cover on the boundary and a long off. Small into bowl to Reefer. And Reefer goes back and cuts and misses the shortest delivery outside the off stump. And just aiming for that gap between the backward point and the short third man. And the ball going on with the arm. And there is no touch. 87 for 4. Small ball and right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Reefer. He passes the umpire now. Ball to Reefer. Reefer goes for the sweep, and there's an appeal for LBW and a half shout. He's going for the sweep, and the ball struck him on the pad. And the wicketkeeper came out from behind the stumps, and there is no run. So Reefer stays on 25. It's 87 for 4. And the man out, penny feather. He got 4. Palmer no score. Rodman Powell, he got 9, and Kevin Hodge, the last man out, he made 29. Over number 16 as this delivery now is up, and Reefer goes off the back foot, and he's found the gap this time. That's the gap he was aiming for before. Cuts this one away between backward point and the short third man. The ball goes into the boundary for 4, and the score now goes up to 91 with that final delivery of that over. It's 91 for 4. Reefer with that 4, he goes on to 29. And the last 4 overs I think will be pretty exciting, Pedro, because it should be all go from here. Still got wickets in the bag, so to speak. You've still got Ryan Hines and others to come. So really, you'd expect to see some fireworks now.
Yeah, but angles again. You know, it makes no sense having 3 fielders in the circle on the offside and you're going to ball back and outside. If the batsman's going to cut and he's going to beat that field, it's always going to be 4. To me, it makes more sense to have that cover come a little bit square. And if the fielder wants to use his feet to take a length ball and hit it over cover, more power to him. Good cricket shot. He deserves 4. But if you're going to ball shot outside the off stump with no one to point bowling, that's a free hit. And as we suggested, that was the same field he had set for Dewar. And then once Dewar had played the cut shot and beat that field, it would always have been 4. So angles are going to be very important. As you said, 15 runs off that last over, a good one for Sagicor, over which they hope will kickstart them. Here's the thing though, Matara has been really, really good bowling at the depth in his final overs. He bowls Yorkers consistently well. He's not quick, but his accuracy has been good. Thing is, Dewar will be the key because they brought the fine leg up. We know Dewar, he'll play those little dinks and he'll play those little sweeps. But this should be an interesting contest.
As Matara starts his running now and ball to Dewar. Dewar goes, he's struck on the pad. There's a pin for LBW. Up goes the finger. He's gone as he's whipping that ball on the onside. He's struck on the pad and the dreaded index finger goes up. So Dewar must go. LBW to Matara. First ball of his 3rd over. It's now 91 for the loss of 5. Dewar goes for 12.
Yeah, as I said, Matara has done this over and over and over for ESFE Pickwick. Whether it's in the 50 over format, whether it's in the 20 over format, he comes back always with 4 overs left. He always bowls the 17th over, and he bowls those Yorkers very, very straight, very, very consistent. He's not a machine. he'll miss one or two. But I tell you, he hits his target more times than he misses. And again, first ball, full on middle stump. Dewar can only assume was trying to beat that fielder which had come up from fine leg into the circle. Missed it, but all around the easy decision for umpire Reefer. He's picked up a wicket. But again, as I said, this contest will be very, very interesting. Who skipper Kai Hope looks to finish from this Sutherland will be interesting. Adiko Kalmar has won, Ray Matthews has two, Shane Jones has just started. Zahir Matara think he can put those 2 overs in the bag and he can work with those. This Sutherland though will be some cause of concern. Ray Matthews is very young. He's bowled different angles, different lengths. He doesn't look settled yet. It's a big game to come into a final. But Shane Jones has done it. Adiko Kalmar has been good as well, but he has won as well. But some decisions to be made for Kai Hope. But as I said, this Matara spell will be very, very interesting to watch.
91 for 5, the new man in. It looks like Henry. As Matara comes in on, bows to Henry, and Henry works this one on the onside. He's looking for a single. There's not one there, as Matara does well, as he moves across to a shortish mid-wicket position and throws at the stumps, misses, but the batsman safely back in his crease. 91 for 5, and Henry yet to get off the mark for Reefer. He is on 29. The last man out, Dewar out, LBW to Matara, that first ball of the over for 12. So we're now in over number 17 as Matara starts his run in. Now he's running towards us away as this delivery is up and he's gets an outside edge. He went for the big one. It's an attempted Yorker. Well bowled there by Matara. Came off the edge of the bat. Not a catch, as it was almost like a bomb ball. Went down to the third man. Gets a single, but as far as he's concerned, he gets off the mark. He brings Reefer on the strike. 92 for 5. Runs has been a bit of a struggle all night for the UWA batsman. Didn't get off to a good start, and really, apart from Hodge and Reefer, and to a lesser degree Dewar, because he was only in for some 7 balls for his 12th. Runs have been very, very hard to come by, as Reefer now will take straight from Matara, and the field is evenly split here as Matara right arm over the wicket in now, goes to Reefer. Reefer drives and he's going to get a single here. Good ball again, attempted Yorker, couldn't get that one away. It went out to a shortish mid-off position and he picks up a single. Well ball again with Matara. 93 for 5, and Pedro is right when he said Matara at the end of an innings he's always trying to bowl Yorker length, and more often than enough he gets it in the right place. No great pace, but Matara is in now and bowls to Henry, and Henry goes down the ground, and that's hit powerfully. There's no need for run for that one, as he hit it straight back over the head of Matara with tremendous power, and the ball goes into the boundary for a 4. So Henry gets his first boundary. He goes to 5. It's now 97 for 5.
Yeah, good cricket shot. This is what that delivery we spoke about, where he missed his length, came out almost, well, not almost, came out a half volley length, but Henry did the right thing, kept his shape, stroked it straight over the umpire's head and down to the side screen for 4.
Well, it's Matara with the final delivery in his third over. Now comes in and bows to Henry, and Henry goes down the ground again, and then he's going to get 4 more here. This time it goes out to deep mid-wicket. A full-length delivery again by Matara. Attempted Yorker, and Henry getting a lot of bat on that over the mid-wicket area and down to the boundary for 4. The 100 comes up for UWI. It's 107 deliveries, 75 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. 11 fours and 1 6. It's now 101 for 5 at the end of over number 17. Reefer is on 30, Henry on 9.
Yeah, over it started really, really promising. This cost the ESFA Pickwick team some 10 runs, 2 deliveries. Last 2 deliveries, small miss. Matara missing his length and being easily put away by Henry, but he played good shots, good cricket strokes. He wasn't looking to overhit those deliveries at all, and in the end, good result for him, good result for Sagicor Life UWI.
Yes, and 3 overs to go, and a change in the bowling. It looks like Shane Jones.
Yep, looks
Jones is coming into the attack, and he's going to bowl to Floyd Reefer, and they've got almost like 4 backward points.
Yeah, but where's the cover? He's out of my sight. The deep field is still at extra cover, isn't it?
Yes, I think the leg side is going to be more of the area that Floyd Reefer will be going, as Jones comes in now and bowls to Reefer. And Reefer goes down, it's up in the air. There's a chance of a catch here. He's coming under the catch, and it's taken. Right, the man coming off the extra cover boundary. Reefer trying to hit that ball almost like a long on position. Just hit it high in the air, and the fielder came in from deep extra cover, settled under it and took the catch. Reefer has to go. That's now 101 for 6. He's gone for 30. And Shane Jones there has picked up his first wicket. He's now 1 for 8 in his second over.
Yeah, good wicket there for ASA Field. Again, soon as Sagicor like they seem to be getting some rhythm to the innings. They continue to lose wickets. But again, that field of all those points calls for him to use his feet. Looking to score in a different area, but once again, the length was just perfect. Wasn't produced on a foolish length. It wasn't a half void. Was always looking to bowl that backward limb delivery. Reefer came down and tried to hit that one straight, but in the end, outside the off stump as well, and on the length. And in the end, a comfortable catch to deep cover. But you're talking about UWA's batting struggling. I really think they panicked here tonight when they sent Powell so early. I really thought, having lost that wicket early in the innings, knowing the power which Powell possesses, and what we saw from him previously wasn't against the new ball. It was in the middle of the innings where there was field setback, where there were spinners bowling. That's where he was destructive. I thought that was a perfect opportunity to use the senior pro who's walking the wicket, no Ryan Hines. You lose the wicket early, have the senior pro in, have him rotate strike, have some momentum to innings. Then Hines and Palmer could have gotten in 5-6 overs and then have Powell come. I thought he came in too early, and as a result, he scored 9 from 18 balls.
As Henry's on strike now, as Jones comes in now, and both to Henry, and Henry goes onto the back foot to a flighted delivery and just plays it back along the pitch, and there is no run. Henry stays on 9. Ryan Hines is the new batsman, but he's currently at the non-strikers end, and he will just have to watch for a while as Jones comes in now to bowl to Henry. He's in now and bowl to Henry, and Henry goes for the sweep, and he gets it down to deep square leg. He's only going to get a single because the field is well set in that area. There's a short fine leg and there's also a deep square leg, but he gets another single. He goes into double figures now, the left-handed Ryan Hines. He comes on strike. He came in at the fall of Floyd Reefer's wicket. It's now 102 for 6. We're in over number 18, and Jones will switch and go around the wicket now to the left-handed Hines, and the field fairly strong offside field set for Hines. 3 fielders saving the single. Short third man, backward point and a cover point. Then there's a deep extra cover on the boundary, and a long off completes the offside field as Jones is going to bowl right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Hines as he's ready now, as he starts his run in now and bowl to Hines. And Hines goes for the sweep. That's down the leg side, and it's going to be called a wide as he's bowling around the wicket. And that ball probably pitching around leg stump and going further down the leg side. Hines didn't get hold of that. Score now goes to 103 for 6 as he's just going to perhaps try and take away the arms from him as Hines off the back foot hits that one to backward point. He's gone for a quick single and he gets it as Cullimore goes to his knees and couldn't prevent the single, so Hines gets off the mark. 104 for 6. We're in over number 18. Henry on 10.
I thought that field to Hines with those points was perfect. He's one left that does not square cut for whatever reason. I think that is where they can stifle him.
Yes, and Jones in now to bowl to Henry. Bowls to Henry, and Henry goes for the late cut and doesn't get hold of that one. It's a quicker delivery, and he was going in the right direction because the short third man has been moved a lot squarer, so he would have been, a faint edge would have been good there as Jones is in now, bowls to Henry, and Henry goes down, hits this one powerfully out towards the long arm boundary. It is a misfield, but he got support by the mid-wicket fielder who came around, and they're just the one run, and well bowled again by Shane Jones, just restricting the batsman in that over. 4 runs coming from that over. The over number 18 is now 105 for 6. Hines 1, Henry on 11.
Yeah, that's a pressure over that one from Shane Jones because he was always concerned about who was going to bowl this 18th over, and then skipper turned to Jones, and not just did he restrict the runs, picked up a very important wicket of Floyd Reefer, who's looking to really accelerate, and then actually got on first delivery of the over, which allowed Jones to control the other 5 deliveries and did so exceptionally well. I think Henry will be the key here.
And Cullimore now will bowl the 19th over as he's replaced Matara, and he's going to be bowling to Henry. Henry is on 11 and just making sure the field is right as the fine leg now has been brought into the circle. He's now short fine leg as Cullimore left arm medium pace over the wicket now. Ball to Henry, and Henry swings and misses outside the off stump. Good delivery there by Cullimore, just slightly short of a length, and Henry going down the ground with a swing and taking his eye off the ball. Goes through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run. Cullimore runs back to his mark, but he'll have to wait because the two batsmen took the opportunity to go down the wicket and have a chat. And I'm not sure what they can be discussing with.
Well, I know Cullimore knows Pitt was 2 overs behind.
With 2 overs remaining as Cullimore comes in now, balls to Henry. And Henry swings this one powerfully out towards the long on. He's gone for one, and he's coming back for the second. You think he will get there, and that's excellent running there by Ryan Hines. He made up his mind very, very early that there was going to be 2, as the ball was struck powerfully out to long on. The fielder had to go around to his left, and Ryan Hines was always in front of the game as a good return came into the bowler's end, and he picked up 2. Henry goes to 13, 107 for 6, as the fielder now going slightly square there at mid-wicket. He's almost like a square leg position, and then the straight there's a deep mid-wicket and a long on, as well as a short fine leg, as Cullimore starts his run in now to bowl to the right-handed Henry. He's bowled to Henry, and that's wide outside the off stump, and it's going to be called a wide, as Henry trying to take away his arms there, got it wide outside the off stump, and Henry trying to hit it over the top again, couldn't reach it because it was so wide. It's 108 now for 6, and Cullimore got a fairly well set field here. He can't bowl too straight because of the leg side field he's got. He's got a ball wide of the off stump because he's got no protection out on the deep square leg area on the leg side. As Cullimore comes in now, balls to Henry, and this one goes up in the air, and this should be out as their fielders converge in there, and he doesn't judge it very well, but in the end he hangs on to it. There were 3 fielders coming in there, Matara, and he didn't look as if he judged that one. Ended up having to almost catch it behind him, but he got hold of it. Another wicket goes down. That's the wicket of Henry. It's 108 for 7. Henry goes for 13, and the wicket there for Cullimore.
Yeah, definitely makes 6 runs high. Apparently, height doesn't count. It has to go long. And then the Matara, who came under, he came from extra cover. 2 other fielders converged. The good thing about Matara is that he never panicked. The ball was always swerving in the air. As you rightly said, he ended up having to dive at the very last minute, but he never ever panicked. In the end, a good catch taken, good result again for the SAFE Pickwick team, who they continue to pick wickets up at regular intervals and at important times as well. Because once again, you saw Hines pushing for that too. The intention obviously to have Henry on strike, who would have been the aggressor. They've picked him up as well. The new batsman now has to start all over as well.
Yes, and Pickwick they've caught very well tonight as the left-handed Hines is on strike now. As Cullimore comes in on balls to Hines, and Hines hits this one out towards the mid-on. I think there's going to be 2 here. They've got to run hard. Yes, he's running hard. The throw comes in, and he will get 2 as the non-striker really ran hard there. Didn't quite time it. The ball went out towards the mid-on position. The fielder had to come in from long on, and he picked up 2. So the new batsman,
Williams.
looks like Williams, Shaquille Williams is the new batsman, and there's just 2 deliveries remaining in over number 19. It's 110 for 7 as Cullimore will start to bowl to Ryan Hines. Hines is on 3 as Cullimore's in now, balls to Hines. Hines again swings, the ball goes in the same direction. I don't think there'll be 2 here because the mid-wicket fielder gets onto the ball very quickly. Return comes to the keeper's end, not a good one, just bouncing in front of the wicket keeper. He doesn't take it cleanly. So there's a single to the score. It's now 111 for the loss of 7. And on this score, Pedro, if it was England, David Shepherd, the umpire, would be now standing on one leg, and he would not move off one leg until the score moved from 111. And 111 is also seen in England as an unlucky number. Quite often a wicket will fall on
but
that.
when is it unlucky for the batsman, not the ball? The ball can hit for 6 as well.
Cricket's a batting game. As Cullimore is in now, balls to Williams, and Williams drives outside the off stump, misses. Good comeback there by Cullimore. It goes through to the wicketkeeper, and it's taken. The over comes to an end. It's still 111 for 7. We'll have to wait and see with the first ball of the next over whether there's going to be a wicket, whether David Shepherd will be able to put down that leg.
I was just going to say he's going to hop from square leg to the stumps.
But You know, these superstitions in different places of the world, you have these different superstitions.
The Australians
As
are
you know, the
concerned
Australians,
about
87
yeah.
is their unlucky number. And in England, it's 111. I'm not sure how they get to that point to say that 111 is unlucky and not 110.
Three Nelsons.
Or 109.
Three Nelsons.
And
They obviously have a problem with Nelson.
yeah, and you know the Australians got to be different. So 87, which has at least 3 ones. You can think there is some correlation there, but 87.
87 13 from 100, unlucky 13.
maybe that's their thinking. Matara will bowl the final over, 111 for 7. Williams on 0 and Ryan Hines on 4. Hines will take strike, and a very interesting field again. You've got 4 men lined up in a line there on the offside, Pedro. That is almost as if they're getting ready to run 100 meter. As Matara runs away from us, right arm over, balls to Hines, up. Hines drives out towards long on. They're going for 1. They should go for 2, and there could be a run out here. The throw's gone to the wrong end, and really had that throw gone to the wicketkeeper's end, I think Ryan Hines would have been in some trouble. But the fielder chose incorrectly through to the bowler's end, and they got safely home for 2. So in this case, 111 did not work in their favour, and it's 113. I think the scoreboard is wrong at the moment.
Should be 113.
Should be 113 for 7, and we're now in the final over of this innings. First ball gone, 5 balls remaining. Hines on 6. And that field has been changed now, as one of those fielders on the offside goes out to deep extra cover. As Matara comes in on balls to Hines. Hines is hitting this one powerfully out to long on, but he's hit it too well. And it's going straight to Kyle Hope. And there's only 1 run. So he goes on now to 7. It's 114 with 4 balls remaining. Williams will take strike from Matara for the first time. And at no stage tonight really has UWI been able to just get this ball in the way. They just really have had no momentum, just as they thought they were going to create a partnership, a wicket fall. First of all, it was Hodge and then Floyd Reefer. Only 2 batsmen really who have shown any measure of composure at the crease. And really 114 they were considered to be a fairly disappointing score. But they will have to fight with it, because that's what they've got.
Yeah, especially
so
in the final.
This is the final. As Matara is in now, and ball to Williams, and it's a Yorker length. It's a good one, but it's dug out, and they will get 2 here. As good run in there again by Hines. That was a Yorker, and he dug it out back over the bowler's head. It went down to long on, and there is 2, so it's now 116, and that should be 3 balls remaining in this innings. Williams gets off the mark with a 2. Hines on 7, 116, and really they need something over 120 to even make it look as if you've got a chance. As Matara is in now, balls, it's a full toss. It's very well ball again by Matara, and really that one was almost like a Yorker length. He came down hard on it. The ball went towards a slip area, and the third man fielder came in, and they just got a single. 117 for 7, and Matara is these full-length deliveries, more often than not, he gets them in the right place.
Yeah, he bowls them so well. What he makes up with lack of pace, he uses the crease very, very well. Straight approach, but then he goes wide of the crease. The ball isn't swinging, but the angle of which he delivers those deliveries from produces that notion that it's going to either swing into the right-handed batsman or away to the left-hander. But it's just straight down the line. He's gone full so far 4 times. Last over he did this as well, and struck for 2 boundaries. So he wants to finish tight, 117 for 7.
Yes, that's Matara in now to ball to Hines. That's a good one again. That's a spot-on Yorker. Hines giving himself room, can't get the bat down. All he can do is just dig it out. And the ball comes back along the pitch, and it's taken by Matara. And there is no runs.
Yeah, he's really, really good at this.
1 ball remaining. That really was an excellent delivery. Those last 2 were very, very good. Bang on target. The one to Hines was bang on the middle stumps. And Hines giving himself room. He might be better to even move to the offside and try to hit it to the leg side. As Matara is in now, ball to Hines. And it's a Yorker length again, but he picks it out towards deep mid-wicket. He's got to go for the second run. There should be a run out here. The throw is not a good one. It's a poor throw. And really, there should have been a run out there. And they picked up 2 runs off that last delivery, as the throw came in, bounced in front of the keeper, away from the stumps as well. 119, so 120 for victory here at Kensington Oval. UWI finished their innings on 119 for 7. Ryan Hines, he is on 19 not out. And Shaquille Williams, he's on 3 not out.
Yeah, good final over there again from Matara, conceding just some 8 runs, no boundaries. Batsmen having to work really hard, taking high risk tools to really make a challenge from this final over. But good work here from the SFE Pickwick team. Again, they have an opportunity for some silverware. We saw them last year, 50 final at UWA against CJ Maple when they struggled to get up to 174, lost on that occasion. They bowled well then. They've bowled well here again in another final. Their first time at the T20 Championship, first time in the finals, just a mere of 120 runs for victory, 120 balls, run the ball should be easy. But as we said before, you've heard this batting is not really being their stream. This batting's really struggled. They look definitely to their skipper Kai Hope for solidity, but they'll look for Jamar Phillips to really get them off to a start. And the thing really and truly, the middle order will have to come up. Rohan Ryan, these guys, it's just to run the ball. They just need to play sensible. I think this Gerard Jilts as well, he has that impact factor if he uses it wise. He's like a Rowan Powell. He hits the ball a long way as well. They have the batsmanship to score 120 runs without a doubt. But it's a final, runs on the board, and runs that have to be scored.
Most definitely, 120 should not be enough. But it's 2020 and anything can happen. And as we've seen here, particularly in the semi-finals, that it was always a bit of a struggle for teams to get up to the score. Just to remind you, 119 for 7 was the final score. UWI having been put into bat by Pickwick. Cameron Pennyfeather, he was LBW for Bino for 4. Paul Palmer was bowled by Bino for no score. Robin Powell was caught. Ryan bowled Bino for 9. Hodge caught Ryan, bowled Small 29. Reefer caught Ryan, bowled Jones 30. Akin Dewar was LBW to Matara for 12. Nino Henry caught Matara, bowled Cullimore for 13. Ryan Hines, he was 9 not out. Shaquille Williams was 3 not out. There were 10 extras consisting of one by and 9 wides, 119 for 7. Bowling figures: Matara 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Raymond Bino, the pick of the bowlers, 4 overs, no maidens, he took 3 for 14. Good effort by him. Good support coming also from Cullimore, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Matthews playing in his first game for Pickwick. He was formerly with Wanderers. He bowled 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Small, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. And Shane Jones, just the 2 overs, and he got 1 for 12. So 119 for 7. And when the innings start, they will require 120 for victory, Pedro.
Yeah, I think the SFA Pickwick will be very happy with what they've done here in the field. They bowled really well. I think Raymond Bino started exceptionally well, picking up 3 wickets in his opening spell. And I think it was a really good session for the ESFE Pickwick. They started really well. I think those couple of wickets he got early, batsmen not aware of what he was doing, but what he did very well. Matara, consistent as ever. Deco Caldmore continues to be very good in the T20 format. As I said, the spinner Romel Small, Shane Jones came into on the end. Ray Matthews, young man, thrust into a final right at the end, but I think he did what he had to do. 2 overs for 15 runs. You know, he chose the short option, didn't work here tonight, but I think he's a young man who has something to offer to ESFU Pickwick Cricket. So 119 for 7. As I said, the bowling of the UWA team will definitely be tested. Kevin Hodge, we know he will start very tight. Ryan Hines, we can expect he'll bowl pretty early as well. Henry's been picking up early wickets as well. So it wouldn't be a walk-up, I don't think. I think listeners and viewers can stay tuned for what I think should be a very exciting run chase.
Yes, I think it will be 120 for victory. It's just 6 and over, but it could always go right down to the wire. We're going to take a break here from Kensington Oval, and you can rejoin us shortly. So the position here at Kensington Oval, UWA batting first, made 119 for 7, and when Pickwick start their innings, they will require 120 for victory. Back to the studio.
Okay, so this is Philip Hackett at Kensington. We have a delayed resumption. The rain, we had some rain. The covers are on. We're not going to be ready to resume for another 5 or 10 minutes, but we will get back to you when we have more information. Stand by. Welcome back to Kensington for the second half of this contest between Sagicor UWI and ESA Field Pickwick in the Sagicor Journal T20 final. And the Pickwick side now, they will be challenged with the task of scoring 120 for victory off their 20 overs. 119 for 7 put up by the Sagicor UWI after they were put into bat. And after that horrendous start, losing 2 wickets in the second over, they were able to consolidate maybe in the middle overs, but then towards the end, looking to kick on and not being able to do that effectively, and being forced to finish with 119 for the loss of 7. Philo Wallace, what do you think about that score of 119 for the loss of 7? Is that a winning score? Can that be defended, Philo?
I think it can be defended. The Sagicor UWI side, being led by Floyd Reefer, they will be looking maybe to aim to bowl to reduce Pickwick, ESFU Pickwick for 100. So obviously they're looking at defending this total and defend it strongly. But you're not missing any cricket, because as soon as the two opening batsmen for ESF Pickwick approach the pitch, the heavens open, and the rain again is coming down here at Kensington Oval, and they're looking to make the players are looking to make their way off the field. Obviously, Captain Floyd Reefer, he's not moving. He's speaking to umpire Valerie Mahon and wants to know where are you going. But the UWI fielders, they're on the field, while the ESF Pickwick batsmen are looking to make their way off the field. So you're not missing any cricket at all. But I believe that the Sagicor UWI, Philip, they think that they can defend this 119.
Have you ever seen a captain influence an umpire to stay on the field when it's raining?
No, the umpires are the bosses. Floyd Reefer would try to use all his experience and maybe a bit of a guile and finesse, but the umpires will remain on move.
Those seem to be skills that would be very useful in a different form.
Yes, but obviously sometimes you bring different skills out when the situation arises. And obviously Floyd Reefer want to get this Sagicor UWI bowling unit to get in there early and making rules. So he will want to go off and come back. They already obviously had their discussions, and they're looking now. The umpires, obviously Legs Reefer Jr. and Valerie Mahon, they're obviously putting the stamps back up.
And that's not because of the discussion with Valerie Reefer, I'm sure.
No, I think that the rain has subsided somewhat, and the umpires believe that we can have the start of this run chase by the ESF field pit.
I would think so as well. And those of you who were not able to make it to Kensington, well, you can still come on over. I can assure you that there's plenty of room. But in the event that that's not possible, or if you are outside of Barbados, let me just assure you that you can still follow what is happening here. It can be viewed on bcacricket.org. So you will simply have to go to your computer and log on to bcacricket.org, and you'll be able to follow all that is happening here at Kensington, and therefore you will be able to see for yourself. Seeing is believing, they say, Philo Wallace.
Yes, seeing is definitely believing. Obviously, we don't have a lot of people here to view this Sagicor General T20 finals between Sagicor UWI and ESA Field Pickwick. It's a lovely evening here at Kensington Oval. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people who are supporting this final, but those who are here, I believe they've been well entertained by the UWI side. Floyd Reefer top scoring with some 30 runs, batted really well, and Hodge as well chipped in with 29. But as you said, the UWI innings fell apart at the end, and it was a good bowling by the ESA Field Pickwick team. The guys bowl really well, they fielded well, and throughout the UWI innings they were able to restrict them.
Well, here we go. We are off and running for the second part of this game. The first delivery going past the outside edge through to the keeper, Jamal Phillips, opening the batting with Craig Sinthill. And the very first delivery going past the outside edge of the bat and through to the keeper. So immediately the Sagicor UWI are showing that they mean business with that very first delivery. You're looking at me in a very strange way. Philo Wallace, is this because you're surprised that Henry is opening the bowling?
No, I thought it was a very good delivery from Henry. Ball pitched up and leaving the right-handed Phillips and through to the keeper.
Moves in again to bowl to Phillips, and Phillips gets a delivery which is right on target, and he comes across and plays it back along the pitch. It was a very good delivery, that's why it went right past him, and he didn't know a whole lot about it, Jamal Phillips. So a very good start by Sagicor UWI. They mean business. They have a modest score to defend, but the thing about that is that if you've been following the competition, I know although you've not always been with us physically, that technology nowadays, I'm sure you know what is happening sometimes in St. Philip from Trinidad. You know what's happening in St. Philip before you do if I'm in Christchurch. Here's a ball that is bringing a drive from Phillips, and it's a wide call by umpire Mahon. I think Henry does not necessarily agree, but it really doesn't matter. He's there to bowl and she's there to umpire.
Yes, the umpire is the boss, and
she doesn't get upset when he bowls a bad delivery, does she?
No, she would never get upset.
Therefore,
I think Valerie Mahon is a very good umpire.
He should allow her to do her job.
And just allow her to do her job and respect her decisions. The ball was wide outside the yard stump. Phillips played at it and missed. It went through the wicketkeeper Bramble. The umpire, in her opinion, believes it's a wide, and she signaled wide.
And that is all right. So Henry, he's back at his mark. And the very first over of the Pickwick innings, Henry runs away from us, right arm over the wicket. He's into bowl to Phillips, and Phillips is just leaning back and allowing that ball to go through to the keeper. So he just goes for a little bit of a walk. I think you were making a point before we got into the description of Henry and that little exchange with Valerie Mahon.
Yes, obviously the West East Cricket Board, they're looking at pushing female umpires because if you look at the female cricket side of cricket is improving, so you're looking now to get more West Indian female umpires on the international scene. I believe you also see them maybe in regional cricket quite soon.
I'm going to throw a question to you as Henry is in to Phillips, and Phillips is driving outside Lendios on big appeal for catching the wicket. He's gone. Given by umpire Mahon. He's got to go. Phillips gone. Caught at the wicket off the bowling of Henry without scoring. What a start for Sagicor UWI. Not the type of beginning that Pickwick would have wanted. It's one for the loss of one.
Yes, a very poor shot there by opener Jamal Phillips. A full-length delivery again from Nino Henry, leaving the right-handed Phillips, looking at it somewhere over extra cover. He was not in a good position at all to execute that shot. Ball taking the outside edge and through to the well-groomed gloves of Bramble. And that is the end of Phillips without scoring. And this is a wretched start for ESA Field Pickwick.
Well, an innings that is taking similar shape, early days yet, to the Pickwick innings, in fact, to the Sagicor UW innings, and that there was an early breakthrough there. In fact, there were two. And so far, just the one here. But we talk so much about these small scores, but I think the point that I was actually throwing to, I was going to throw a question to you about the female umpires. But before I do that, if we revisit the idea that the inconsistency in the scoring in this competition, it really makes you wonder what really is a good score, because the scores have not necessarily reflected throughout the competition, reflected the conditions as such. On one day you would have a number of teams scoring heavily, and then on another day most of the teams will score the low scores, and not necessarily any obvious difference in the conditions.
Yeah, I think, Philip, the main problem in Barbados is the batting skills of the batsmen. They're not consistent in their scoring. Their techniques are also wanted. And I am a big believer that the coaches have to do a bit more with these batsmen to bring them through.
Here is Henry. He's into the new batsman Hope, who is tucking this one away out towards backward square. That's going to run out towards the boundary. The backward square comes around, does a bit of football. Excellent footballing skills. If you could get that with the Barbados football team, that would be a great thing. And excellent footballing skills. He passed it directly to his teammate, and that restricted the scoring to just 2, as Hope is off the mark, and the score goes up to 3 for the loss of 1.
Yes, Captain Hope obviously is the key for ESA Field Pickwick. We saw it in that semi-final against Wanderers. He was the man who actually won the game for ESA Field Pickwick. A full-length delivery on leg stump. Henry this time guilty of looking to get the ball swing from leg to off, and the ball just held this line and Hope whipped it nicely and come through for 2 runs.
There's a slip in as this delivery is on the batsman's legs. He turns it down towards short backward square. There's no run for him. So that ends the first over of the innings. It was bowled by Nino Henry, and he picked up the wicket of Jamal Phillips, caught by wicketkeeper Bramble without scoring. And at the end of 1 over, the ESA Field Pickwick set 120 for victory. They're 3 for 1.
Yes, I want to continue with that point with the batsman. If you look at Kyle Hope, he's the leading run scorer in the Sagicor General T20 competition, and he bats normal. He plays normal, authentic cricket shots. He hits the ball where he's going. If it's going to the offside, it's to the offside. Going into the straight, it's a straight leg side. And that's what batsmen need to do. Play authentic cricket shots early in the innings, and then once you get in and you trust your ability, then you can maybe start to improvise. But I find that in the T20 games, especially in Barbados, the opening batsmen are looking to go too hard too early, and sometimes in doing that you cause your team to be down 2 or 3 wickets and put a lot of pressure on the middle order.
I would think maybe if you want to do that, you would probably want to use a pinch hitter, if you want to use that term, or revisit that term, as the second over begins and the first delivery is partially stopped out at short mid-wicket, but the batsmen still have time for a run as St. Hill came forward and worked it off his pads, and a single to him. So he's off the mark immediately. He's got 1, which means Hope will come down to face, and the total moves up to 4 for 1. We're into over number 2.
Yes, in the same bowling pattern we saw when ESA Field Pickwick bowl, they opened the bowling with a seam and a spinner, off spinner that was. Now we're seeing Sagicor UWI opening the bowling with left arm spin of Hodge.
Hodge, left arm around the wicket, and Hope is giving himself room and spanking this one down towards long on for an easy single. That will take the score up to 5 for the loss of 1. That question I had for you: do you anticipate that one day you'll have female umpires in men's cricket?
Yes, I think it will happen. I think cricket is evolving, and we have to accept the evolution of the game and respect all the other changes that are coming. And women are certainly going to make a presence in the cricket.
So left arm around the wicket is Hodge. He's into St. Hill. St. Hill comes forward and gets that ball off the inner portion of the bat. Didn't know much about it, but he gets a single nevertheless. And a single that brings that target down by 1. It doubles his score. He goes to 2. Hope has got 3. And ASA Field Pickwick, a bit of an iffy start here, if I may use that term. Is 6 for the loss of 1 in over number 2.
Yes, Pickwick batsman trying to find their feet. Full length delivery there from left hand spinner Hodge. He'll looking to hit it through extra cover. Ball coming off the inside edge and going into forward square, the leg side, and getting the single.
So Hope settles and Hodge is into him. He's coming forward and stroking it up into the onside. Hodge moves around to his left, to his right, in fact, to effect the field. Hodge operating with a slip, a backward point, a cover. There's a mid-off wide as he comes around the wicket to Hope, and Hope is playing this one up towards a mid-on field and no run for him. There's that mid-on who is a bit whitish, and then there's a long on as well. So there's a mid-on and a long on. You don't often see that, but you're seeing it now. And Hodge continues around the wicket to bowl to St. Hill, and St. Hill comes forward almost somewhat clumsily. And the ball going up into the offside of the bat, and that ends over number 2. So we've had 2 overs of the ASA Field Pickwick replying to 119 for 7 made by Sagicor UWI. They've gone to 6 for 1.
Yes, and Hodge bowling his first over from the Joe Garner end, or the northern end of this Kingston Oval, and some 3 runs coming from that first over. The last delivery, not full length delivery, one just push through a bit and Hope looking to execute a drive down to the ground, and the ball coming off the inside edge and going onto the pad and trickling into the offside, no run resulted. But again, Philip, you have to commend these slow bowlers who have been given the job of opening the bowling with a seamer and applying just as much pressure the spinners are along with the seamer. So it's good bowling, good control from these bowlers so far.
Here's Henry into Hope, and Hope was, in fact, this is St. Hill who goes back and plays up into the offside towards cover, and there's no run. I'm going to use this over to bring our listeners up to date with the details of the Sagicor UWA innings. Just to note, first of all, that there are 2 slips in. There's also a third man, square cover, extra cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on in as well. Mid-wicket out on the boundary, more of a forward square. And then there's that short fine leg as well. So Henry turns, and he moves in to bowl to St. Hill. 6 for the loss of 1 as St. Hill is swaying out the line of fire of a shortish delivery that didn't really get up, and taken by wicketkeeper Bramble. Cameron Pennyfeather was leg before wicket to Bino for 4. This is the guy who Philo Wallace said a month ago he didn't know. Paul Palmer bowled by Bino without scoring. Rodman Powell caught by Ryan off the bowling of Bino for 9. Kavim Hodge was caught by Ryan off the bowling of Small for 29. I'll pause as Henry makes his way into bowl to St. Hill, who plays this one crisply out to the right of umpire Reefer. Will get a single, pulling the man off the forward square boundary. And the umpire calls a no ball. And let's see what else she's going to signal. Yes, here it comes, the free hit. And that always adds excitement to the contest, Philo Wallace.
Yes, it does. Obviously, Henry guilty of overstepping that front crease, and umpire Valerie Mahon on the ball, signaling no ball, and then the free hit. But seeing that St. Hill was a batsman who played the delivery, Captain Reef obviously has the opportunity now to change the field, because Captain Hope is going to be on strike for this free hit.
Yes, they got a single out towards forward square. Had that not happened, then he would not have had that option of changing the field for the free hit. But he can do what he wants now within the regulations, because you're still within the power play, and there are just 2 fielders allowed out. And those 2 fielders, the forward square, where is the other one? Oh yes, the long on is also out. But here's Henry with the free hit, and Hope is hitting this one straight. Nice straight hit, dropped just a meter inside the boundary. It's gone for 4. A nice straight hit by Kyle Hope, and even with the free hit, Philo Wallace, just to cement your point, a normal cricket stroke.
Yes, a beautiful shot. I'm a big believer in hitting the ball straight. Looking for the outswing again on length. Ball coming down on middle stump, not swinging away. And Kyle Hope just going into his stumps and hitting straight through the line of that ball. And the ball sailing over the bowler's head, and one bounce into the boundary for 4. But a good cricket shot, good control, good balance, and good execution.
So it takes the Pickwick side to 12 for the loss of 1. Henry has been a naughty boy, and he will want to make wrong things right as he moves past umpire Mahon now into bowl to Hope, and Hope is coming across and just pushing up into the onside. Very quickly Henry moves across to his right. A bit of an Energizer Bunny is Henry, you get that impression. And he feels his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, he looks fit. Henry obviously is enjoying it. Coach Reefer now will have a chat with him. But a good follow-up delivery from Henry. That ball was short of a length. This time coming back in to Kyle Hope, who's just managing to come forward and push it into the leg side. But Henry, presence of mind, going across to his right and preventing a single.
So 2 slips, and quite a bit of a gap between the first and the second slip. So it's maybe like a first slip and a second and a half slip. As of course there's no such thing as this delivery is steered away down towards third man for a single. That will take the score up to 13 for the loss of 1. Just to continue the scorecard for you, Floyd Reefer, he was caught by Ryan off the ball of Jones for 30. Hakeem DeWar, leg before wicket to Matara for 12. Nino Henry caught by Matara off the ball of Cullimer for 13. Ryan Hines not out 9. Shaquille Williams not out 3. Bramble and Ramsaran did not bat. And a total of 119 for 7, which included some 10 extras made up of 1 by and 9 wides. 119 for the loss of 7. There goes Henry again, and this time played up into the covers, and once more there's no run. So that ends over number 2. And at the end of over number 2 in terms of Henry, that's his second, and he's got 1 for 10. But in all, 3 overs bowled, and the ASA Field Pickwick team set 120 to win, 13 for 1.
There's 7 runs coming from that Nino Henry's second over, and you will see that over belongs to ESA Field Pickwick, and particularly Kyle Hope, who had the opportunity to get a free hit and played a very good shot, hit the bowler straight back over his head, 1 bounce for 4. And he obviously knows his responsibility. A lot is riding on him. Pickwick, ESA Field Pickwick is supposed to get up to this 120, which they need to win this game. Kyle Hope has to be there. It could be a good thing that he's coming quite early after the loss of Jamal Phillips, but he has to continue to bat and bat well.
Hodge continues, and this is split away between backward point and cover. The outfield is sluggish, so it will not go for 4. They come back for the second run and they'll be content with that. So a couple of runs to Kyle Hope, and that will take him up into double figures. He now moves up to 10, and with that, those couple of runs, the ASA Field Pickwick climbed to 15 for 1.
Yes, a lovely shot there from Kyle Hope. A short ball from Hodge, and just went onto the back foot and pierced the offside field and collected 2 runs.
Hodge will continue from the Joe Garner northern end of the ground around the wicket to Hope, and Hope is looking to whip this one into the onside. An optimistic shot for leg before, as Hope tried to work it into the onside. Of course, the appeal ignored, if you can say that, by umpire Reefer. And it's back with Hodge to continue around the wicket to Hope, and Hope is turning this one away off the full face of the bat down towards backward square. They run the first quickly. Hope is coming back for the second. The return is a good one, but not good enough to beat Hope, who judged it well. And a couple more runs to the Pickwick captain.
Yes, a lovely shot there from Kyle Hope. That ball coming into him this time from the left-hand spinner. He just worked it quite nicely and pushed it in front to square. Pushed for that first run really hard, and then had the opportunity to come back for the second, which he did. 2 good runs there by Kyle Hope. And good running as well by Craig St. Hill.
He goes to 12. St. Hill has 3. The batsman out Phillips without scoring. Caught by the keeper Bramble, driving optimistically at Henry. And it's Hope back on. In fact, this is wrapped on the pad, loud shout, and given not out by the umpire. So Kyle Hope being wrapped on the pad, a loud shout, and they really thought they had him. Ryan Hines and the crew, they're standing there, hands akimbo, and they really thought they had the Pickwick captain, Philip.
That ball is going down the leg side. That would miss 2 leg stumps. Actually, that ball was sliding down the leg side from the left hand spinner. Hodge is operating from the southern end, from the Joel Garner end. The ball is completely missing leg stump. The keeper Bramble is outside 2 leg stumps. But obviously, the Sagicor UWI fielders, they know the importance of getting this guy Kyle Hope out.
So Hodge to continue around the wicket to Hope, and Hope goes back and gets a ball that hurries on to him. Didn't make a lot of height either, so he had to maybe just curb his aggressive intent and play it out towards point, and there was no run for him. 17 for 1, the ball back with Hodge, and Hope, who's on 12, waits for Hodge to continue from the northern end. The left arm spinning in second over around the wicket into ball to Hope, and Hope pulls out towards mid wicket. He'll just get the 1 run because there's a man coming off the mid wicket boundary who sends the return up to the keeper Bramble. Not the best of returns, but there was no pressure. And as over number 4 comes to an end, Hope has 13, St. Hill 3. And the Sagicor UWI looking for more success here as Pickwick moved to 18 for 1.
Yes, and Kyle Hope continues to take the fight to the Sagicor UWI bowlers. That over from Hodge costing for 5 runs. And obviously a delivery, the 4th delivery of that over, the second over from Hodge, hitting Kyle Hope on his pad, way outside the leg stump. And the Sagicor UWI fielders went up with a lot of energy. And young umpire Lex Reefer Jr. obviously said no, the ball completely missing the leg stump. But Hope continues to bat and bat well. He showed his dominance from the time he walked to the crease, and he needs to continue that. Craig St. Hill is he's 3 runs, but he faced 6 balls. He's facing over, and there's some 4 overs balls. So he has to continue in that mode and try to get into his stride as well, and lend support to Hope as these two continue to a repair job and try to build a partnership.
Let's have a look at the bowling figures of Pickwick. Zahir Matara, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Raymond Bino, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 14. He was brilliant at the top of the innings. Adiko Kalama, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Ray Matthews, 2 overs for 15 runs. Here is a change in bowling as this delivery is hammered out towards cover by Hope. Doesn't beat the offside field. And there's no run as Shaquille Williams comes into the attack. And his first delivery just about landed the off stump and played away by Hope, but not being able to pierce the offside field.
He's quite lucky there. Henry, that ball was short and wide. I hope looking to crash it through the offside, but that offside is well populated and resulting in a dot ball.
Here's Williams again with his second delivery. He's now started his spell, and this delivery is a much better one, much closer to off stump and a bit of a weight taken off too, so that it actually died before it got to the keeper. And there was Hope stabbing at it, didn't get the bat on it, as far as I could detect from here, and it went through on the bunks to the keeper.
Yes, a good delivery, full length delivery. Hope on the back foot, looking to ease it somewhere in the backward point area. Luckily for him, it kept low, and it didn't carry through to Justin Bramble, the keeper on the full. It bumps in front of him, but I think Kyle Hope should be looking to come forward rather than stay back. Williams, a skiddy type of bowler, so you've got to be careful here. Obviously, they had some rain around, and there's some dew also, so the ball will skid a lot. He's not a tall man, Shaquille Williams. He's very short, but he's quite athletic and strong.
4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27, Rommel Small, but we're back with Williams and played away to the left of cover. It's going to run out towards the boundary in front of a vacant Greenwich and Haynes stand. It's gone for 4. So a boundary to Hope eventually being able to pierce that offside field. Well played. And a boundary that takes his score to 17, and it lifts the ASA Field Pickwick team to 22 for 1.
There's a very good shot there from Kyle Hope. Short of a length this time, getting on top of the bounce, covering his off stump quite nicely with his right foot, and allowing to stay well balanced and get his hands through. And with that big bat, the ball just hitting subtly onto that lovely piece of willow and down to the point boundary for 4. A very good shot from the man, Kyle Hope.
Shane Jones, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. The other ball he used. So the main scores being Floyd Reefer, 30 off 26 balls with 4 fours. But we're back with Williams. He's into bowl to Hope, and Hope is again driving through the covers. Once again, he picks the gap. Wouldn't get 4 this time. They'll come back for the second run now. But well played by Hope again off the back foot, and he picked the gap expertly. Simply the outfield being a bit sluggish and maybe the timing not being perfect, but a good stroke nevertheless.
There's a very good shot there from Kyle Hope. This time hit the ball in front to beat point to his right. The ball just going between point and extra cover and picking up 2 runs. But it's good batsmanship we're seeing here from Kyle Hope. He's not looking to overhit the ball. He's just looking to play authentic cricket shots. Hit the ball where he's going to the offside. And the ball obviously is hitting sweetly into that willow.
24 for 1 as we watch Williams running away from us. He's into bowl at 2 Hope, and Hope is coming across, and this time not being able to find his way through that offside field, and there's no run for him. Reefer top scoring with 30 off 26 deliveries when the Sagicor UWI batted. They were put into bat by Pickwick. 4 fours in that innings of 30 off 26 balls. Kavim Hodge got 29 off 39 deliveries. He struck 2 fours, and they were the major contributors. The only other double-figure contributors, Akeem Dewar, who got 12 from 7 deliveries. Nino Henry got 13 from 11. As Williams is outside of the off stump, and played away to cover. You'll get a run here, but a bit of maybe self-defeating effort on the part of Sagicor UWI. The field that point came across his right and tried to stop it, but he parried it away from the fielder to his right. So in the end, they were able to get a single, whereas maybe had he left it, it may have gone straight to him, but not really to be criticized, I would suggest, Philo Wallace, because it's good to see the enthusiasm, the willingness to really get the job done, to put yourself on the line. And in the end, after 5 overs, it's 25 for 1. Philo Wallace will have his say, as usual, and then Roland Butcher will have his.
Thank you very much, Philip. A short ball again from Williams. This time, Kyle Hope going onto the back foot, hitting it in front of point. Hodge at backward point, diving to his right. The ball obviously parrying from his right hand and just eluding the fielder who was at point, and Hope coming through for a single. And he moves on to 20, and the score is 25. So he's done the bulk of the scoring, Kyle Hope, as I say good evening to Roland Butcher.
Yes, and Hodge will continue as this delivery is bowling, and he's flicking this one through the onside, and Hope has to go. Hodge absolutely delighted with that one. Hope flicking that one through the onside, and it's comprehensively bowled. So the second wicket goes down for Pickwick. They're now 25 for 2. Hope, he goes bowled by Hodge for 20.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Hodge. Kyle Hope guilty of looking to work that ball through the leg side, missing the ball completely and the ball crashing into off stump. And what a big blow for ESCFU's Pickwick. Their main contributor, the main batsman, Kyle Hope, has been bowled by a very good delivery from Hodge, who ran after getting it out and sliding outside the 30-yard circle, just to show his excitement and joy for getting that very, very important wicket of Hope. He was bowled for some 20 runs. And now ESCFU Pickwick obviously will have a lot of work to do. Craig Hill is still there. He's been there from the beginning. He's only on 3, but he's faced some 6 balls. So he's been somewhat of a spectator during that little partnership with Hope.
Yes, he very much so. And Hope took the bulk of the strike. Hope faced 22 balls for his 20. And as you said, St. Hill, he has only faced 6 balls. He's been there right from the beginning. As the new man come to the crease, and that's Rohan Ryan. And he's now come to the crease with a score on 25 for 2. So Hodge, the left arm spinner, and the field is looking a lot more alert, having got that wicket, as Hodge in now goes to Ryan. And Ryan's appeal for LBW is a loud appeal, and he's given not out. And everybody there seemed to be very excited about that one. Perhaps, Philo, when you see the replay, it might have been going down the leg stump.
Definitely, it was going down the leg side.
The wicketkeeper had gone down the leg side. So that's always a good indication of where the ball is going. As Hodge, left arm, around the wicket goes to Ryan. And Ryan is struck on the pad, and this time the finger goes up. He's got to go. The slow death of that index finger goes up. He goes LBW to Hodge. And really, having survived the first ball on the back foot, and the type of bowler Hodge is, who just gets to skids the ball on, really, the batsman is on the back foot, and really, he's on his way there. The replayer perhaps again looking from the angle that we're at. Let's have a look at the replay, suggesting that maybe
that's a bad decision.
Might have been going down the leg
ball
stump.
was missing leg
but
stump.
The umpire, the important member in the middle, raised that index finger,
Yes,
and Rohan
really.
Ryan has to go. Hodge has picked up his second wicket in this over. He now has figures of 2 for 8, and this is his third over, so he's bowled 2.2 overs, and he's got 2 wickets for 8 runs, 25 for 3, and this innings going in a similar vein to the UWI's innings.
Yeah, obviously Hodge picking up his second wicket in his third over. He just got an LBW decision there of Rohan Ryan. But I personally feel that ball was going to miss leg stump as well. Hodge is bowling from the northern end, the Jogana end, bowling around the wicket. And he's jumping pretty wide of the crease. So his angle is going to take the ball down the leg side. And sometimes umpires need to be careful with players who are just appealing for appealing's sake. And I thought that Les Reefer Jr. has gotten that decision wrong. But at the end of the day, he's made his decision. LBW, Rohan Ryan has to go. But you just need a bit more control out there.
Shane Jones is the new batsman, and he will face Hodge. He's got a slip in place, and there's 6 fielders saving a single as Hodge comes in now and bowls, and he goes onto the back foot, and it punches this one out to extra cover, and it's fielded there. The fielder diving away to his left gets a bit of applause from his fielders as Warren Hines runs up from slip just to congratulate him on the bit of fielding. 25 for 3 as Hodge, the left arm spin, is bowling around the wicket, and Jones yet to get off the mark. St. Hill at the other end, he's watching everything go by him. He's on 3, can't even get on strike. Hodge is in balls, and he comes forward and is stroking this one out to point, and the fielder comes in there from point and fields, and there is no run. 25 for the loss of 3 wickets. Tension here at Kensington Oval. 120 for victory. And it looks again as if perhaps this game will go down to the wire for them.
Yes, he's heading that way.
As Hodge balls, and he's on the back foot, and really a dangerous thing again. This time he gets it in the middle of the bat. It goes out on the offside. Fielded had extra cover. End of a successful over there by Hodge. He now has 2 for 8 in his 3 overs, and at the end of over number 6, 25 for 3. Pickwick chasing 120 for victory.
Yes, a very good over there from Hodge, picking up 2 wickets, and the important wicket, first of all, of Captain Kyle Hope, and then the next delivery, Rohan Ryan was a judge, LBW, with the ball just, to me, was headed down the legs. It was struck on the pad. but into Shane Jones, and he's quite an unusual batsman. He's taken leg stump guard, Roland, but he's batting outside of leg stump, so he's showing Hodge all three of the stumps. So Hodge bowled 3 deliveries at him, and he's keep holding his head because he honestly believed that he's gone through his defence.
Yeah.
So this is going to be quite interesting to see how Hodge and Shane Jones will match up. But obviously, with the loss of hope, a lot of responsibility now is going to go on Craig Hill. He will now have to try and build a partnership with Jones.
Yes, and Williams comes in now. Bowls to St Hill, drives a powerful shot back along the pitch and fielded there by the bowler in his follow through. A good looking shot there by St Hill, and he hasn't got a great record against UWI. St Hill. He's
Who does?
The last couple of years I've seen him bat, and really he just, I think the last year he got 2 ducks in the 3-day competition out the same way to Hodge LBW on the back foot in both innings, as Williams in now goes to St Hill, and that's a nice looking shot again, but he can't score. It goes straight to mid-on, and the fielder throws at the stumps, but the batsman gets back into his crease. He stays on 3. St Hill 25 for 3. We're in over number 7, and the tension building here at Kensington Oval. UWA 119, and now trying to defend that total. Got the valuable wicket of Kyle Hope, and then that was backed up by the wicket of Ryan, as Williams in now bowls, and this one again, it's a nice looking shot out to mid-on. He's going to get a single this time as the ball goes to the right of that. Is that Ryan Hines there?
No, that's Floyd Reefer.
Floyd. He's moving. He's moving. Brian Hines is that slip, I think. So he picks up a single there. It's now 26, and he goes on to 4 now. St Hill. Jones comes on strike. No change, as Williams will continue bowling over the wicket. The mid-off now has gone out to long off, and there was a backward point. 1 slip still in place. There's an extra cover, deep extra cover on the boundary. 3rd man on the square leg boundary, as Williams passes the umpire now and bowls to Jones, and Jones drives on the front foot, and it's fielded by the bowler, who throws the ball back in jest towards the stumps, and the batsman turns his back, strikes him on the back. No harm done. And the ball now is on its way back to Williams. Williams now, he's in his 2nd over. He has none for 8. The wicket taker so far. Hodge, he's got 2 wickets. And Henry, he picked up the 1st wicket. Jamal Phillips, when he was caught by wicketkeeper Bramble, and he made no score. 26 for 3. We're in over number 7, as Williams, just gentle medium pace, starts his running now. Bowls to Jones, and just a slow ball, and he's worked away down the leg side. He's gone for 1, really looked for 2. He won't get 2. They've settled just for the single, as the fielder coming in from deep square leg. And the score now goes to 27. Jones gets off the mark with that single, and it brings back St Hill. St Hill, he's been there right from the off, but he really hasn't had much of a strike. Kyle Hope took most of the strike. He's only faced 9 balls. Well, Hope faced 22, as Williams is in now. Balls, that's a good bouncer, and he goes for the hook. It's a little bit late on that one. The direction was good. It was outside the off stump. And a good surprise ball there by Williams to complete that over. And at the end of over number 7, Pickwick chasing 120 for victory. They're 27 for 3.
Yes, a very good over there from Shaquille Williams. That last delivery, short of a length. Obviously, a short man just skidding through, and the ball going through head height to wicketkeeper Justin Bramble. But good pace, a good carry, and a good effort delivery. Obviously, Williams showing Craig St Hill that he can bowl at the bouncer, so don't look to put that left foot too far down the pitch. St Hill, a pretty tall man, maybe 6 foot plus, looks good, looks compact, but he has to try and get into a rhythm and stroke the ball. You said he didn't have a good game last year against Sagicor UWI. Obviously, they know which deliveries to bowl at him, Hodge being his ticket. But obviously, he needs to try and put that behind him and try to get bat on ball, try to build some momentum, and with Shane Jones, try to get a partnership. It's important that, because it's important not only from a Pickwick point of view, but to show also Kyle Hope that, because he's out, that doesn't mean that the team is going to fold. We have young batsmen here from ASFE Pickwick that can take the fight to the Sagicor UWI bowlers, and no 2 better players now than young St Hill and also Shane Jones.
Yes, and it's important for those batsmen to believe that it's not a one-man show in Kyle Hope. He may be out, but as Hodge will continue now to bowl to Jones, and he goes onto the back foot, and he comes down late on that again, and really he's flirting with danger. These batsmen, as I said, that's how St. Hill was out both times last year, and I think the previous time before that. And Jones, he is falling into the same track, going onto the back foot. Sooner or later, one of those balls are going to keep low, and he's going to be in trouble. As Hodge comes in on balls to Jones, and Jones flashes outside the off stump, and it's taken there by the wicketkeeper, who whips the bails off, appeals to the square leg umpire, but that is given not out. And Jones looking very, very nervy at this stage. I think the pressure is getting to him. He's playing back to deliveries that he should be on the front foot, and also just trying to hit that one over the top. And he won't get any respite when Hodges finishes his spell, because Ryan Hines is a similar bowler. He'll come straight into the breach as Hodge in balls to Jones, and he off the back foot and forces one to backward point, and it's a misfield there by Reefer. They will get a single as it's not Reefer. No, there's a misfielder. Somebody, who's that misfielder there?
Looks like was that
hard to see from
Benny
here,
Feather?
but it's should have been a straightforward piece of field, and he gets a single anyway. The score goes to 29. More important, the rotation of the strike. It means now that St. Hill comes on strike, and Jones has to watch from the other end as the left arm spinner Hodge is coming in now to bowl to St. Hill, and he's going forward, and he's beaten by that one outside the off stump. And again, he's also looking very, very nervy. I guess perhaps remembering the tussles that he's had with Hodge before, and not really wanting to get out to him again. I think that's probably playing on his mind as well. As Hodge is in now, balls to St. Hill, and he's flicking this one on the onside. It comes off the pad, can't score again as it goes to the man at short fine leg, and there's no run. The score stays on 28 for 3. Hodge one ball away from completing his 4. And the discussion now between the batsmen will be just to see him out. And I don't think he can do much else now. Hodge now has excellent figures, 2 for 9, including 1 maiden in this 3.5 overs. As he's in now, the ball to St. Hill, and he's on the back foot and forces this one along the pitch. Hodge dives and does the fielding, gets a good hands here from his teammates and the supporters. He has completed his 4 overs. He has 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9, and after 8 overs, Pickwick chasing 120 for victory. They are now 28 for 3.
Well, Roland, when ESFE Pickwick bowled, had a guy called Raymond Biner who bowled 4 overs, 14 runs, 3 wickets. And we're seeing Hodge for Sagicor UWI in the same role, opening the bowling. Hodge is that farm spinner, bowling some 4 overs, 1 maiden, picking up 2 wickets for 9 runs. And very well bowled by the young man. Again, the spinners coming in to play a big part in this T20 final. Bowling the new ball, bowling with good control, good awareness. Obviously, you have to give credit also to the captains for setting good fields. And the bowlers continue, the slow bowlers continue to bowl consistently well with the new ball. So well bowled to Hodge. And obviously, he will feel quite good with the work that he's put in for the Sagicor UWI so far in this game.
Yes, and I think it will be all spin from here, because Akeem Dewar is coming into the attack, and I'm pretty certain that he'll be followed by Ryan Hines from the other end. So I think it will be spin all the way through. As Dewar, he's got a slip in place, as he's going to be bowled into Shane Jones, who is on 2. He's got a slip, he's got a short third man, backward point, extra cover, deep extra cover, long off, and the leg side field 3 on the leg side in the deep as Dewar bowls, and that's a good delivery, and Jones has to defend. The ball comes off the back, off the outer half of the bat, goes out to cover point, and there's no run. A good start there by Dewar, the leg spinner, tall, wristy leg spinner. Hasn't had a great year and a half. Very promising 2 years ago, but seemed to have lost a little bit of that zip in his bowling as Dewar comes in now, balls, and that's him up in the air, and he's dropped. He's dropped behind. He went for the big heave, got an outside edge, and when things are not going well for you as a bowler, those sort of things happen. Big John, it's a difficult chance really, because it came off a thick outside edge, the ball actually bounced, and Bramble not being able to hold on to that one. So a drop chance there as a big shot played by Jones. Let's see how he will respond now as Dewar is preparing now to bowl to Jones. 28 for 3 as Dewar comes in on balls to Jones, and that ball skids onto him, keeps a little bit low, and again Jones on the back foot trying to whip that ball on the onside, struck on the pad, and there's no run. The ball goes out on the leg side. Just to go back to that leg side field, there's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on as Dewar right arm over the wicket, Passes the umpire now, balls to Jones, and Jones hits this one off the back foot. He's going to get a single now as it goes up to long on, and he goes on with that to 3, and it's now 29 for the loss of 3. And that's a difficult chance there to the wicketkeeper. He went, ball spun, big outside edge, and is on the way up, and the keeper just couldn't hang on to it. Got his gloves to it, but couldn't hang on. St Hill will face Dewar, and the field remains the same as Dewar comes in now, balls to St Hill, and he's off the back foot, and he can't beat the man at point as that ball short outside the off stump, turning away, giving himself a little bit of room, struck it into the ground, and the fielder from backward point came into field. 29 for 3. We're now in over number 9, and this game taking a similar pattern as Dewar comes in now and balls, and that's a good delivery, and it's a good powerful drive up to long off. He's gone for 1. He will only get 1 as a return. It's a good one. Comes in right over the stumps to the bowler, and with that single it goes up to 30 for 3, and St Hill, he is on 5, Jones on 3 as the scoreboard shows the end of that over. There was some discussion there as the umpire officiating was not quite sure whether that was the end of the over, but it is, and it looks as if, as we said, as Ryan Hines is going to come into the attack. Just to remind you that you can view all of the coverage live on bcacricket.org. bcacricket.org. Just log on and you can see all the action.
Yes,
30 for 3.
A good over there from Akil Dewar. Obviously, you said he's been struggling now for a year and maybe a half, but I thought that first over was quite good. He should have gotten the wicket of Sheehan Jones, looking to execute a big hit over extra cover, managing outside edge. But what I saw with Bramble is that he moved, his upward movement was quite slow, and the ball hit him high up in the shoulder area, and he didn't manage to take the rebound. But a good start, only 2 runs coming from his first over, but good control from the young leg spinner.
Yes, it'll be Ryan Hines. He'll be bowling left arm around the wicket, and he'll be bowling to Craig St Hill, and he bowls, and St Hill forces this one off the back foot, and he won't get a single because Ryan Hines will be a similar proposition to Hodge. They will not try to turn the ball. He would just get the ball to drift into the right-handed batsman, hoping they'll go onto the back foot as Hines in now, balls to St Hill, and that one's tossed up, and he's driven this one out to long off quite firmly. He picks up an easy single, and he goes to 31, and looks like a no ball, so there will be a free hit, and really it's criminal for a spinner to actually be overstepping and releasing a little bit of pressure here that had been built up, because we are now in over number 10, and really at this stage I'm going to ask Susan Bell in a minute to give me the UWA score going into the 10th over, but I believe that it was beyond 32, so the pressure is on as Hines in balls to Jones. Jones goes, and it's hit through extra cover for 4, and that's what happens when you get a free hit. Just releases a little bit of pressure because the batsman knows he can throw his arms at the ball, and Jones did just that, hit it to the right of the fielder at extra cover and into the boundary for 4. So a welcome boundary for Pickwick. Jones now goes on to 7 with that boundary. It's now 36 for the loss of 3 wickets. We're in over number 10, and just to remind listeners, 120 is the target for ASA Field Pickwick, who restricted Sagicor UWA to 119 for 7 in their 20 overs, and the offside is now being reinforced as Hines in now balls to Jones, and Jones onto the back foot, and again very risky when he goes onto the back foot to the left arm spinner because the ball is sliding into the pads, and really just looking at the replay, that was a good shot by Jones as Hines now with 3 balls remaining comes in now, balls, and again he goes onto the back foot, and he'll get a single here as Ryan Hines a little bit slow in getting across to the mid-wicket position, and the batsman calls for a single. Well run there between the 2 batsmen. St Hill now has faced some 17 balls for his 6, so he's found it quite hard. He's now on strike. He's struggling somewhat as this delivery cuts, and he's out. He's dropped. Well. Ryan Hines not happy there as he walks away, short outside the off stump, went for the cut, it went to point.
Reefer.
It looks like Floyd Reefer, straight into his hands, both hands, and out it came. So a life there for St. Hill, really, and he now has to see this game through. Not a difficult chance that was. It went at a nice height and almost straight as Hines in now, both to Jones, and he comes forward, he's struck on the pad. There's a stifle appeal, really more to stop the batsman from running. End of a tight over there from Brian Hines, apart from the no ball, which gave away a free hit and was struck for 4. A steady first over for him. He's finished his first over, 8 runs coming off that over. At the end of over number 10, ASFU Pickwick chasing 120 for victory. They're 38 for 3. A few more comments from Philo Wallace, and then it will be Philip Hackey.
Thank you very much, Roland. Brian Hines, his first over from the Joe Garner and conceding some 8 runs, and 4 of them are coming from a free hit. A lovely extra cover drive by Shane Jones to the boundary for 4. And we saw that in that over as well. Craig St. Hill giving a life, cutting a short wide ball straight to Florida Reefer, well, diving to his right. A very good height, maybe knee height, and Reefer panned it to the ground. And Craig St. Hill lived to see another day to say good night to Philip Hackett.
Well, good night once again, Philo. Here's the war, and this delivery is outside of the off stump. He's trying to cut it. The St. Hill doesn't make contact, and the ball goes through to the keeper. 7 of 19 deliveries, and maybe in a different situation, you wonder if Reefer intentionally dropped it. As the war continues, he's into ball to St. Hill. St. Hill comes forward and drives, well fielded by the war, and lovely diving effort on the part of the war. Fielded it cleanly too. Possibly a couple of spectators maybe thinking that it might have been a return catch, but it was struck into the ground. 38 for 3. We're into over number 11 is the war. The leg spinner is into ball to St. Hill. St. Hill is getting the ball that turns really big, but it turned late. So does umpire Mahan rule. Umpire Mahan rules because she didn't call wide, and the war continues. The leg spinner, and he runs away from us. He's into St. Hill. St. Hill comes down and whips this one away out towards the whitish long on position. They're thinking of 2, but the second run will be suicidal, and recognizing that, they opt not to move, and just the 1 run to take St. Hill up to 8 as we welcome back Pedro Agard with a question. Well, I wouldn't say a question, that might be unkind, but you know, there are those who may wonder if Floyd Reefer intentionally put that down when you consider that St. Hill has got 8 off, well, at the time he had 7 off 18 balls.
No one intentionally drops a catch, especially when you're 40 plus.
No one. So Clive Lloyd didn't intentionally drop that catch in the World Cup.
Nope.
Back. Okay.
Won't believe it.
Here's a ball that is bringing a swing from Shane Jones, and he misses. The ball taken by the keeper, Bramble. It was a leg break. He tried to swing it somewhere over mid-wicket. The ball turned away from him, and he missed it. He goes for a bit of a walk as Jones. He's got 8 off 17 deliveries, so his numbers are not that much better than St. Hill's, as he waits for Dewar. Run scoring really a challenge here. Full toss, driven down towards long off. Pedro Agard would have put that somewhere into the Hewitt stand, but Pedro Agard is next to me, so that's not going to be possible for him. As the over comes to an end, with the score now going up to 39. In fact, it's gone to 40 for the loss of 3. Jones has 9, St. Hill is 8.
Well, as we expected, heavy weather being made of this total by the SFE Pickwick team. They started needing just about a run the ball, needs to go along at 6 runs and over. They've now pushed that require rate up to 8.89. So it's becoming more and more difficult. We haven't seen so far in this game a consistent scoring rate of over 8 runs and over. Maybe you'll get a one over 12, maybe an over of 8 or 9, but not consistently. So they have to go against the run of play here if they want to win this final 2015 Sagicor T20 final.
Ryan Hines to start a new over. He's around the wicket, and this first delivery is bang on target, and Jones can only defend up into the offside, and there is no run. This is the second over in Hines' spell. It's the 12th of the innings. Henry 2 overs, 1 for 10. Hodge 4 overs, 2 for 9. Here is Hines, and this one is driven straight in to extra cover, and the catch is taken. So the tortured innings of Shane Jones comes to an end. The ball driven up towards extra cover, the catch taken, and more problems for Pickwick. They've now gone to 40 for the loss of 4.
Well, he tried his best to drop that catch, I can tell you. It's hit straight into midriff where you would want the ball to really come. In the end, just could not complete the catch. And then he took the catch on the second attempt. Second, third grab, really. And a wicket to ESA Field Pickwick. As you see the replay coming up there. Tried for all his worth to drop that catch. Could not drop it no matter how he tried. And in the end, a wicket. You suggested catches should be dropped on purpose. Well, that require rate has gone up to 9.23. And if there was ever a man in the Pickwick team that can really put a dent into his require rate, he's come to the wicket. But I'll tell you, wickets have fallen rapidly all night long. And Gerald Gilts, who strolled to the wicket, he has the ability, he has the power, he has the skill set of which he can really make a mark of his 80 runs from 52 balls. But I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be easy. It's going to require a common sense approach. It's going to require selective batting. We know he's carrying an injury. Haven't really been told the nature of the injury. What we can tell is restricted him from bowling, but he will need to do some running. There's lots of open spaces in the outfield, but an easy dismissal there, looking to give himself some room, Shane Jones, and easily caught at cover.
40 for the loss of 4. We're into over number 12. And it's Ryan Hines who picks up his first wicket. Should have had one before. Floyd Reef dropped the catch. But this time the ball is played down towards the point position. And there's no run. So the new batsman is Gerard Gilks, as Pedro pointed out. And the first delivery that's played down towards backward point, and there was no run. Hines into bowl to Gilks. And Gilks is going for the big hit earlier. And that ball came off maybe the bottom of the bat off something. And just went up into the onside. Bramble came out and did the fielding. But Pedro Agard, it looks as though this young man is showing his intentions from quite early as he waits for Hines to continue from the northern end. Comes forward again, and this time he's out, caught that slip. He walks away ever so slowly, but he's got to go. Just as I was saying, Pedro, that he is signaling his intentions and maybe just a bit too hasty. Trying to go for the big shot, and the ball coming off the edge and going to slip. So wicket number 5 now, and crisis proportions this innings is taken at 40 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, well, it's the way he plays. He'll think himself unfortunate off the edge onto the keeper's glove as well, and lobbing very gently to first slip. And the thing again, as I said, it needed common sense. He was looking to hit, don't understand what shot he was really looking to play. Cleared his left leg and still was trying to cut. In the end, in no position whatsoever. And this is what we were talking about with Gerald Gilts. All the skills he has, all the power he has, it basically comes down to a common sense approach. He's not showing that again here tonight. He's disappointed for ASFE Pickwick, and now they find themselves at 44-5. We did suggest that this ASFE Pickwick batting has been really struggling last couple of games, and now on this occasion, once again they find themselves after 11.5 overs at 44-5, still requiring 80 runs from 49 balls, and more importantly, that required run rate has gone up to 9.80.
Shane Jones caught penny feather ball, Hines for 9, and now Gilks also gone, and he scored a duck, but Hines is into the new batsman Matara, who is dabbing at this delivery outside the line of the off stump, and taken by the keeper. So the new batsman Matara comes to the crease as Hines continues from the northern end. 40 for 5. He's around the wicket to Matara, who goes back and steers it down towards backward point. Backward point clumsily allows it to go through, and the short third man fielder, who really should have been the one to field it in the first place, is able to back up before the additional run, so to speak, or before a run can be taken. So the end of over number 12. 40 for the loss of 5. Jamal Phillips not. Craig St. Hill is not out 8. Kyle Hope 20. Rohan Ryan not. Shane Jones 9. Gerard Gilts not. The batsman gone. And Pickwick 40 for 5.
Yeah, and it's just showing again the lack of batsmanship really from this ASFE Pickwick team. Craig St. Hill, who's been there from the beginning. We've had some 72 plus 3 extra deliveries, 75 deliveries bowled. He's only faced 22 of those, but he's only scored 8 runs. It's right with 36, just one cut it.
Dewar starts his third over as he comes in now to bowl, and here's a ball that's hit in the air down towards short third man who misjudged it. It goes over his head down towards the boundary. They will come back for the second run as the return comes in, but the ball delayed in the air for quite some time. The fielder at that short third man, more of a backward point, didn't necessarily recognize that the ball was going over his head. So rather than going to reverse gear Pedro, he simply stood there, and by the time he recognized what was happening, it was too late.
Proverbial deer caught in the headlights. He looked all at sea once it went to the air. He obviously thought it was going to come right at him. In the end, late a judgment. You see the replay coming up there on bcacricket.org, and clears him comfortably as well. Bad miss, but St. Hill needs to get a move on. He doesn't have to hit boundaries at this stage because he's not going to go from a strike rate of 36 to 110. He needs to get some momentum to his innings.
He's got 10 from 43 deliveries and is driving hard up towards extra cover. No run for him. So St. Hill 10 from 24 deliveries. Matara has faced 2. He's yet to score, but he's at non-striker's end right now, so scoring not his immediate problem. And Akeem Dewar in his third over, none for 6 as he moves into bowl to St. Hill. St. Hill gets a shortish delivery and bangs it straight to the man at point, and there's no run. So St. Hill really and truly having great difficulty in getting the ball away. Basically, it has been, well, pretty much everyone apart from Hope. We'll get back to that in a minute as the war is into ball to St. Hill. St. Hill is looking to sweep and really more of a paddle down towards fine leg. We'll come back for the second round. We'll get it too. So that will take him up to 12 off 26 deliveries. Hope made 20 off 22 and scored at 90.91. The next highest rate is that of Shane Jones, who made 9 from 19 at 47.37.
Yeah, they aren't going anywhere at all. Even that paddle sweep from St. Hill from the last, there was no real conviction. Never was looking to really get enough bat onto it to look for a boundary, and then he only picked up 2.
So here is Dewar. The leg spinner runs away from us just 3 or 4 steps, and he's into ball to St. Hill, and St. Hill this time gets more bat on it. Still, ironically, they'll probably just get the 1. He got more bat on that, and they played it down towards, swept it down towards fine leg. But the fact that it travels so quickly, the fielder was able to get around in time, and it was just the 1 run.
Yeah, the fielder had brought himself a little bit more behind square. He's been adjusted either by his skipper or senior players. On this occasion, he was able to cut down the angle pretty quickly. But again, no real intent being shown. That shot, unless they went really, really fine, was only up for 1 or 2. That required is 10.47. It's reaching that stage where you have to start to look for a boundary early in the over.
Matara is on strike. Here is the war, flight to delivery, and somewhat suspiciously, he plays it back along the pitch to the bowler, which brings the over to an end. That's over number 13 completed, and after 13 overs, the ASA field Pickwick set 120 for victory, 45 for 5.
Yeah, there's no way at this stage that run the ball will win. That was the scenario at the beginning of the innings when they just needed 120 runs from 120 balls. Now they find themselves requiring 75 runs from 42 balls. It's not going to get any easier because the new ball has proven to be somewhat of a headache for most batsmen as well. That required rate up to 10.71. With Matara new to the wicket, just facing, I think just faced 1 delivery. 3 deliveries he's faced, and Jokes and Craig St. Hill, sorry, he's been there for some 27 deliveries, 54 minutes, just some 13 runs. So someone has to press on the accelerator here. St. Hill's not really known for his big hitting. He's more of a steady type of a 3-day opening batsman. As we heard early, he hasn't had a good record as well against this Sagicor UWI team. If there's a time to change that fortune, no better time than the present.
Ryan Hines, 2 overs, 1 made in 2 for 8, gives way to Ram Saran, whose left arm over the wicket, and the first delivery is outside land of the off stump. There's St. Hill swatting at it, doesn't make contact, and it goes through to the keeper, 45 for 5. When the score was 111, Philo Wallace asked for my thoughts on the situation. I told him at that point I felt that there were enough runs to win the game. That was a Sagicor UWA batting at that stage. Here's a ball that's played down towards third man. They go for 1. They'll probably just get the 1. Played just to the right of Slip and to the right of Hines, and the batsman crossed for a single. And that's not trying to be unkind, Pedro Agard, but I simply was reacting to what I saw, particularly in the semi-final. And I saw a team that was really struggling in batting, that team being Pickwick, as a delivery which is outside left of the yard stump again, the batsman dabbing at it. But not only that, it was a manner in which they panicked, and there was a partnership at one point, and then they went on to win the game. But I think it was Ryan who played an atrocious shot, and lack of responsibility. I really wasn't impressed with the win, so to speak.
Yeah,
Here's a ball that was played down towards the backward point position, and there's no run. You were saying?
Matara played reverse sweep in the left final over as well, and missed as well.
Yeah.
But you see,
it's not an impressive win, but they won. But I didn't expect. I'm not surprised by the batting failures here today, as Ram Saran is into ball to Matara, who is sweeping, and there's a play for leg before, confident 1-2, but the umpire says no. The score remains at 46 for 5.
Yeah, this is a much stronger ball and attack, more disciplined unit than they would have come up against with the Wanderers side. But I think lack of preparation. I've seen this guy bowl, he doesn't spin the ball.
Ramsaran, and there's Matara using his feet. He's lucky to get the inside edge down towards fine leg, or he could very well have been stumped. They will come back for the second. Let's watch the return. The return is wide. The stump's broken, but the ball dropped out of his hand, so they were able to get back for the second run. A couple of runs to Matara, but 2 in the dark if ever, because he came down the pitch. I'm sure Bramble was just ready to take it and remove the bills, but then he was saved by the fact that the ball came off the inside edge, right between himself and the stumps, down to fine leg, and they came back for 2. So over number 14 is now history at the end of it. Matara has 2, St. Hill 14, and the Pickwick team 48 for 5.
Yeah, you said 2 in the dark. That required rate is going up to 12 runs and over, which suggests they'll need to go along from this stage at 2 runs a ball. And how do you get yourself in this situation when you start off at a run a ball? It's just unbelievable the way that they have gotten stuck. There's no real surprises in the UWI's ball and attack. We've all seen it before. It's been consistent, it's been steady. It's not really a ball and attack designed for taking lots of wickets. But somehow the SFA Pickwick team have found themselves in a whole heap of trouble. 72 required from 36 balls.
Dewar starts his final over, none for 9 from 3. Driven up towards extra cover. That went like a bullet for 4. Well played. And that came out of nowhere as he came forward and spiked it out towards the extra cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, good start to the over. Needs to look for our boundaries if the 50 comes up as well. From 88 deliveries, 57 minutes, 4-4 is not even the maximum as yet. No 6s, and they'll need more of that.
Lots more. 52 for 5. When Sagicor UWA batted for Reefer, the veteran top scored with 30 off 26 balls, 4-4s he struck. Kavim Hodge got 29 off 39 deliveries with 2 boundaries. Akeem Dewar 12 off 7, and Henry 13 off 11. Here's a ball that is played into the offside. I say play into the onside, and then tried to swing it through the onside, but it took the edge and went into the offside. And he was looking for a run, but again, the run wasn't really on. But you get the impression now that the batsman recognized that the desperate situation calls for desperate measures. It's difficult to see those desperate measures working at this point in time, but this is cricket. As the war, he's into bowl to St. Hill. St. Hill advances and lifts this one over cover. We'll get away with it. We'll drop nicely between cover and deep cover. We'll get just the 1 run after all his efforts. And a no ball call by the umpire too. So a bit of fortune there for Pickwick. A free hit coming up, and this is just what they need, Pedro.
Well, I think they would have needed more to have St. Hill on strike. You don't know about Matara's prowess in terms of hitting 6s, but you have to try at this stage as the rain is coming down as well. So more problems here for ESFE Pickwick. I'm pretty certain that Rev Lewis Par will see them behind. We don't have it here, unfortunately. Where is it? So Rev Lewis Par, I've been told, is really 86 at this stage. So way behind here at this stage of Sagicor WI. But intent finally being shown. The question is it a case of too little, too late?
Well, if the game doesn't resume, they're going to lose by what? 32 runs?
32 runs.
Susan Bell? Oh, she's not the Duckworth Lewis manager. I was simply asking for assistance with the calculation. Since Susan Bell showed us the Duckworth Lewis on the score on the big screen, but all of a sudden she's not the Duckworth Lewis manager. So I'll have to do that calculation myself. So it's supposed to be what? You said 86 a par score? And if we take 54 from 86, that leaves 32.
Well, and take away 1 for the tie, so 31.
Yeah. Well, I think Suzanne could have helped me with that. That's not beyond her.
Susan's
I'm sure.
had a long, even if she's not up for mass at this stage.
Oh yeah, she's had a long. I know she works long nights as well on occasions.
Hello.
So I'm sure that she's got to conserve her energy and her mental energy as well. All of a sudden, Pedro Agard.
Well, it's come down to a situation, as we said earlier, where ASFE Pickwick found themselves at a desperate stage. There's really no need for it to have come to this stage. Kyle Hope, he looked really good at the start. He thought he was doing to Kavim Hodge what needed to be done, just maneuvering the ball into the outfield, picking up 1s and 2s. He was aggressive when it was needed, but the thing, he played a bad shot and lost his wicket. And as we said before, this ASFE batting lineup, they haven't shown any real consistency. They seem to panic very quickly. It's amazing because here's a team that has not lost a game so far in this tournament. But if you've seen them play the last 2 games, it would suggest that they've been bowling exceptionally well because their batting has really, really let them down here once again.
Well, Susan Bell has passed me a whole heap of papers. I'm not going to pass them on to you because they have absolutely nothing to do with this game. She's just making the point that she's been scoring in the Sagicor Philo Sobers International Schools competition.
29th annual, I think it
that
is.
explains the long days. And of course, being a businesswoman as well, she has to catch up at some point in time. So she's going to score for the Sobers competition in the day, a score for night cricket. Then she has to do her other work at some point in time. So, Susanna, I forgive you for not doing that mathematical calculation for me. And 54 for the loss of 5. You're not missing any cricket while we tease each other, so to speak, because the players are off the field. The rain has intervened. The good news is that I can't detect any moisture falling from the sky as I look out. In fact, yes, there is a bit. There is a bit, yes. It's not as heavy as it was initially, but yes, I can detect just a bit coming down. It looks almost like hail. Have you ever seen hail, Pedro Agard?
I have, actually. It's not a good experience.
It wasn't a good experience
No,
for you.
it's a good experience.
So you didn't play in the hail?
No.
Okay.
I was actually walking down the street in London, and I thought someone threw a rock at me, and I'm very aggressive. I was looking around.
You were ready to
I was looking for a big rock, like a good Beijing.
But you were not in Barbados, Pedro. How would you have found a big rock in London?
That's what I'm saying. There lies the problem.
I see. Have you ever had a chance to play in the snow?
No, I
frolic in the snow.
actually travelled from London to play a game in Scotland by train overnight, saw snow on the ground, and decided not to get off the train. Cricket's not supposed to play in snow, so I went straight back to London.
And of course, the game was played.
I don't know.
You never even checked.
I never even checked.
It's a good
My
thing.
contract did not say anything about snow.
Well, did you get another contract after that?
Of course.
Oh,
The
I
contract was for summers in England,
see. Summers in England.
not snowy days in
I
Scotland.
see. Okay. All right. So 54 for 5. That's the situation as it is. The ESA Field Pickwick team set 120 for victory. And that 120, well, 119 for 7 made by Sagicor UWI after they were put into bat by Pickwick. Cameron Pennyfeather, leg before wicket to Raymond Bynor for 4. He faced just 7 balls and struck 1 boundary. Paul Palmer, bowled by Bynor without scoring from 2 deliveries he faced. Rovman Powell batting at number 3 tonight. Caught by Ryan, who took 3 catches in the outfield. Caught by Ryan off the bowling of Bynor for 9. He faced some 18 deliveries and struck 1 boundary. Kavim Hodge caught by Ryan off the bowling of Small for 29 off 39 deliveries. He struck 2 fours. Floyd Reefer, he was caught by Ryan off the bowling of Jones for 30. 26 balls he faced. He struck 4 boundaries as well. Akeem Dewar, leg before wicket to Matara for 12. He faced 7 deliveries and he struck a 6 and a 4. Nino Henry caught by Matara off the bowling of Kalma for 13 off 11 balls. He struck 2 fours. In fact, that 6 struck by Dewar remains the only 6 in the game so far, I believe. In fact, if you look at the score, I don't have to look at the Pickwick scorecard. Let's not go there.
We've had no sixes.
No 6s, and just the solitary 6 struck by Dewar. Nino Henry caught by Matara off the bowling of Kalma for 13. 11 balls he faced. He struck 2 fours. Ryan Hines coming in at number 8 was not out 9 off 7 balls. Shaquille Williams not out 3 off 3 deliveries. Justin Bramble, the keeper, and Christopher Ramsarand, the left arm spinner, did not bat. There were 10 extras, won by 9 wides, and a score of 119 for 7 made by the Sagicor UWA. You're still not missing any cricket because the rain is still falling. It's not heavy, but it's heavy enough that the covers are on. The ground staff, they've disappeared, so it means that they expect that the rain will be around for quite a while. And if you look at the bowling figures for Pickwick, Zahir Matara, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Raymond Bynor, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 14. Adiko Cullimore, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Ray Matthews, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Rommel Small, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. And Shane Jones, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. So that's the scorecard for the Sagicor UWA. Now, to bring you up to date with what's happened with the Pickwick team, Jamal Phillips, he was caught by Bramble to keep off the ball of Henry without scoring. 4 balls he faced. Craig Sinthill, he is not out on 19. 32 balls he has faced and has struck 1 boundary. Kyle Hope, the only batsman really in the innings, and along with Reefer in the match, who has really been able to score freely for any length of time. Reefer made 30 off 26, and Kyle Hope made 20 off 22. And I suppose it's a reflection of our cricket when I refer to innings of 30 and 20, even in the 2020, as for a length of time. But it's all relative to the situation. Kyle Hope bowled by Hodge for 20 off 22 balls with 2 fours. A Rohan Ryan leg before wicket to Hodge without scoring. He faced 2 deliveries. Shane Jones, he was caught by Penny Feather off the bowling of Hines for 9. He struck 1-4. Gerard Gilts caught by Palmer off the bowling of Ryan Hines without scoring. He faced 3 deliveries. Zahir Matara is not out on 2. He has faced 7 balls so far. And as I said, Craig Sinthill not out on 19 off 32 deliveries with 1-4. Bowling for UWI, Henry, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. Hodge, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. Powell, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 9. Akeem Dewar, 3 overs and 2 balls, no maidens, none for 15. Ryan Hines, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. And Christopher Ramsaran, 1 over for 3 runs. And this Christopher Pedro Agard, not spelled with a C, as we are so accustomed to here in Barbados. Christopher, Kristopher, Christopher Ramsaran.
And Ramsaran with the R.
And Ramsaran with the R. You know it was something else? Ramsaran with an R. That's interesting. 54 for the loss of 5. Pickwick. And that's pretty much the situation as that brings you up to date, except to tell you that the ground staff, they've now wandered out onto the field, and it means that they have detected that the rain has actually stopped, and they will now await the instructions to pull the covers away, I believe. And they're just standing around. I haven't seen any attempt to, well, yes, a stake has come out of the ground now, so it looks as though they've either had those instructions or they don't need them, but they have started the process of removing the covers. And with any luck, as umpire Rifa, I believe that is, he's very far in the distance, and he's in a darkened area. Is it Bullin?
Bullin.
But umpire Bullin, the third umpire, he is coming out to supervise. One thing you can say for Pedro Agar is youthful eyes are very helpful to us in the commentary box. Many of us have been doing this for quite some time from this distance. The thing is, I suppose that Pedro has been playing up until recently, and therefore, Pedro, you have had to put your eyes to good use, and they're obviously still very sharp. To have picked up umpire Bulling coming out of that very dark background, that distance away, congratulations to you. Well done.
Well, I think umpire Bulling has a distinctive walk. He walks the foot going in the air. His right hand never swings. He has a postman walk. Been a postman for so many years. Walks up your driveway very, very slowly. Right arm expecting the dog. So Vincent Bulling's been around for quite some time. I was actually surprised to see Valerie Mahon given the final here tonight, an opportunity given to her really in a big game at the end of a competition. And umpire Vincent Bulling standing down as the senior umpire. As Rifford Jr., I think he was offering training. He actually flew in for this game. So obviously something good in umpiring. Maybe fill up all that knowledge you've gained over the years and all those umpire exams, you should put them to good use. And maybe you've done some traveling. But a situation we're here, the ESFA Pickwick are pretty much looking down the barrel here. The only real concession for them here is that with this break, they have an opportunity to regroup. What can they come up with? It's hard to figure out what they can do differently. The outfield at Kingston Oval dries very, very quickly, but there will be some moisture from this rain on top of the grass. It suggests that maybe the slow bowlers will struggle to grip the ball. Having said that, they haven't really made any attempt to spin a lot of deliveries. We've seen Akeem Dewar bowl a couple of leg spinners where just in this over, actually, that's not to be completed. St. gave himself room and struck the first ball over cover for 4. But I think he will obviously have some trouble looking to spin a wet ball at this stage, and maybe, just maybe, that'll give the SA Field Pickwick team just a glimmer of hope. I think that Gerard Gilts dismissal was a very hard one for him. Shane Jones struggled through his innings, and then Rohan Ryan, I mean, he's taken more catches tonight than he scored runs. 3 catches and not running the board. I'm sure he'd give up one of those catches right now for 30 runs plus. That was not to be here tonight. And in the end, another disappointing batting performance so far from the ESA Field Pickwick team. And they'll have lots of work to do if they even want to challenge this total of 119 put up by the Sagicor UWA. Well, it's not over as yet. As I said, they've had some chances to regroup, sit down, have a talk. They'll have to target their bowlers. They'll have to look and see which bowlers that they can target. Kavim Hodge has been tight again, but he's finished. Nino Henry, as we said, he's the opening bowler, but he's one that they can probably target. They have to look at Christopher Ramsaran. So we see the replay here coming up. BCCricket.org, the technical team taking the opportunity to show this dismissal. Jamar Phillips, the first to go, a wide ball, and Kyle Hope looking to play a delivery into the leg side, seemed to have struck his pads, hit the middle lane off stump, and that was the big wicket at this stage. And that same over, another dismissal leg before what we thought was a very harsh decision from umpire Leslie for Jr. giving out leg before Rohan Ryan, and he would have been quite disappointed. And then Shane Jones looking for a big drive through cover, should have been taken easily, some bubbles with it, but in the end catch taken comfortably, and he went back to wicket for struggling as well for 9. And then Gerald Gilts, the dismissal, which could have been into Pickwick's favour, looking to play a shot into the onside on the edge onto keeper gloves, comfortably taking that slip. He went back to pavilion for naught. So those were the wickets. You saw them here, thanks to Gary Bell and his technical crew on BCCricket.org. All the wickets have been shown there. The umpires are back in the middle, Philip. The players are back 54 for 5, 66 from 34 balls. Required rate 11.66. You're not a betting man, Phillips. I'm sure that you'll put your money on the team that's going to win.
Well, not only that, I don't think there is really, it really would be a gamble to put your money on UWA to win right now. It's
a sure thing.
Despite the gross uncertainties of cricket, but I'm really concerned though, because as I said, going back to the group matches, even in terms of the inconsistencies of the batting, but when you come down to the top 4 teams, you come down to the top 2, you really should see something of value. And if you look down the Pickwick batting order, this is a final, and yes, maybe who would normally be playing here for Pickwick? Shea Hope, apart from Shea Hope, I can't think of any big names missing in the Pickwick team. And this is a final of the T20 competition. And if you look at the batting, there's no one, even with Shea Hope playing, who can come out and take the bowling by the scruff of the neck with any regularity. If you look at the UWI side, well, they've got a bit more experience, but I'm a bit disappointed, I must say, in terms of what we've got for final, and it was predictable when you saw the semis.
Yeah, I thought once Kai Hope got to the crease so early, he would have been under pressure, and his dismissal obviously was a big dismissmal.
Well, this is going to be a free hit to get things going again with the rain now gone, the covers off, the players are back in the middle, and here's the war with a free hit. And there is a reverse sweep that will go very close to the boundary. It wouldn't get there, but they'll come back for the second run as Matara took the opportunity to use a reverse sweep. Didn't even make contact and picked up 2 byes. Well, maybe that's a clue as to...
No, I think this guy's different. This is the first reverse sweep I've ever seen played at a free hit.
Well, I'm still kind of speechless.
Oh, man. Unbelievable.
Well, let's move past that, and Matara is on strike for the next delivery. And the war in his final over. Let's see. Moves away from us into bowl to Matara. Matara comes forward and drives it back to the bowler. And doesn't get hold of it. Leave it draw into the ground with Pedro. Let's watch the replay if it does come up.
I think it was a catch. Quite comfortably
yes,
as well.
Yes, it was a catch, but it happened so easily. I didn't want to believe it, but yes, the replay, thanks to the replay, it shows that it was a catch. But it came back rather quickly, though, and being replayed again, the war couldn't take the catch. But I would have thought that would have been a more appropriate effort at the free hit. As the war moves into bowl to Matara. Matara gets a full toss and hits it down towards long on for 1. So a single that will take him up to 3, and it will move the score to 57 for the loss of 5 at the end of over number. In fact, no, it's not the end of the over.
1 ball
so,
left.
Oh, yes, there was a no ball, so 14.5. So Roland Butcher, stand by, wherever you are. He will be taking us through until the end. A task I'm sure he's not looking forward to, because I don't even see him. As Akeem Dewar uses a towel to dry the ball. And he'll be bowling to Craig St. Hill. So he's either gone to celebrate prematurely, or the pain of what is going on in the middle is too much for him to bear, as Dewar is into bowl. And here is a ball that is lifted in the air, down towards long on, over long on for 6. Bang! Onto the media centre. A 6 struck by Craig St. Hill. That has brought things to life. 25 to him. And at the end of over number 15, it's 63 for the loss of 5. All of a sudden, Roland Butcher appears. And now we know what it takes to get Roland Butcher going with Craig St. Hill hitting a 6. Over number 15, completed 63 for 5. Pedro Agard. And then, out of the blue, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, with 15 runs from that over a boundary earlier before the rain break, and then finishing off with a 6. I was just about to say that the problem here for the SFA Pickwick team is that these two batsmen aren't really 6-hitters, but that was an excellent cricket shot there by Craig St. Hill. Used his feet. The delivery wasn't full of a length, but by the time he got to make contact, but he kept his shape nicely through the line. It went by onto the side screen. There's actually a change of ball which has come out as a result. But a good cricket shot, good result. Remember, they started this over the required rate of over 12. Now it's down to 11.4, but they have to keep going. Matara is not really a big 6-hitter. And Christopher Ramstrand, I hope they've had a meeting, because those who have seen him throughout this competition, especially since he's come to Kingston, he has not tried to spend too many deliveries. And they have to look at where their scoring options will be. Someone has to be the aggressive, maybe both of them, but it will be a tall order.
Yes, it most certainly will, as Ramsaran comes in now, and this delivery is pulled away out to deep mid-wicket. He's gone for 1. Matara is looking for 2 as the return comes back to Ramsaran, and is just the 1, so the score now goes on to 64 for 5, and that single takes Matara. He goes to 4, and St. Hill, he's now on 25. He's been there for right from the beginning as Ramsaran left arm Chinaman bowler, left arm over the wicket. He's bowling to the right-handed St. Hill. Ramsaran in bowl. St. Hill drives firmly back along the ground, and a good piece of fielding there by Ramsaran. It is followed through. That one was hit with a lot of power, but Ramsaran did the fielding win over number 16, and it's 64 for 5. And really, the SC Pickwick must get on with it now. Ramsaran, he hits this one up to long off, and he's going to get a single. Ball went in the air, but falling well short of the fielder coming off the long off boundary. He gets a single, and he goes on to 26. Score now on to 65 for the loss of 5 in over number 16. And just to remind you, the target 120 for victory. A slip still in place for Matara, as Ramsaran is in now on board to Matara. Matara pulling this one out. He's going to get 6 there, is he? Yes, he does. That's a short delivery there by Ramsaran. And Matara's hit that one over mid-wicket at one stage. Looked as if the fielder at deep mid-wicket was going to be interested in that one, but it went over his head and into the hands in Greenwich stand for 6. And that was a loose delivery there by Ramsaran, just releasing the pressure somewhat. And Matara took full advantage of it. Now 71 for 5. He's on 10. As Ramsaran now will come in again to bowl to Matara. He's in now, bowl to Matara. Matara wide outside the off stump, and he's fortunate to get away with that one, as Matara going for the big drive misses, and wicketkeeper Bramble takes the bails off, and umpire Mahan has to come up now and help to put the stumps straight again. But that was a wide delivery outside the off stump, and he was very lucky to get away with that one. He's bowling left arm over the wicket as he's in now. Ball to Matara. Matara goes for the reverse sweep, something that we've seen him try before, and I heard it remarked either by Phil Wallace or Philip Hackett that first time they've ever seen a reverse sweep played to a free hit. And Matara, and he missed it, and he got buys. On this occasion, I think it came off the pad, and they picked up a leg buy. So that's the end of over number 16. So just 4 overs remaining. The score now 72 for 5. Matara on 10 and St. Hill on 26. And really, Pedro, they really got to just get after it now. There's nothing else they can do. Yeah,
it was actually me who said that was the first time I saw it. And yeah, they got themselves into a position they should not have found themselves in at a run the ball. Not only were they not scoring, but they continue to lose wickets at vital points. Didn't seem to be a real plan. That's why I suggested that maybe this wet ball will give them a little look in, because I don't think the spinners will be as effective. As we said, Ramsaran, he hasn't been looking to spin too many deliveries. So unless he's going to bowl seam up, he's going to try to rip those balls off the back of his hand. And he knows he has to grip them tight. You've seen one stuck in his hands already. Matara hit a lovely 6 so deep mid wicket. But they'll have to really, really keep going. So Matara and St. Hill not known to be big sixers, but they've both struck sixes since we've had that rain delay, and they need to really, really keep going. They need 48 from 24 balls, 12 runs and over, all to play for.
Yes, and UWA now have changed the strategy. They've gone back to the pace, and it's Henry running away from us now to Bota Matara. And this one is down the leg side. He struck on the pad, and there's an attempted run out there, and I don't think he missed the stump, the bowler, in his follow through, and they went safely through for the single. So the score now would go on to 73 for the loss of 5 green over number 17. So it's really coming down to the business end of this game, and for ASAP Pickwick to win this, they're going to need several boundaries. I don't think ones will be enough, so they really have to get after it. And I guess they're in a position now where you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, really, so you've got to give it everything that you've got, and I think St. Hill certainly, he will do that. He had a slow start. He's caught up somehow, but he is the key now because he's been there for a while. As Henry comes in now, goes to St. Hill, and he's hitting this one up in the air. It's going to go for 6. Yes, a short delivery there, and he waited on the back foot and hit that ball over mid-wicket and over the boundary for 6. So a welcome boundary there. And looking at the replay there, that one was, as we say, beyond the boundary. It really was a poor delivery. It was just asking to be hit. And I think Pedro Agar, looking at me at his time of his stage of player now, believed that he would also have done exactly the same thing.
At this point, how short it went, should have gone Hansel in this.
As Henry comes in on balls, and this one's this good shot. There's going to be more runs. There's going to be 4, as it's short again, and he's hit it over the infield and out to the deep extra cover boundary for ball. That really is poor bowling here by Henry. He's bowled 2 short deliveries, 1 wide, and really he should have been looking at the way Matara ball at the end.
Yeah, but smart batting this from St. Hill. The previous delivery as well, the one he struck for 6. I thought this was the shot he was looking to play. All the fields on the offside are sitting on the 30-yard circle, and he's giving himself room, looking to clear that left leg. He's looking to score over cover, which I think is a good area. You can hit 2 or 3 fours in that area. First one pulled down into his body. He gave himself a little bit more room. Hit it over mid-wicket for 6. This one's a better cricket shot because outside the off stump. He didn't cut it. He forced it on the up over cover. It went a long way as well, that western side, very, very big. And it went just one bounce in the cover and then took it in the boundary. So 2 good strokes here from St. Hill. He's shown that other side to his game. As you said, his record against UWA hasn't been good. Here's a good time to put it right.
Yes, he's on 36, 83 for 5. As Henry comes in once more to bowl to St. Hill. Bowls to St. Hill. That one's pitched up. It's hit straight down the ground. And he's gone for 1. He's looking for 2, but he won't get 2. As the fielder coming around there from the long off position. 2 fielders converging on that ball. 1 from long on and 1 from long on. And the long off fielder getting there first, restricting the batsman to a single. So St. Hill now will go to 37. It's now 84 for 5. Matara comes on strike, and really St. Hill will need some assistance from him, as there's now 36 runs required, 20 balls, 36, so the game's still on. Those 2 lusty blows by St. Hill has made it very much a game, as Henry comes in now and ball to Matara, and Matara goes, and I think he's bowled, and really a very, I'm not sure how you can describe that shot. All I can think of is that perhaps he slipped as he was playing the shot. I'll have to wait to see the replay, but it was more like a scoop sweep to a fast bowler, and it was middle and leg. Really got himself in a terrible position, and he's bowled behind his back. So that's the 6th wicket going down. Matara has been bowled by Henry, and that's a good strike for UWA, but it gives an opportunity now for the new batsman coming in. This is it Small coming in at this stage to try to get these 36 runs in some 19 balls.
Yeah, I don't think this shot was really merited at this stage. They had already had 12 runs from the over. If he had stood up right and played an aggressive shot and got out, so be it. But this, you see the replay there again, one of those, this wasn't the reverse suit, this time was the authentic paddle. He hasn't hit one as yet, and this is the 2nd game he's tried it. And he's still to hit one, but I think they've sent out Adiko Collymore to do the fray. He's one of these guys, his batting stance alone will definitely make you bowl some bad balls. I can tell you, he's a funny guy to watch back. But he's been sent in to do a role, and his role must be really twos or get St. Hill on strike early in the over.
Right, Henry's now coming in out to Bolter Cullimore. He's in now. Bolter Cullimore now pitched out. Cullimore goes high, and that's going to be 6.
Well, that's why they've sent him.
Over long off, and really a length ball there by Henry. It was not full enough to be a Yorker. It was length, and Cullimore has deposited that one over the long off boundary, away to our left for 6, and really a very, very expensive over there by Henry. Now has put this game very much in the balance. Now 30 runs required from 3 overs, and really the game is on now. And that over now, how many runs in that over there? We will see in a minute. 18, a very expensive over, and certainly has put ASAP Pickwick back in the game. Getting back to the dismissal of Matara, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there, Pedro, because looking at the replay, he got himself in position to play that paddle sweep, but you could see from the replay that his front foot actually did slip from under him, which got him into a very awkward position where he couldn't maintain his balance and ended up going too far across his stump. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
He hasn't played a sweep shot in 2 weeks.
Well, Ryan Hines now, he will have to do the business as he's now replacing Ram Saran, and he comes in now to bowl, and this one is bowled in. First ball, middle stump, giving himself a bit of room, trying to hit that one through the offside there. Craig St. Hill, and his middle stumps out of the ground, and the UWA fielders, they're all in celebration as Ryan Hines has picked up another wicket, and St. Hill, who started to play very well in the previous over, he now goes, he's made 37 in 39 balls, and the fall of the 7th wicket is now 90 for the loss of 7, and we are now in over number 18.
Yeah, gave himself room on that occasion, but the ball's way too full, and then tried to squeeze it out behind square and missed the ball completely, bowled Millstum. You knew that this is what Ryan Hines was going to be trying at this stage. He's one of those guys, he's bowled at the highest level already. He bowls at the depth whenever he plays as well. He bowls these left arm orthodox balls at pace, arm balls. There'll be a lot of, and he's not scared. He'll toss one up outside the off stump every now and then, and he keep veering his action. So they need to be smart. But I can tell these guys, they're batting outside of themselves.
Yes, and Hines now to bowl to Small, and bowls to Small, and Small is pushing this one in the offside, looking for a single, and there's no run there as the ball's gone very quickly up to Reefer at extra cover, and there is no run. Hines just bowling left arm around the wicket, not trying to turn the ball, just drifting it into the right-handed batsman, and bowls, and this one is a loud appeal for LBW, and he's given not out as the ball comes off the pad and goes to a short third man position, and a leg by goal. So the score now goes on to 91 for 7. 29 required in 15 balls, and the new batsman will take strike. This is Cullimore who struck that first ball he faced for 6. He will now have the opportunity as the field is well spread. 3 men saving singles on the offside, short third man backward point, and an extra cover as Hines in now, ball to Cullimore. And Cullimore drives, goes out to long on, he's gone for 1, he's run very quickly. I don't think there'll be a second there as Hodge comes off the long on boundary and returns to the bowler. Just the 1 run, 92 for 7. Cullimore goes to 7, and 28 required now of 14 balls. Getting very, very close as Hines is in now, balls to Small, and Small is whipping this one in the air down to long on. Hodge comes in very quickly, and a good return on the first bounce, just restricting the batsman to 193, and really a boundary is required just to take a little bit of pressure off the batting side if they want to win this game, and the UWA will be quite happy with those singles. 27 of 13. Game still very much in the air as Hines comes in, and he's driven firmly on the onside, and Hines made a deflection there, and really that's just the one. Ram Saran coming in there from deep mid wicket. That's the end of that over by Ryan Hines. His third over, he has figures now of 3 for 11, so he's also done a pretty good job with his slow left arm. We're now with 2 overs remaining, 12 balls, 26 runs, 94 for 7. ASFE Pickwick requiring 120 for victory.
Yeah, that was a big over there by Ryan Hines, just conceding some 4 runs, and he's bowled full and straight. And what he's done as well, he's had Kavim Hodge, who's very, very quick, down at the low on position. Every time they look for that second run, he was onto the ball and he's reaching these balls at the 30-yard circle as well before the batsman could complete one. So good bowling by Ryan Hines, good fielding again by Sagicor UWA team. But a lot of work to be done here if they want to win this game here. As we said, they've had a good over previous to the Ryan Hines one. This Ryan Hines over was a big over. It's pulled the game back into the favor of the UWA side. Now it seems like they're going to go for the pace again of Henry. And this could be very, very interesting. It's both 3 overs. He's picked up 2 for 28. So what can he do? What can Adiko Cullimore bring at this stage?
Well, he hit him for a 6 off the first ball he faced in the last over. And really, when you look at the bowling figures here, Powell's bowled 2 overs for 9. So he was an option, and Ramsaran, his 2 overs cost for 11 as well. As Henry is in now to bowl to Cullimore. And Cullimore is toe-ending that one to point, and he will get a single as that one was banged into the pitch, and he was trying to squat that one. It came off the bottom of the bat, went out to point, but he got a single. So the score now goes to 95 for 7. 25 required, 11 balls to go. And Henry just getting a bit of encouragement there from DeWar, who ran from that position there at the deep mid-wicket. So 4 men saving a single on the offside, starting with a backward point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. And as Henry starts his run in now, the ball to Small, the ball to bouncer Small, pulling this one out to deep mid-wicket. And a valiant effort there by DeWar to take the catch, but he won't take it as the return is into the keeper's end. He picks up 2 runs. That was a short ball and pulled away there by Small, and DeWar went for the catch, and it was always away from him. He made a good effort, and the batsman picked up 2. So it's now 97 for the loss of 7. 23 required, 10 balls to go, and really the pressure building here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, but he's bowled 2 short balls. He's been very fortunate because both batsmen have gone for pull shots. There's no one on the boundary on the offside, and they just have to get under that short ball. And it's an easy boundary, but they've gone for the pull shot on 2 occasions.
Yeah, they've just switched and pushed out a long off now as Henry's in. And this one's up on the onside, and it's whipped away out to, he's going for 2. The throw is on its way back. It's not a good one, and he makes 2. The throw was away from the stumps and not a lot of power. Is that Floyd? I don't think it's, but the throw did not go to the, it came to the keeper's end, but the keeper had to actually run past the stumps, and he got it on the half volley, and they picked up 2. So 99 now for the loss of 7. 21 required from the final 9 balls. Game's on here at Kensington Oval, and the pressure building here on both sides, the batting side and the fielding side. ASFU Pickwick really took their time, and he was a long way out if that throw was anywhere near the stumps. A pretty weak throw, and the batsman was able to pick up 2. So 21 off 9. The game's still in the balance. There's no doubt about that, as Henry is on his way now to bowl to Small, and he's a little bit of gamesmanship there as Henry, realizing that the non-striker is backing up early, stops in his delivery stride and just gently told him, well, I suggest that you stay in your crease because the next time I will run you out. But a little bit of gamesmanship even at a tight stage of this competition, as Henry is in again to bowl to Small. Bowls to Small, and that's up, and he's hitting this one out to long on. There's only a single there as the fielder now fires that back to the keeper's end. It's a good return all the way back to the far end, and there's just a single. The 100 comes up for ASFU Pickwick. So it's 116 deliveries in 79 minutes, and in that time they've hit 5 fours and also 4 sixes. So the target down now to 20 in 8 balls. So these last 2 balls of this over are key really to this whole contest. And really the PSCFA Pickwick would need to get some runs off these 2 balls to make it a lot easier in the final over.
Well, the adjustment to this field with the third man and final leg up, I suggest he's going to go full with a slow delivery. Full with pace can peel off as well. If you miss the link full, we've seen Cullimore, but let's see how it goes.
As Henry's in now, balls, and that's a full toss, and he's missed it. And Hodge is thrown at the stumps, and he's missed as well. And it's come to Henry, and no result from that delivery, but it was a nice, juicy delivery, really, and should have been deposited
Slower
away
ball, change of
into the
pace.
square leg. It was a full toss, and he just missed it completely because we're looking at the replay. It's a nice, friendly
Back in the
one,
air.
and it's fortunate it didn't hit the leg stump. But the score stays at 100 for 7. 20 required now in 7 deliveries as the field change again. So 4 men on the offside, all up saving the single, and Henry is on his way now as he's in now and bowls, and that's up in the air, and it goes out to long off. It's gone for 1. The return comes in, he will get 2. It's a weak return again, this time to the far side, so the over comes to an end. 2 runs required, 2 runs off that last over, taking the score now up to 102 for 7 with 1 over remaining, 18 runs required. And after a few more words from Pedro Aguard, Philip Hackett will describe the final over.
Yeah, they're just 3 hits away, just to simplify it for all our listeners. If they want to win here, they need 18 runs. That can be achieved with 3 sixes. But Ryan Hines will bowl the last over. His previous over before this just cost him 4 runs, and 1 was a leg by as well. So they'll have lots of work to do. I think this last over it's just considered some 8 runs by Henry's a better comeback. He's now completed his spell, but he's given up some 36 runs. And it looks like it will be in a winning cause because 18 runs from 6 balls, you're down to your tail end of your batting. Really, none of the top order is left at this stage. So it will be down to Romel Small, who's really on strike to face the first delivery. And then it will be a Deco Culmore if he gets on strike.
Here's Hines, and swung out towards the wide, mid-wicket area. They're going to come back for the second. This should be an easy run out here. The appeal goes up, and yes, the finger confirms that there is a run out. So coming back for a suicidal second run, and the return was not great, but it was good enough that the run out was effective. Let's watch the replay. The ball was struck out towards mid-wicket and picked up by the fielder. They decided to come back for the second. The return was, good enough that the wicketkeeper was able to take it and still had time to turn and break the stump. So it was not the best of returns, not pinpoint accuracy, but close enough that he was able to effect the run, although it was a lot closer than it appeared.
Yeah, I don't understand why they really forced that second run, because the reality was Deco Culmore, he's been in before Small, and I thought Small swung for all he was worth, but he didn't have much left, and I thought Deco Culmore should have really taken the strike on that occasion and looked to be the one to be the aggressor. What he's done, he's not only caused the wicket run Romel Small, but now Ray Matthews, who this young man has had a rude awakening into Pickwick's side, because he's had to come into a final in his first year at the club. He's come into a final. He's had to bowl. Now he's into bat with just 5 deliveries left, and he still needs to get up to 17 runs. I've seen this young man play. He can bat a little, but 5 deliveries to score 17 runs is going to be a lot of work.
So he's on strike. Ryan Hines will be bowling left arm over the wicket. Roland Butch is running off to do another toss. You'll be hearing from him later. And it will be Ryan Hines to bowl to Ray Matthews, who's taking his time. He's settling himself. He's not going to be rushed. He's a short third man, a backward point, deep cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a short fine leg. Wrapped on the pad, the ball goes into the offside. They scamper a run. That's not going to bother Sagicor UWI at all. And it will push the score up to 104, which means that there's 16 required now off 4 deliveries.
You see why Susan didn't help you with your math. 16 required from 4 deliveries. The required rate is 24.
Yeah, we're not into required rate right now. They need to score 16 from 4. And, runs to win 16, 4 balls left. Run rate achieved. They're scoring at 5.4, and they need to up that to 24. That would be amazing if they can get up there. As Hines is into bowl and lifted down towards long on. Will it carry? It does not. It drops in front of the long on fielder, and they settle on 1. So Ryan Hines ball into a Cullimore, and just the 1 run to him. So he goes to 12. It's now 105 for 8. 15 needed off 3. Still mathematically possible. You could have 2 6s and a 4. You could have 3 6s. You could have 2 6s and a 3. You could have 3 4s wouldn't do it unless there are going to be some buys, some wides and no balls in there. So you're going to have what may you're going to need 2 6s.
Yeah, I think this is the magic ball. Once this ball does not go for a boundary, I think Sagicor UDB can easily say that they will go on to win this encounter.
Struggling to make 120 to win in the T20 finals. Swung away out towards backward square. It's not going to go for boundary. It'll be just one run. And Ray Matthews looking for the second is not on. So 14 off 2. And you could hear already some premature celebrations. But I've seen stranger things happen. I saw Merv Dillon turn victory into amazing defeat. With a combination of, I think it was Wise and No Balls in a one-day international many years ago. I wouldn't even attempt to remember who they were playing.
And the ball sits here from Ryan Hines was certainly trying to cat him on the pitch.
There we go. And a free hit to follow. As Hines comes into ball to Cullimore. Cullimore is lifting this one. It's not going to go for 6. It's not even going to reach the field at mid-wicket. But they'll come back for the second run nevertheless. And the 2 runs, they overthrow, backed up. They come back for the third. Sensibly, the fielder decides to keep the ball because he knows that the 3 runs will be of no use to the Pickwick team unless somebody's going to bowl
I'm quite interested in that replay though. That ball looked very, very high.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for the replay. But it's 11 off 1. I doubt we'll get a replay before that last over. In fact, we're getting a replay of the attempted runs, but not of the actual delivery. So Hines will bowl the final delivery to Ray Matthews, who is charged with the responsibility of hitting it for 11. And he is not even able to hit it for 4. It's trickling coming down towards fine leg. They run 1 something, not quite sure. It's a bye, no signal, so 1 run. And that's victory to Sagicor UWI by some 9 runs. 110 for 8. The Pickwick team closing on 110 for 8 in reply to 119 for the loss of 7. So they've fallen 9 runs short of the UWI score. They required another 10 to win, and really and truly, Pedro Agard, I believe that if they're really going to take a hard look, a hard analysis of their own batting performance, Pickwick, first of all, they would probably be saying what might have been with just a little bit more urgency somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, all they really needed was a start. They just needed to decide how they wanted to go about this power play. There wasn't any real, it didn't seem to me to be any real decision. It seems as if they came with this mindset, 120 runs, 120 balls, we play as we see it. You know, I thought they should have gone the other way and looked to be really aggressive. If they gave up 2 or 3 wickets in that power play, but they got 40 runs on the board, I think they would have been way ahead of the game at that stage, because then the other 80 runs would have been easy to maneuver around. I think Jamar Phillips just threw his bat into a wide ball, maybe the nervousness of a final in the end. Craig St. Hill stuck around for a while. He didn't get a lot of strike while he was batting with Kai Hope. But in the end, I think the batsmanship really of this Pickwick side has been very, very disappointing in the last couple of games. They've depended so heavily on Kai Hope, and at some point in time, he would have failed. He just could not continue to maintain the high levels which he's have been achieving in this country the last couple of years. Yes, they would have missed Shea Hope. He would have been definitely a class act in this side, but UW have had to play with players. Qatar has gone off to play with the Zoots as well. So teams have lost players for the CPL in this competition. But your club needs to come resources. You need to have plans. I thought that Pickwick club, I think what they should have done initially, just in my mind, Kevin Hodge has been very, very tight. And I thought they should have looked around the club somewhere for a left-handed batsman to open up against him and maybe take him off his game. He again has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 9, and no one, with the exception of Kai Hope, who looked confident against him till he played and then advised on driving and was bowled off his pass. Until that point, he looked like he was in control, but no one really through his tournament has really come to grips with what he's done. And in the end, as we said, that 120 runs, we always thought here in the commentary booth that it would have been a challenging toll for the Pickwick side. 1, they've not bowled well, and 2, this UWA unit is very disciplined in their bowling. They've only given up 3 in the balls and a wide, a couple of byes from bramble wet conditions. We won't kill him for that, neither here nor there. But they're disciplined, their bowling attack is a lot stronger than what Pickwick would have seen against Wanderers. And against Wanderers, they struggled then as well for a last ball victory. So congratulations to Sagicor UW. I think it's a record 3rd victory for them now. 3rd time they've won this competition. And congratulations to them once again. They have some silverware at the beginning of the 2015 season.
Well, for those who may think that to be rather harsh in talking about the Pickwick batting, just to put it in perspective, it's not a question of being critical of the Pickwick batting, but it's a reflection maybe on the resources at which many of the local clubs don't have at this point in time. Because it came home to me even more, and it should maybe to our listeners to make the point that I was trying to make when you said they should have looked around the club to see if they can find a left hand. I think that's just the problem, that the clubs don't seem to have a great depth in terms of their cricket resources, and it's not a Pickwick thing. What I'm saying is this is the final, so this suggests to me that these are the two best teams in the competition by certainly the teams with the two best records. And when you consider that they're both unbeaten, it's hard to argue that they were not the best teams. So it is not a question of being critical of the team as such. It's more reflection of the reality facing our local clubs, and this is really my concern. So it's not so much about Pickwick and being disappointed in Pickwick as such. It's a question of being concerned about the limited resources that seem to be available.
Well, the quality of the cricket which we've seen in the last couple of games as well, I think the organisers really need to relook this competition. We've had numerous conversations throughout this broadcast and other broadcasts before the CPL going on. There's really our local domestic competition really is for the sake of playing cricket, because you go on to do well in this competition. It's not that you're going to go on to play for a Barbados T20 team, because there isn't really a local domestic T20 team. There's a CPL, but the West Indies doesn't have a T20 competition that a guy can go on to represent his country from. And to go into CPL, you've had to as well played first class cricket. I think the thing with this competition, it's our competition, and I keep saying this. I've been saying this for a couple of seasons now. It's our competition. I think we need to make this competition not so much a franchise system, which would be nice if we can draw it down 16, but you want to have the clubs involved. And I think for this competition, which usually starts before the real cricket, the 3-day cricket, I think the BCA needs to just relax on the rules and let clubs choose players from anywhere in the island. Pickwick should have been able to go on tonight with their resources and pick a guy from Melrose, or pick a guy from Maxwell, or pick a guy from anywhere and bring him into the biggest stage and have guys showcase their talent.
For the sake of the listeners, what's to stop them from doing that now?
Because with the rules of this competition, you have to register at that club, and guys that are playing for other clubs can't come and play in this competition for another club. This competition is still limited to just club members. And I think the T20 competition, they said, for us now, I say us as a guy who's played in it for a number of years, ever since it started. It's the first year I've not played in it. For us, it's a way for us to really get into our real season. And I think this cricket can be opened up to a wider public. Kieran Pollard, who is a franchise player of the world, has not played Test cricket. So it doesn't suggest that because a guy might be playing for North Stars or playing for Lords and or Isolation Cavaliers in the country, or Crusaders or somebody in the country team, and he might not want to, he's not good enough to play elite cricket, he doesn't want to. It doesn't mean that he should not be given an opportunity to
David
play
Warren
at
is
this
probably
level.
the best example of that.
I think guys should be given the opportunity. I think we need to open up this competition. Let's see some of the talent we have around, because there are lots of guys around this country that can play T20 cricket and be good at it as well. And I think because we don't have, for instance, let's take anybody's name out of this game. Let's go with Ryan Hines, 4 overs, 1 million, 3 for 18. In the context of Ryan Hines' career, what does that mean? He has no opportunity to play for Barbados because Barbados doesn't have a T20 side. The West Indies Cricket Board does not have a T20 tournament. It's a CPL tournament, and Ryan Hines will not be looked at. You look
Why
at
would Ryan Hines be looked at?
No, I just pulled the name out of the board.
Oh,
His
okay.
name stuck up because he had 3 wickets. Let's look at Kavim Hodge. He's still here playing. He's not even been called up for the Wimmer Islands to play in their competition. So our competition is not really designed to get players into a Barbados T20 side for a West Indies tournament. So we should embrace our tournament, embrace the country into it. Let's get some people into the stand, bring some people to the ground, and let's make this competition our competition. Let's enjoy and let's have fun with it.
Food for thought, Pedro Aguirre. But if you look at the other side of it now, and this doesn't conflict with what you're saying at all, because what you're saying is the reality exists that we no longer looking to develop T20 cricket in the West Indies. That's the reality. And you're saying, given that reality, then Barbados should do certain things, and that's fine. But let's get to the other issue now. In 2016, the World T20 competition, one would imagine that, and by the way, the players seem to be getting ready for the presentation. So any minute I would expect to hear from Roland Butcher that he's actually ready to join us. Haven't quite seen that signal as yet, but I'm sure he would simply come in when he's ready to do that.
If he has any interviews, I'm sure he'll chime right in.
Yes, but yes, I'm sure that Roland, when you're ready, you can just let us know and go straight ahead. But Roland, are you hearing us? Yeah, Roland.
Not ready for the presentation yet.
You're not ready. Okay, well, we just want to
They're
make
not
sure.
ready. I'm ready, but they're not.
Yeah, well, we just want to make sure that you hadn't fallen asleep. It is late, and I know it's a bit past your normal bedtime.
No, I'm listening to you and Pedro having a conversation. So
Well, I'm glad to know that
I
you're.
will switch off and continue to listen.
I'm glad to know you're still with us.
Ready.
Yeah, but what I was saying, Pedro, the World Cup next year, the T20 World Cup. I believe, given the talent that we currently have in the West Indies, we're in with as good a chance as anybody else to do well in that World Cup. But then what? Who will replace the Darren Sammys, Russell, Gale, these guys? They obviously can't go on forever. Who will replace them?
Well, you have to be careful because first of all,
You think they will go on forever?
but you have to be careful because first of all, we need to have a West Indies competition to get into that World Cup, which we don't have. We have a West Indies cricket board right now, which is not proactive because a year ago we knew, for instance, we had no ODI schedule until September 30th. It's only now when Bangladesh is going ahead of us in the ODI rankings and we realize, well, we need to get some ODI points if we want to play in the Champions Trophy. We've scrambled together a tri-series tour against Zimbabwe, hoping that we will beat Zimbabwe, who, by the way, have almost choked the life of India just recently. So we might very well go up there and lose points. So they've now decided that they want to play a 50-over tournament. So I'm assuming the same West Indies Cricket Board will realize sometime between now and the year, hey, look, we need to have a regional West Indies tournament if we want to qualify for the West Indies for the 2016 World Cup, because we might get into it this time. Because we've played in the last couple of seasons and think we know that those fixtures have probably been almost done by now. But in the future, we could very well be struggling to play in T20 World Cup because we do not. I think we're the only test playing country right now that does not have a local T20 competition, and it really boggles the mind why we would have. I don't have an issue with the West Indies Cricket Board and to put it in layman terms, selling the rights of this competition to CPL for them to bring a bigger competition to the Caribbean, bring those franchise players and provide that qualifier. I really don't have an issue with that. My issue is that we should still have our domestic T20 season within our countries so that players can have an opportunity to go to the other level. Right now that's not happening. I keep saying, when a guy comes into our domestic competition and let's see that hasn't played for a Scottish cricket, he scores 300s and averages 80 or 90 and he's all round, he picks up a couple of wickets and
Philip, can I interrupt you for a second?
Of course you can.
I'm just wondering whether I should go ahead and do the interview with Floyd now because
I think you should.
Nothing's happening here at the moment.
Yes,
I think
you can
should.
go right ahead.
Go right ahead.
I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
He's just your colleague as a Stewart has now come into the picture, so I'll have to wait till.
Well, no, you have my permission to
Sneak in?
Sneak in ahead of Ezra Stewart.
Well, I will cut him off in a minute because he's already started his interview already, so I will cut him off in a minute.
I see. Okay, well, when you're ready, you can just let us know.
That's fine.
That's not a problem. Yes, you were saying, Pedro.
Right now, I was suggesting that it doesn't really give an avenue for a guy who has not played for Sagicor as yet to expand his career. And I'm looking at the bigger picture. The reality is that the world of cricket has changed. Guys, there was a time when Test cricket was seen as the mantle where guys wanted to play Test cricket, where guys had to play cricket. Now, guys want to play IPL. Guys must be given an opportunity to perform. And if it's set up the way that it is right now, you have to play for a Scottish cricket. What's going to happen, as you suggested, in the next couple of years, because we aren't allowed right now to have new players coming into our T20 setup. And the thing, as I said, we here in Barbados have an opportunity to set the mantle, do it first. There was a time back when we had, what was it called, in the Arwak Cup, where it replaced trials and they had 6 teams and they picked the best players, 72, 80 players, whatever they chose at the time, and put them into 6 teams, and they had very competitive cricket. I'm suggesting that's what we can do. I'm not suggesting by any sense of the imagination to take clubs out of T20. I think all clubs should be allowed to play it, but I think clubs should be able to select. I'm not suggesting, for instance, that Pickwick picked Philip Hackett this week, and if Philip Hackett doesn't perform and he gets dropped, that Empire can pick him up 2 weeks down the road. Philip Hackett should be registered to play for our club, and he can play throughout the lane for the tournament. Have some of these guys come up from the countries. I'm sure there would have been an extra 60 people in here if Dale Richards turned up here tonight still. People still will come and see Dale Richards play. If Pitt was in a position today where they knew the batsman, they could have should been able to call on Dale Richards to fill that void. Sammy just got hurt in the CPL and Katoy flew down. You know, this is our cricket, and I'm saying that we should be proactive in our thinking and do things different. We don't have to follow what everyone else is doing. We can do things differently. What we need is not to be looking over into 3W stand in the middle of a T20 final, and I can still see the color of all the seats. You know, we need to find a way.
To that, though, you can see two guys in red shirts, which does provide some variety to the blue and yellow.
We need to find a way to bring people back to Kensington. You know, even if the BCA decided just for 1 year they would try 6 teams. You know, you have different guys captaining different teams. You have people doing different. But we need to have this cricket, our cricket, done the way that we feel will bring people to the ground. Because this cricket, as you will know, is for entertainment. And nothing provides more. Yeah, nothing provides more spectacle than crowds. Crowds provide the spectacle. I keep saying to people, when you see thousands of people in the stands at India, don't think they're paying $60 for tickets. These people are giving tickets to create an atmosphere. You know, people giving tickets to create atmosphere. You go to the booth, you get there. First 20,000 people get tickets. You create atmosphere. You go, you watch the cricket. You know, and that's what we need. We need to find a way to bring people back to our cricket. Right now, what's lacking, we just had a final here, which we will probably say is on the par because of a lack of batsmanship, which we saw. And I will say, even bowling, there was not even a standout spell that suggested that the score should have been what they were. But I'm saying people don't want to come to see this type of cricket. It devalues what people are used to seeing. And we need to make this cricket more competitive. This is what I always say. This Sagicor UWA team, as long as they play within the rules of a competition, I have no problem with them playing and winning if they're the best team. It sets a stand for other people to adhere to and get our cricket to a level where I think it should. Because I think we still have the best cricketers in Barbados. The reality is that we just do not use our resources and we do not use the atmosphere and the conditions we have. The way we have Kingston over under the lights. They should be the mecca of cricket.
So they're still setting up for their presentation. It looks as though as the short is having a pretty lengthy chat before the reefer that Roland Butcher has been able to force his way in as yet. Roland, are you there? Roland is obviously...
One says your Stuart starts.
Yes.
There's no stopping him, so I think we'll even have to put off the presentation till Ezra's finishes. Okay.
So he's even holding up
they're
the
still
presentation?
setting up, so I'll try and get Floyd now to have a chat with me.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Over to you, Roland.
Floyd, congratulations on another victory. 120. Did you think you had enough?
Well, yes, and 120 runs. Obviously, looking at the game, the semi-final game, Pickwick versus Wanderers, they struggled to score 103 runs. So, although we lost some early wickets, and my guy Ravma didn't get off tonight, I thought that when he was batting, that 120, 130 runs I was aiming for. I know once we got to that score, we can apply pressure on them once we get some early wickets. And the plan was obviously the first 6 overs to bowl as tight as possible, restricting them to under 30 runs in the first 6 overs while getting a couple of wickets.
But before the game started, what total would you have settled for?
Well, obviously, when I look at the pitch, when they first came, the pitch looked hard and good. So I tell myself, I looking at 160. Once we hit our target, which we've been doing for the whole series, at 160 here would have been a very good score. But obviously, when you go there and you start to bat on the pitch, the pitch was like a 2 pace, and it was a little difficult, a little challenging to score big boundaries. But I thought the mistake that we made, that we soaked up too many dot balls, and we could have rotated the strike a bit more, especially in the first 6 overs and early in the middle overs.
I mean, you must be pleased with the result, particularly with I wouldn't say a brand new team, but particularly with a young team. A lot of these players, this will be the first victory for them.
Yes, our program is ongoing. Obviously, we produce a lot of cricketers. We have 4 or 5 guys right now in the CPL, and they're doing pretty well. And these guys come out of the WA program. So obviously, when these guys go, it makes the pathway for these other new guys to come in and enjoy the sweets and do well and give them the opportunity, obviously, to play and experience the whole UE campaign.
And the experience of someone like Ryan Hines amongst these youngsters?
Great. I mean, since Ryan come on board, everything's been good. Ryan is very motivational inside the dressing room, at practice. You know, he works hard. You know, he comes and he challenges the fellas. You know, so the intensity level is very high all the time, and I think Ryan will do well. And he's going to do well here at UB coaching and playing and stuff like that.
Yes, I think he certainly played his part tonight, not just with the ball, but I'm sure the experience of having him on the field as well.
Oh yes, definitely. You know, he made some very good suggestions. You know, although we were on top of the game, he was always in the game all the time, encouraging the fellas. You know, he made some very good suggestions to myself as well. Although he was encouraging the bowlers to bowl tight and bowl well. You know, even in the last over that, you know, Henry bowled there. You know, we kept encouraging him. And what was good about that, you know, Ryan telling us and stuff, you got to bowl the last over.
Okay, well, Floyd, well, congratulations again, and thank you very much.
No, thank you, Roland.
Yes, gentlemen, I think they're almost ready for the presentation, and I'm not sure if the man of the match has been done so far, so I think we'll perhaps wait till the end of the presentation. I think Wayne is almost ready, and I'll stay open, guys, so that you could hear the presentation.
Well, what I'm going to do while you're waiting for that presentation, I'm just going to go through the final details of the second innings, and you can feel free to interrupt me at any time.
Okay, fine.
Jamal Phillips, he was caught by wicketkeeper Bramble off the bowling of Henry without scoring, and this was when the Pickwick team started out in search of 120 for victory. Craig Sinthill was bowled by Ryan Hines for 37. Kyle Hope bowled by Hodge for 20. Rohan Ryan leg before wicket, Hodge no score. Shane Jones caught by Penny Feather off the bowling of Hines for 9. Jared Jilks, he was caught by Palmer off the bowling of Hines without scoring. Zahir Matara bowled by Henry for 11. Adika Coleman not out 15. And Rommel Small ran out for 7. Ray Matthews was not out on 2. And Raymond Biner didn't get to bat. Extras 9 made up of 2 byes, 3 leg byes, 1 wide and 3 no balls. 110 for the loss of 8. And bowling for UWI, Nino Henry, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 36. Kevin Hodge, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. Rodman Powell, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 9. Akeem Dewar, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 22. Ryan Hines, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. And Christopher Ramsaran, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 11. Now, listening to Floyd Reefer, Pedro Agard, and mentioning the 4 or 5 players in the CPL, I'm beginning to wonder if I spoke too soon about this developmental team called UWA.
Well, they're developing T20 cricketers. I don't know that
But it wouldn't detract from the T20 because that's finished.
Yeah,
but if these
know.
4 or 5 guys are going to come back into the side in place of the younger guys, the less known guys who now need to get the exposure, or is it that maybe a Floyd Reefer and a Ryan Hines will alternate their playing in the 3-day competition? You know, I really would be very keen to see how they're going to handle it, because I would hate to see it go back to what it was in past seasons.
Well, they have to be very, very careful, really, because the stipulations only allow them to play 2 employees at a time. And if Floyd and Ryan are going to play together, and that means that Ryan Austin, for instance, wouldn't be able to play.
Well, Ryan Austin, currently covering the 3-day game against Wildy, and Ryan Austin is not in the team. I've been told he's playing in the intermediate.
Well, they have resources. I mean, competition for players is always a good thing. And if they have 5 guys that can come back into this setup with what they've put out here tonight.
We're ready for the presentation now.
Okay, well, Pedro will hold those thoughts. Over to you, Roland.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us as we have reached the conclusion of a very exciting final of the 2015 Sagicor General 2020 competition, and we should say a hearty congratulations to the new winners, the Sagicor Life UWI side. Let's show some appreciation for the runners-up, the ESA Field Pickwick team. They too would have participated in making this a very exciting evening. I would like to introduce you to the presentation party here to my right as we get ready to present some prizes and awards to some very deserving winners. We start with Mr. David Allen, who is the president and CEO of Sagicor General Insurance Incorporated. He's joined by Mr. Michael Holder, the assistant vice president and of the Financial Advisory Unit and Eastern Caribbean Operations of Sagicor Insurance Incorporated. Mr. Roger Spencer, the Assistant Vice President of Marketing from Sagicor General Incorporated. Mr. Joel Garner, the President of the Barbados Cricket Association. Mr. David Dean, Interim CEO of the Barbados Cricket Association. And Mrs. Roxanne Fort, the Senior Cricket Operations Officer with the Barbados Cricket Association. The first award to be presented will be done by none other than Mrs. Fort. A voucher for $600 and a trophy. The man of the match for tonight's game from the Sagicor Life UWI, Kavim Hodge. 29 runs, 2 wickets for 9 runs. Congratulations. Medals to be presented by Mr. Michael Holder. He will present the medals to the officials, starting with the umpires involved on field, Mrs. Valerie Mahon and Leslie Reefer Jr. And they were assisted and supported by the veteran Vincent Bullen, the third umpire, the reserve umpire tonight. Thank you, Mr. Holder. We're next going to ask Mr. Spencer to come forward to present the next set of awards, which will be a voucher for $10,000 to be presented to the ESA field. We are going to make slight correction. The match referee for this evening, Mr. Mervyn Jones, he is also to be presented with a gold medal by, in this case, Mr. Roger Spencer. Mr. Mervyn Jones, come forward, please. And Miss Melissa King, the scorer for the Barbados Cricket Association, she will also receive 1 gold medal from Mr. Spencer. Come forward, Miss King. Next, the silver medals that go to the runners-up to the ESA Field Pickwick team, I'm sure led by their captain, Kyle Hawke. Those medals to be presented by Mr. Roger Spencer.
I can present the medals and they can present the check.
Kyle Hawke. Ryan. Rohan Ryan. Craig Senthill. Shane Jones. Rommel Small. Jared Jilks. Ray Matthews. Raymond Bino. Jamal Phillips. Zahir Mutara. Ryan Arthur. Adiko Cullimore. Clint Senthill. And Drew Glasgow. Harold Fortune, the scorer, will also receive a medal. And Rondell Yearwood, who is the manager, acting coach. I'm now going to ask Kyle Hope, the captain of the ESA Field Pickwick team, to come forward to receive the runners-up trophy and a voucher for 10,000 Barbados dollars. We follow that now with the presentation of the gold medals to the winners, Sagicor UWI. Mr. Joel Garner will make that presentation, and we're going to start with Mr. Floyd Riffer, the captain of the UWI side, and also coach. So we are Floyd Riffer. Ryan Hines will be next. Ryan Hines. Kevin Hodge. Kevin Hodge, the man of the match. Akeem Dua. Christopher Ramsaran. Rovman Powell. Paul Palmer. Justin Bramble. Cameron Pennyfeather. Shaquille Williams. Nino Henry. Shaquille Martina. Larry Edwards. Jermaine Levy. Pedro Collins, the assistant coach. Their scorer, Leon Johnson. And bringing up the rear, the manager, Stephen Leslie, although he has conceded to Mr. Andrew Simpson, the physio. And Mr. Leslie will bring up the rear. manager Stephen Leslie. And the final presentations to be made by Mr. David Allen. That would be a check for 20,000 Barbados dollars, which goes to the winners, Sagicor Life UWI. Floyd Reefer will come forward to receive that big prize from Mr. David Allen, President and CEO of Sagicor General Insurance Incorporated. 20,000 Barbados dollars. And Mr. Allen and Mr. Joel Garner will also present the trophy for the winners of the 2015 Sagicor General T20 competition. So there goes the presentation of the trophy. Mr. Reefer joined by the other members of the Sagicor UWI side. Ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps up our presentation. We thank you very much for joining us here this evening. We thank all those persons involved in making the 2015 competition the outstanding success that it has been. And it's only left for me to say thank you very much to the presentation party, and we wish everyone a very safe journey to their respective destinations. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, and gentlemen, there you have the presentation. I'll now take this opportunity to have a little word here with Kyle Hope, the captain of Pickwick. Kyle, very close encounter, 120, perhaps you thought was enough?
At this stage, whatever they said, we believe we could chase. It's all or nothing at this stage. So if it was 300, we had to try to get it. At the end of the day, we showed a bit of fight, but I think the top order, those 3 knots at the top kind of hurt us. A couple of runs in there, maybe a 4 or 5, a 10 or a 12, it could have made a big difference, but it didn't happen today.
Yes, I mean, at the start of this innings, UWA getting 120 before the game started, you would have settled for that.
Yeah, but of course, I would settle for anything really. As I said, it's the finals. So you can't go in telling yourself 140 guys score 160, you miss your mark. Any day, whatever is there is that amount of runs between a championship. And if you had to start the season and knew that you had 160 between you and winning the championship, you would take it every year. So any day, 120 was definitely, well, we definitely thought we could have gotten it.
And the pitch, I mean, do you think it was a 120 pitch or was it a much better pitch than that?
Way better pitch, way better pitch. I must give credit to my bowlers. I thought we started well getting early wickets, but I thought the wicket was easily 160.
Yes, I mean, from our vantage point in the commentary box, which is always a lot easier, I mean, we certainly didn't think that 120 was a score on this pitch, but we noticed in the semi-finals that the scores were not big and teams were struggling to even get to that.
I find this wicket was way better than the semi-final wicket. That I thought was a lot more true. You could play your shots. I found this was probably the only game I was timing the ball well, to be quite honest. But I didn't bat long enough. So, I mean, I pretty much let my team down.
Well, I mean, you would say you let your team down, but at the end of the day, cricket, like any other sport, is a team game, really. And even though you may be the main contributor in the team, the rest of the team really needs to come to the party.
Regardless of the situation in the team or whoever, I could have been not a main guy. At the end of the day, if I play in the finals and I'm part of the team and I want to contribute and I want to contribute to a win, so if we didn't win, I didn't do enough.
Yes. Well, anyway, Kyle, thanks for talking with us today. Bad luck. In any final, somebody must win and somebody must lose. Today, unfortunately, it was Pickwick. I hope that next year and the rest of the season that Pickwick will have a good season.
Thanks a lot.
Pleasure. Gentlemen, there you have it. As the rain descends here at Kensington Oval, I know you're all nicely in your air-conditioned box, and I will get back. I will hand back over to you, and no doubt you will have further discussion and now listening on this.
I commend your bravery, Roland. Good job, great job, in fact, well done. And please get to some dry conditions. And wearing that type of equipment, we wouldn't want anything to happen to you, so you better get out of the water. Pedro Agard, any thoughts before we hand back?
I just think in the end, think obviously the better team won on the night. I think any cricket game is played in stages. I thought ASFE Pickwick, they played well in the first half of the game. I thought they controlled it well, even in the dire stages of their fielding effort when the acceleration was needed by the UWI team.
Gentlemen, let me interrupt you again. I now have the man of the match here, Kevin Hodge. He's had to break away from the celebration, so I'll just have a quick word with him. Kevin, congratulations on a good win.
Thank you, Mr. Butcher.
120. Do you think that was a total that UWI could have defended?
Most definitely. We have a really strong bowling lineup, and we pride ourselves on our fielding. So we believe that, runs on the board is runs on the board, and they have to go get it. So I believe that, we were really confident going into the fielding. We just had to execute, and I think we did that really well.
But at the start of the game, you would not have envisaged that 120 would be enough to win this game, do you?
Yeah, it's always difficult. Defending 120 is never easy because the wicket was really good, the outfield is fast, and it's a really good surface. So we really had to pull something to defend it, and that's what we did. So I'm really proud of the guys for doing that.
So what do you contribute to the early batting of both sides? Because both sides struggle in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, because we believe that if we could struggle to bat on the wicket, they could do the same, and that's what we believed. We have the good enough bowling to go and apply that pressure. We went in with a plan, and we stuck to that plan.
Yes, and that partnership really between you and Floyd Reefer, I think in the end was the decisive partnership.
Yeah, it was, because that's something I've been working really hard on in the nets and in the games leading up to the finals. When I get the chance to bat, to hold things together and settle things down. So it was really good that I could execute that in this final. It's always a pleasure batting with Floyd because he's a really good batsman, and he takes the pressure off of me on the other end. So it was really good to be batting with him this evening.
And there's also an expectation in this UWI side that you must contribute with the ball.
Yeah, it's always good. I believe that's also part of my game, and it's something I work really hard on. I believe that starting the first couple of overs in T20 is really important, and I think that my role is setting the tone for the fielding and for the rest of the overs. So that's something I really try and do and keep it tight.
Yes, well, you have been an integral part of this UWI side. It's a very young side, and as I said to Floyd, really to have won this trophy with such a young side, an inexperienced side, is a good performance. Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to see you develop as a player, and I am a little bit surprised that the Windward Islands are not perhaps using you a little bit more.
Yeah, it's something that I'm also a bit disappointed, but I believe that everything has its time. At the moment, I'm just working on my game and trying to be the best that I can be. So when the opportunity does come around, I can grab it with both hands and don't let go. So that's something I'm really working hard on day in, day out, all the time. So I'm just waiting patiently for the opportunity, and when it comes, to make the most of it.
I think that is the right attitude to have, because there's no guarantees in this game, and you have to do what you have to do in order to get an opportunity. And when it comes, just grab it with both hands. I think you'd be pleased to know that Kieran Katai bowled pretty well tonight.
Yeah, he's always, I think that, we really missed him this season because he was a key part of our setup. But, like I said, it's really good to see the guys moving on and playing bigger cricket. And, I think that we will really dedicate this victory to him because he's considered the engine of the team. He's energetic, one of the best fielders in the Caribbean. So it was really good, to step up to the plate and, to win this for him.
Kevin, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I know you want to get back to the celebrations. Once again, congratulations on winning the trophy and also on your performance as man of the match.
Yeah, thanks much, Mr. Butcher.
Gentlemen, there you have it from the man of the match, Kevin Hodge. Highly delighted with the performance of himself and the team. And I will now hand you back to Pedro and yourself to wrap the evening up.
Yes, and Pedro, I guess very briefly, will finish his comments because we wouldn't want Michael Sobers to run off on us.
And I just said to take the better team on the night with the one thing the ASFE Pickwick team, they control the first half of the game, but once again I think their batting let them down really badly. I didn't see any real batting plan. I really thought Skipper Kaihope went too hard too soon. I thought he was looking to force pace on deliveries when there's really never a need to. And I think the rotation of strike, or in lack of rotation of strike, really has come back to haunt them as well in this franchise. But in the end, they were the second best team tonight. They'll still walk away with $10,000. They've lost one game in this tournament. There are any positives to take away from it? They've played unbeaten up until this stage, so they've obviously done something right up on this point. Tonight, UWI just have been a little bit better. I think UWI is well batted very, very poorly on the wicket, which we've heard was more than a 120 wicket. And I think that their bowlers really pulled them out of jail on this occasion. But again, we've seen this UWI unit consistently bowl well throughout the tournament. So all in all, as I said, the better team has won tonight. Congratulations to Sagicor Life UWI. Commemorations to ESFE Pickwick. Better luck next time. And I hope to see these guys as the elite season really kicks off in earnest now. The 50th tour come up. We'll see some of these players and some of these names coming to the fore really, and what I think is the bigger game, the 3-day game.
Yeah, and just very quickly then, just to close on just one statistical point of interest, Greg St. Hill, I'm sure he will get some criticism knowing the Barbadian cricketing public for his 37 off 39 balls, but in actual fact, it was the highest score of the game and the second highest scoring rate, strike rate, 94.87, second to Floyd Reefer, who made 30 at 115.38. That's food for thought. I think the young man should be proud of his effort, but he didn't get a lot of support.
Yeah,
he did his part. He batted deep, but he didn't get the support.
Yeah, I did say that I didn't think, I've never seen this side of Craig. I've never seen the sitting side of him. There's an old saying, come with the hour, come with the man. And there was a stage at one time when he looked a completely different person who looked to be in tune with what was going on. I think what had happened is that his team has gotten pushed so far behind, he then found himself in a position where he had to do things he didn't want to be doing, and then he had to battle with character. But, he did his best he could. I think no one in his team could disappoint his efforts. He didn't get a lot of strike in that partnership with Kai Hope, and once Kai Hope got dismissed and he got in the strike, he did the best he can do. It just wasn't good enough tonight.
2 6s, 2 4s, 37 off 39 balls, and man of the match was, of course, Kavim Hodge. You heard 2 for 9 and scoring 29. Roland Butcher was on your commentary team tonight. So too Pedro Egard. In fact, he and Philo Wallace were the experts. Suzanne Bell, a very competent scorer, and that's really putting it mildly. Thanks very much, Suzanne. Michael Sober is our technical guru, as usual. And what I can tell you is that scores in this match, 119 for 7, Sagicor UWI. In reply, the Pickwick team limped to 110 for the loss of 8. And therefore, with the news of a victory to Sagicor UWI by 9 runs and the T20 Championship, the Sagicor General T20 Championship for 215, Philip Hackett, on behalf of the entire team, saying good evening and good night. In fact, rather, it's well past evening now, Pedro. Good night from Kenson.